Well, that is a very different version of me right now. You know, he's doing his best. Look at my boy Wingblade go. Welcome, everybody. We are here with another edition of CCT. We are in the lower bracket. We're doing some elimination Dota. And of course, we're going to be having some incredible Dota going forth today with Wingblade and Snare. Brother Wingblade, Pepian, how you doing, gang?
I'm doing very well. I hope I didn't confuse too many people with my miming. But yeah, I'm very excited to be back in the hot seat here at CCT. It's the second series, but it's still the same good old Dota. And of course, I am joined by Snare, and Snare is very invisible right now. He changed a lot since last season. So we'll hope we'll get his beautiful face up again soon. But for now, it's just gonna be my face and both of our voices.
Well, technically, my voice could be coming from the cat, right? So that's me right there, right on Wingblade's lap. A place that many of us want to be, honestly. But the place you really want to be is here doing some more CCT Dota action. Of course, this is yet another edition of a tournament where we are going to be giving away some goodies to the top 4 teams. 25 grand for the winning team, 8 grand for second place, 5 for third, and $2,000 for the 4th place finishing team. I will say, Wingblade, every single time we see this prize pool distribution, I keep thinking to myself, damn, I would be very, very upset if I lost that grand final. That's like triple the winnings that you're just giving away in a heartbeat.
Yeah, like you're a drafter not picking any stuns, and you lose. How much money is it? Quite a lot. 16k or something, 17k. I would be quite disappointed. Definitely agree with you on that one. But honestly, if I got 8,000, I would also be having a pretty decent time.
Yeah, it's still a good, decent day at the office to get that kind of cash out of yourself. Of course, the reason why these teams are going to be earning that kind of money is because they're going to be playing some stellar Dota 2. And there are a lot of teams that we have seen throughout the course of not just this particular version of CCT, but throughout the ages. Some of these teams, when you look at these rosters and you look at how they've been playing, the thing that always sticks out to me, right, is, bro, how the hell has Passion UA been able to just keep the passion going for so long? They've been at pretty much every edition of this tournament, and except for last season, which was pretty much their worst showing, they only got top 8. Every single time, these guys end top 3, top 4, man. They almost belong in that grand final spot at this moment.
Yeah, for sure. They are the team to, how do you say it? They're just CCT. They're CCT personified.
Yeah. Today, of course, they're going to be taking on the side of Quantum. As much as they are CCT personified, they did end up going down in the upper bracket up against Wildcard, who will be playing later on in the evening against Zero Tenacity. So they have to make another lower bracket run. They've done it before. We're hoping to see if they can do it again as they take on Quantum. And then the other matchup that we'll be witnessing today will be that one between Runa Team and Team Next Level. But these are the guys that we've been seeing season in and season out. I will say, right now, because they're playing in Eastern Europe, right, I'm sure they will have gotten a lot of practice because, good God, Eastern Europe as a region is crazy strong. Have you just seen in all of the TI qualifiers, especially even in Western Europe, how many of the teams are just filled with players from the Eastern European region?
Yeah, I think there is little doubt that they are by far the strongest region in Dota right now. Like, in every single region, there's at least a few Europe East teams. They're just so dominant.
Yep. Passion UA have been dominant for a while. We'll be seeing if they can keep that dominance going into this upcoming matchup. Crystallize, Moonlight, Body, QBFY, and Cracker. I will say I'm really looking forward to seeing how QBFY handles this new patch. I like how he generally tends to play quite aggressively in the position 4, and there's a lot of heroes that I think could benefit from his playstyle. However, they need to be careful because their opponent here, they're going up against Quantum, right? This is a Quantum that ended the group stage on top. 2-0, didn't lose a single game in the group stage. They were the ones as well that sort of seemed like the team to beat. And sure, they lost to Zero Tenacity, but it was a very close affair. It went the full distance. It was a 2-1 game. And one of the things about that happens always when you have a team that's not necessarily being looked at as a big contender, they pull off these upsets. And players like Palantimos, Mary, XS Vampires used to be known, they've made a career over the years of pulling out upsets in these like tier 2, tier 3 tournaments over the years.
Yeah, for sure. Palantimos, he's been around since, I believe, 2016 or something. That's like 9 years of consistent Dota.
Damn. That's a long, long time to be involved in the game. Well, we'll be seeing what kind of involvement he can have in this upcoming series because we are about to get into the draft. Quantum versus Passion UA. Passion UA have the second pick playing on the Dire side. Quantum has first pick on Radiant. What do you think about this? As a mid player, my feeling right now is that if you're the second pick team, or if you're the first pick team, sorry, you have to ban Storm Spirit. If you don't, Passion UA can just easily pick the Storm in second phase, protect it with the second phase bans, and then the game just becomes really difficult to play against. Have you experienced the same thing as a mid player right now?
Not really. To be honest, these days I am no longer at like the top 100, top 200 EU, so the meta in the trenches is a little bit different, so I can't really speak from experience what these guys are playing. But yeah, Storm Spirit is scary. Storm Spirit, I believe, is also still counterable. So I would be curious to see if they want to pick it up that soon.
We'll see. Passion UA so far banned out the Bristle, no TA, no Death Prophet, no Undying. And then on the other side, the only out there ban so far is Klinks. First phase Klinks ban. I mean, I'd be astonished at a Klinks pick whatsoever, but a first phase ban? What the hell is going on here? Talk to me about this, hero.
Passion UA have played it already in this tournament, and they haven't lost a single match with it. So it's just a very targeted ban, right? They're looking at Passion UA. They've already beaten Passion UA 2-0 before in this tournament. So they're like, how do we kind of emulate those games? And Passion UA didn't play a single Klinks in those games. Passion UA did win all of their matches with Klinks. So you add 1 and 1, and then you come out and ban Klinks.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Not today, buddy. Quantum will open up with the Terror Blade for now. That could obviously be the carry Terror Blade. It could be going into the off lane. It could be played position 4. TB has just become this all-around versatile hero. So Passion UA probably don't want to commit too many resources just trying to counter him, lest they just shift him off elsewhere with less priority.
Yeah, I remember back in the day when you saw a TB pick and you would just pick Shadow Demon and you would be like, yeah, okay, he's done for. But now TB works in every single role and you just buy a pipe if you're countered, so nothing works anymore. But this hero certainly works.
Shadow Shaman.
Big Serpent Ward, and he isn't afraid to use it.
One thing I love about these Shadow Shamans as well is it does give you some cover in the event that Quantum do want to go for a Spirit of their own. Like you mentioned, he gets that Giga Ward. So you have some roach taking potential, can push up our towers. If the game is going south, you can just solo smoke, go pressure a tier 2 somewhere on the map by yourself. Very fun hero. I'm just glad. Honestly, I know the Spirit players aren't happy. At least Lion's not back in the game, but I've always felt Shadow Shaman is just a fun hero to watch, you know?
Yeah, I think so too. He has so much potential, both for making plays and for feeding. So there is a lot of skill expression on this hero. I feel like some supports are really stable and really slow, but Shadow Shaman, he can really pull some tricks out of the hat.
That he certainly can do. We'll be seeing what he gets paired with in the offlane for Passion UA. For now, we do see that the Axe got banned out by Quantum. That's another hero that has been... You know, there's some certain heroes, like let's say Shadow Shaman, right? Shadow Shaman was bad for a while. He slowly started getting buffed. Then you'd slowly see teams picking him up. And then we get to the point now, okay, he's a solid hero. And then you have heroes like Axe, who was dead last patch, right? Terrible in the dumpster, not even playable. All of a sudden you come into this meta, and this is now one of the offlaners of the patch. You always love to see those kind of like rapid shifts in the meta coming in when a patch drops.
Yeah, and you always have to wonder, was there some other indirect change that made this hero very good? Or was it the case that people just didn't figure him out in time in the previous patch and he was good all along? People just didn't know it.
I mean, we've had that before, right? Where like, I remember before TI, the Seattle one, which one of that, TI 12, we had a situation where you had these like Bristleback, Primal Beast. These heroes got nerfed going into TI and then ended up being the heroes of the tournament. So it turns out, no, they were actually busted beforehand. Why were you guys not playing this? What was going on with you? I always love the fact that Dota, the longer we go within Dota, the clearer it becomes that like the meta is just a suggestion, right? There's lots of scenarios where you find out that actually really good things are being left on the table because we as a community has sort of just agreed not to play them. And then one person plays them, we're all like, oh wow, this is pretty broken. We should have been playing this all along.
Yeah, for sure. And it's gonna be Pango against Invoker. Probably gonna be our mid lane matchup, I presume.
Okay. Pango into Invoker. Haven't seen this one recently. How is Invoker actually in this patch? How's he doing?
I think he's doing pretty alright. Get some. This hero just keeps getting kind of reworked, not in his spells, but kind of the way his talents and facets work. It's kind of hard to keep up, especially as someone who has never really been an Invoker player. I'm just reading the patch notes, and then I'm thinking, well, this was good or bad, and then you look at Reddit, you ask some buddies, and they're like, half of them say, oh, this just absolutely dumpsters the hero, no longer the case. And the other people are like, this is the most broken buff I've ever seen. So honestly, I don't know, but judging by the fact that he got picked up in the first phase, I think that means he's probably pretty good.
All right, there's actually one way to adjudicate this. I want to go check quickly. Has Stormstormer played Invoker? If Stormstormer's playing Invoker, then I can believe. If he's not playing it, then the hero must be trash. Okay, he hasn't played it yet in the TI qualifiers, but we'll see. We'll see. If he starts to play it, okay, then I'll maybe adjust my opinion of this hero. For now, though, it's going to be backed up by a Disruptor, so that's going to give them some additional team fight. Silencers are obviously very good against the Pangolier. You can also like outplay this guy, right? Nowadays, it's not like the old days where Rolling Thunder completely blocks the glimpse. You can get glimpse during your Rolling Thunder TP out, and if you don't time it well enough, you just get dragged right back into death. I like this a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they also have the glimpse into Sunstrike synergy, which is a rare synergy, but it's so damn satisfying.
At some point, they'll have Kinetic Field into Cataclysm. That's going to be fun. With Passion UA, we get the old school Terrorblade counter in the form of this Drow Ranger. I think with the Disruptor pick coming out, it made it much less likely that the Terrorblade would be a support. So he could still go offlane, but if he goes offlane, he has to lane into a Drow Ranger, right? So now you're presenting him with the worst of all possible worlds. Either you have to lane against Drow, or you play the game normally, but you have to carry against Drow, who can rip you to shreds anyway.
Yeah, that's a really good pick. It's not a hero you see super often, but it's very good in this game. Even just the silence. Speaking of, all of these heroes are super vulnerable to silence.
Pepin, Wingblade, where's the Storm going? Where's Invoker going?
Well, back in the day, I used to experiment with a build where you would play Storm support because he has really good base stats. And also, you can kind of ward without risk because you can always zip away. Needless to say, that went horribly, so Storm is going mid and it's going to be Invoker support.
I don't like it, gang. Listen, I think if you're going to play these off-kilter supports, Terrorblade, Invoker, some Brewmaster, Venomancer, these kind of heroes, I think you need a very stable playmaking support on the other side. And I don't think Disruptor is that whatsoever. So, I don't know, man. Might be a bit too much cooking. Maybe too much flavor for me on the side of Quantum. But we shall see. On the other side, Passion UA, they come in with the Marcy. So I'm expecting, what, Pangolier Marcy lane in the offlane?
I think you probably want Marcy with the Drow. You want a tanky frontliner, I would say. So I think Drow Shadow Shaman is a little bit awkward. We'll see what they end up going for, but I'm leaning towards Pango Shaman instead, or Shaman +1 for offlane instead.
Okay. I mean, there is more kill threat if you do have the Shaman Pango versus the Marcy Pango. Makes sense to me. Question is going to be now for Quantum, who's going to be the offlaner playing into this Drow? Unless it's Terrorblade offlane and they have another curveball to throw towards us. But I would prefer the Terrorblade just go carry. It's not the greatest matchup into the Drow, but you can rip apart the Pangolier. And if you get if this is a support Invoker, perhaps you get the Alacrity buff from the Invoker as well, increasing the right-click output.
Yeah, I think there's games where TB offlane would have been okay to go against the Drow Ranger. You pick a carry that really gets on top of her. But I think Quantum lacks a bit of skirmishing and a bit of stun. And they kind of pick Nidar. But they do get a Darkseer, which means that they just want a 5-man. You don't need stuns, you don't need anything if you have a Darkseer that has like a pipe and Greaves at 20 minutes and you just hit towers with your Alacrity TB.
Oh, bro, they have no stuns. What do they have? They have Vortex from Storm, Drag back from the Disruptor, Invoke a Cold Snap, I guess. That can count as a stun. Bro, they've got no disables whatsoever. If I'm Passion UA, I'm kind of upset that I didn't pick Storm. This would have been such an easy Storm Spirit game on the dire side.
They pick another stun, so yeah, I think it's gonna be Shadow Shaman, Mars offlane, Marcy Drow safe lane, and Pango mid. It looks like a very well-rounded draft from Passion UA. It's very clear what they want to do. They have basic strong lanes. They have a good plan. And Quantum, it's a little bit more out there. They have kind of wacky heroes. They have Invoker as a support. They have very few stuns. They have 2 heroes that kind of just want to sit in the jungle for a while. So, yeah, Quantum, it feels a little bit more unbalanced, but not necessarily in the overpowered kind of way.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This Quantum draft, they are digging deep into the bag. You know, sometimes you have like, you're going on a trip somewhere, right? You put all of your stuff into one bag. Then you're like, oh, I need to get my wallet. You dig. You think you're pulling out a wallet. Oh, that's just my charger. Okay, let me pull out something else. Oh, that's just my credit card. Okay, let me pull out something else. That's just my passport. I don't know about this one. But I will say there is one thing I do like about this draft. You were mentioning that they just don't want to have stuns. The one thing about this draft is outside of the Terrorblade, this draft has a lot of uptime. Like, they just want to be going gung-ho on the map once they get their initial items. So that can maybe present some difficulties for this Drow Ranger who does still want to spend some time farming. So maybe Quantum can just play fast enough to overwhelm them with this kind of draft. I don't know if I believe that myself, but it is a possibility.
Yeah. If Storm gets a good start, he can definitely be the playmaking hero in this game. If you have like an Invoker Storm +1 running around the map, that can deal a lot of damage, even if you don't have a lot of hard stuns. Because hard stuns aren't really super relevant for like mid-game skirmishing, I would say, if you're ahead in levels. You can just run at them, and if it doesn't work, whatever, you just farm on their side of the jungle or their side of the map. So we'll see if they can make this kind of high-tempo lineup work and buy enough space for Storm Spirit and TB to become big late-game threats.
Well, we're going to see how it all pans out as we are now into our first game. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, this is an elimination game. The loser will not be able to proceed in CCT. Crucially, they will also lose out on any possibility of prize money. So, gotta put your best foot forward here. For Quantum, you're not just behind in terms of draft, I think, but in terms of experience. You know, Passion UA have been in this position many times before, and now here they come, looking for a gank onto Quantum, but thankfully, the Invoker was able to break the smoke. Had he gone out 1 second sooner, he would have just died. He literally came out at the perfect time to stay alive.
That was very fortunate. Looks like it's still just gonna be a... Or is it? 2 for 2 bounty? Mary a bit quicker on the draw than Bachuk. Could have been a 3 for 1.
Thankfully, though, it's 2-2. On the bright side for Passion UA, QBFY does also find a D-Ward. So some bonus gold for the Shadow Shaman. And, you know, we were pondering, is it going to be Pangolier plus Shaman? Bro, Mars Shaman. This is a strong lane.
You should be able to do quite well against DV Disruptor. Need to be careful, I think, at level 1. DB has some insane stats for trading. And I don't think Shaman Mars is going to be too scary until level 2. You can see how much work the TB and Disruptor are doing, just right-clicking with the Thunder Strike.
There's no mana left though on the Disruptor. He doesn't have a clarity. He might have to bring one in off the Courier, and that's what he's doing right now. He knows that he has to keep this going. If he had more mana, they could have actually maybe threatened QBFY, but he did manage to get away before the replenishment arrived. So he's A-okay. No kills just yet as we head on over mid. What do you think of this matchup, the Storm versus the Pango?
I think this is a matchup where Storm is very happy. Pango is always happy because he's always gonna get farm. But Storm can struggle a little bit more in the laning stage. So if he's against a laner like Pango, who isn't super dominant in lane, he's gonna be very happy.
So far, he's just chilling, doing his thing. Did go for the Thunderbolt facet on this. Oh, Storm Spirit was hoping to find a kill, to have somebody get killed off top, and they might still get the Drow Ranger. He's being ran down by the Invoker right now. They've already committed the Cold Snap, but they might have the right clicks. Unfortunately, the Blood Grenade wears off. The slow effect is gone, and Crystallize will live, but looks like this position for Invoker is actually putting in some work here top. Unfortunately, though, he's not able to secure the CS for the dogs here.
It's also a Quas Exort support Invoker. Usually it's Quas Vex with an Urn. He's like, nah, I gotta get those Sunstrikes in, despite having almost no setup.
What do you mean, bro? You mentioned the setup yourself. Glimpse, Sunstrike. It'll be fine. Top lane, they actually use the Cold Snap onto Crystallize with the summon of the Fort Spirit. That's why he wanted to have access to the Exort. Needing that bonus damage is not going to be enough, though. Elsewhere, the first blood is actually drawn on the other side of the map. QBFY is the one that goes down first.
They didn't listen to me, Snare. They weren't careful at level 1. They lost so many resources, and then you have a meta pop. And it suddenly becomes a lot of damage very fast.
Top lane. I think this Invoker might be in some trouble. He gets disposed into the multi-shot from Crystallize. And he does end up dead. You know, multi-shot is one of those spells that it is, even at early levels, it does a deceptive amount of damage. You look at the Drow, you click on her and you're like, bro, she has no items. She's doing nothing. She hits like a wet noodle. Then you eat the multi-shot, you're like, oh, wow. That came out of nowhere.
I do feel like multi-shot feels like such a Heroes of the Storm kind of spell. It doesn't feel very Dota to me. Especially when you can move.
Okay, when you're moving, I'll give you that. It does feel like a hot move. Before, I think it's still okay for Dota because it's primarily based around like your timing and positioning. But then after you can move, it's like, okay, yeah, this is kind of stupid.
Anyway, 1-1 so far. A small gold lead for Quantum. Nothing too significant.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Small little trade between QBFY and Mary. I don't know why he changed his name from XX Vampire. I really like that name, but change is part of life. What can you do? Just gotta deal with it.
Yeah. I do like the XX Vampire name as well. At some point, yeah, you might not like the name as much anymore, but you build a legacy around it, you know?
Exactly.
People know you. They have a specific feeling when they hear the name. It inspires awe.
Like, I've tried to change my name several times in my gaming career. It's just never stuck. No matter what, they're just like, bro, you're a snare. Just accept it. Nothing you can do. Right now.
You don't get to pick your own name.
No. The world chooses your name. You just discover your name, but it was already there to begin with.
Moonlight approaching level 6. Curious to see where his first gank is gonna go. I think both side lanes are viable options.
I mean, the Storm Spirit, though, the only problem, it's now sort of like a Mexican standoff between the two mids. Both of them want to be able to move at level 6, level 7 with the power rune at 8 minutes. And whoever moves first, there will definitely be a response from the other player. So they have to pick very carefully where they go, thinking about the reinforcements in that lane as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I have to say, Moonlight is doing a very good job so far. I think in the Storm Pango lane, Storm is definitely a little favored. But it's Actually, a slight advantage for the Pango right here in terms of denies.
Now level 6 on this Pangolier. Did miss the Siege Wagon. That's a little bit unfortunate. But we'll see if he's going to miss out on this Haste Rune. He will indeed, because Mary picks it up. And Mary actually might want to set up onto QBFY. Haste the Disruptor. There's no way out of this one. Nice Hex onto the Storm Spirit. And they actually go and channel in the Shackles. But unfortunately, level 6 is there for the Storm. He zips past. They kill off QBFY. Rolling Thunder from Moonlight. Stunning up this Storm Spirit. But they don't have the damage to kill him off. Cracker, he's now the one that's in trouble. Invoker is here. They had the Cold Snap with the Force Spirit. Diving in onto the Marcy. But they don't have the damage to completely finish him off. So it'll just end with the Shadow Shaman dying. Bro, there were 7 heroes in this mid lane. Only one of them died.
We're very excited. This means 1 minute of respite for Quantum, as there is no Rolling Thunder for now, which means there is almost no kill threat.
Honestly?
Anxiously looking at the HP bars. Because the moment I say there is no kill threat, you know that people are gonna die.
As you say it, shout out for the Costa's Curse, Mr. Wingblade. They end up killing off Cracker with the multi-shot, trying to get some revenge from Crystallize, and that brings down the Invoker. Crystallize, though, trying to TP out. There's no Electric Vortex, but there is a Glimpse. Mary TP'd in onto the tier 1 tower, gets the call back, and they find the Drow, and now they're on the chase for more. QBFY was scouted, but Glimpse is now down, and Storm Spirit doesn't have mana. So they'll allow him to live. They've already claimed the big prize of the Drow Ranger. And to make it even better, they also secured their Wisdom Shrine.
A very nice TP there by Mary. Butchuk is level 6 as well, which makes going for a kill onto Lucas even more appealing. And he recognizes that and moves into the jungle. As long as he can see supports and he's not too close to the enemy of tier 1, he should be fine. In fact, he's being very aggressive. He's like, yeah, try and rotate in people. I have 10 1 charges, I have a Falcon's Blade, I have a Raindrop. Some cocky play here, but it's definitely working so far.
Yep. He's also got a chipped vest. Deceptively hard to kill at this point in time. Lucas is just doing his thing, but there will be a smoke coming in from QBFY. He's going to link up with the Pango now, who did pick up an Arcane Rune. And you were saying that he has an invitation, come gank me and see what happens. They say, well, gang, we're on our way, brother. There's going to be a small skirmish in the top lane, doesn't go anywhere. The main action is going to break down top, and they caught vision of him. They saw him, and they just pinged him out. Let's see if they catch him here. Blade. The smoke will pop. They see him now. Oh, no! Oh, no! They did that in the worst way possible, Wingblade. Why did the Shadow Shaman also go in the trees like that?
Bit of a mistake there. He walks away just fine. Doesn't even know that anything was up.
Bro, they warded too. This might get dewarded.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, sometimes life sucks. They still might be able to claim the tier 1 tower. And yeah, oh, and they get dewarded as well. Bro, this could not get any worse. This was painful.
Oh, well. They want to make it a little bit exciting, I think. At least they're gonna get the tier 1 here, which is very nice.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
How many Dormant Couriers do you think we're going to see this game?
I think 3. 3. Let's see. We have 2 already, and there is 1 hero without an item. So just Kraker can pick one up.
Oh, mid lane. There might be a Shadow Shaman without a life as he gets zipped upon by the Storm Spirit with the Darkseer in tow, and they do find the kill. Cracker came in to try and find some revenge. Goes with the Rolling Thunder. Here comes Moonlight as well. Going to the backlines, but they need more damage. The Drow Ranger will provide it. Crystallize has shown up to the fight, trying to do something here. Bachuk also initiates the wall with the full arena around him. Unfortunately, the wall illusions and the damage from the Radiant side is too much for him. He ends up dead. However, Storm Spirit ran out of mana throughout this entire fray, enabling Moonlight to find a double kill. And they're still chasing for more. Yayo able to dodge at least the jump in from the rebound. However, might not be able to escape here. Surge in 10 seconds, and they don't have vision on top of him. He might be able to live. Yayo, still going. Has a TP in a moment. 2 seconds for Surge. Can he get out of here? He should be fine, and he's good. He's up.
Dire's bottom
We have to
tower
mention just how tanky the Mars was in that fight. He has the victory feast facet, so he was healing up the entire time, and Storm spent so much time trying to kill him. Created a lot of space for his team. Speaking of space,
Gonna spend a little bit of time killing off Cracker. So nice little quick kill. I have to be very careful about saying that name. It's gonna sound like Cracker, and want to keep the stream PC friendly.
Dire's structures are
yeah, that's why we call him Craker, right? Just to be safe.
Just to be safe. Just to be safe. What do you actually think about this? Him going for this facet instead of going for Bloodsport on the Mars?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I hate that facet, so I'm happy to see this. And then when it works out, it convinces other people to go for it as well. So it's just winning all around.
Do you hate it because of your experiences playing against it, or do you think it's just bad?
I think it's annoying. I think this kind of mechanic isn't fun.
Tower has fallen.
And that's coming from a Dota boomer who thinks mana burn is fun.
Oh my god, I'm still remembering you trying to convince me that they need to bring back Mana Leak. Oh my god. Mid lane, they're going on to Mary. He probably wishes he had some kind of way out of this. Did send back one of his attackers, but he will end up dead, and now they are sieging upon the tier 1 tower. Cracker even pops the full Unleash to try and get the damage, but unfortunately there is a fortification, so he can't get the full uptime on this.
Radiant's middle tower has
I do
fallen.
get it, nonetheless. It's quite a tanky Marcy as well. The Spark of Courage, Phase Boots,
Radiant's middle tower is
Magic
under
Wand.
attack.
So I am a bit dumbfounded by the Invoker. At first I thought it was gonna be Quas-Wex, then we saw the early point in Exhort, and I was like, it's gonna be some kind of a Sunstrike innovation. But
Radiant
then we go back to Quas-Wex, and it was just the 1 point, like you mentioned, to get the Forge Birds. Pretty cool build.
Dire are scanning.
He's indeed doing what you said as well, finishing off his vessel. And they might get the gold for that vessel after the smoke, because they're gathered up to try and go somewhere on the map. Unfortunately, they don't really have the best aggressive wards right now, so they don't see too much. They're gonna have to do this off of sheer instinct. And they're gonna come across Cracker on his Marcy. Not the target they wanted, but the one that they might just have to take. Bachuk though jumps in, finishes a Blink Dagger. Gets in with the Arena of Blood. He does eat him ultimate from the Disruptor, but it doesn't matter. He's opened up for Moonlight with the full Rolling Thunder to try and kill off some of these heroes. They lose Emptiness, but it has cost them Cracker in the process. And now though, with the Vacuum, they ensure that the Mars dies as well. Moonlight without the Rolling Thunder doesn't have a defense in this fight, and he ends up dying as well. Darknear getting himself a double kill here. And Passion UA, they decided to re-engage that fight. A decision they will bitterly regret right now.
Yeah, I think they're making a classic mistake here. They had a pretty good early game, and now they felt relatively confident, but this is a big power spike for Quantum, because they have the Greaves on the Darkseer, who might be in trouble actually.
He
So
should die
I'll
here.
hold my
QPFY
thoughts for a
has
moment.
Shackles. They have the damage out. Okay. That is something. That's a lot of gold actually going their way. My goodness, that's a lot. So, they're not done yet though. Here comes Darknear looking for revenge. Going on to Cracker. Has more than enough mana to make this happen. 13 galvanized stacks now available for the Storm Spirit. He is popping off with the new Kaya to boot.
Yeah. Like I was mentioning, Quantum is really strong right now because they have the Greaves on Darkseer, and they also have quite a bit of disable at this stage of the game because there are no BKBs yet. So Static Storm Kinetic Field, if you're in it, is basically like a stun until you get your BKBs up. And that's gonna be a little while, so I think Passion UA just needs to chill for a little bit, trust that they can fight once they get their big items, and then try to force something again.
Also, bro, I can't believe that Emptiness is the one providing most of the disable for his team. Look at these Invoker spells, bro. Tornado, Cold Snap,
Top tower
pause forward Invoker. You'll love to see it. They might actually jump Crystallize if he shows here. They're thinking about it. The Storm is not here, unfortunately. He's all the way down bottom. If they had the Storm Spirit, they definitely make that attempt on his life.
Mm-hmm. Crystallize doesn't really have anything defensively. He's rushing an Aghanims.
Wait, he's rushing Ags in this game?
Yeah.
I don't know, gang. I don't know. As a Drow enjoyer myself, I feel like this is definitely the game for Pike BKBX. You'll come back for the Aghanim Scepter. For now, you just need to survive.
He just wants to click creeps, man. What can you say?
Alright. See if it works out for him as his team smokes right behind him. Their turn to go for some action. They are the Radiant heroes right ahead of them. And they don't have the best vision though, so look where they're going. They're going bottom. In the meantime, Darknir just gonna zip in onto Cracker. Should be an easy, straightforward kill onto the Smarcy. And with Lucas here on the Terrorblade, they can pressure the Tier 2 tower. Perhaps even outright take it at this stage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, spear back. Mary gets caught out by Bachuk, and they are at least able to blow up this Disruptor. But I think they want more out of this. They actually might smoke back. Bachuk wants to be able to use his arena, and indeed, they go right back. They want this fight. Emptiness will be able to scout this happening. And he rushes forth with the Ghost Walk, barely able to get out before it expires.
Radiant are scanning.
Bachuk needs to be a little bit careful, but he's too tanky. He's not an appealing target. Instead, they're gonna try to go on.
One trap out onto the Storm Spirit. He's still alive. Dodges the Tornado as well. And now the fight is ongoing. Bachuk able to find the Arena of Blood, but only catching the Invoker. They only have one for now. But they do keep the Shadow Shaman alive. I'm not so sure how worth it that is, because you did have to commit the full mass open world to get that. But at the same time, you also had to get them to use the Disruptor ultimate, so maybe it's fine. Or the Darkseer ult, sorry.
Yes. Just wanted to secure it, so they're gonna chill for a little bit now. Wall isn't the biggest ulti though.
Back up. Looks like his grudge match against Darknear is going to continue right now, as Darknear once again zips on top of him. 15 galvanized stacks up for the Storm Spirit, almost 1 a minute. You love to see it.
This must feel so good for the Storm. This is not a super easy Storm game either. Like you mentioned, there is quite a few disables.
I think he needs BKB, right? Oh, he cues it immediately as I say that.
Yep. It's always tempting to skip it for one more item, but he knows. He knows it's the right call. That being said, often you know something is the right thing to do, but it's still difficult. Did you know that cold showers are way healthier than hot showers? And I'm like, yeah, but I don't care about that.
I've known this for many years, and I'm like, good for you. I will enjoy dying 2 years sooner than you, but having warm showers in the meantime.
Yeah, exactly. It's not worth it. Those 2 extra lives having cold showers.
Bro. So right now, you were mentioning earlier that they have this massive power spike on the side of Quantum. For Passion UA, when does their power spike start to hit?
I think once they have a BKB on Drow, that's the biggest thing. Because right now, all Quantum needs to do in a fight is just jump Drow with like 3 heroes. Make sure she cannot right-click. Which means that as a result, Passion UA doesn't really have a lot of damage in fights. But once Drow has that panic button and can actually right-click heroes, that's when Quantum needs to start being afraid again.
Radiant structures are
Actually, that's a good point to mention about the damage output, right? Because the one thing that Quantum does have, even if they don't have that much disable, between Storm Spirit and Terrorblade, they have massive damage engines throughout the entire course of the game. But for Passion UA, still going to take some time for Pango to get like his full complement of items that makes him strong. So you're almost wholly reliant on this Drow Ranger to dish out those deeps for quite a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Moonlight needs his Aghanims and his Blink Dagger before he can really do a lot in fights.
They don't have the Drow BKB, but they do have one on Batshirk, and it looks like they might want to go and use it somewhere. They're all gathering here on the high ground for Passion UA. For Quantum, they're gathering around the Tormentor spot. They want to get themselves the free shard. Let's see, is it going to be Invoker or Disruptor? Let's see who's lucky enough. It goes to Disrupt. I'm going to cry in their favor and say tough luck if they got on an Invoker, but this is pretty solid on the Disruptor.
It's not the best because it's just 2 points in Thunderstrike right now. So I guess would have been okay on Invoker as well, but it's just nice boost of economy, I suppose.
While this is happening, Roshan is being claimed. A very early Rosh. 21 minutes into the game, just with the Drow Ranger. They do now have an Aegis. They don't have a BKB yet on her. However, with this Aegis, she does have some defensive capability, so she can stay a bit more adventurous on the map for a little while.
Yeah, she has 2k HP, a wand, an essence ring. So she's relatively tanky. You still don't want to be caught out alone. But I think in a team fight, if Quantum decides to fully focus her, you could still take that fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dawn Spirit now has a BKB, so they're going forward. He snatches a shield rune, and Pango saw it, so they should know something's coming, but they don't respond in time. Crystallize is being gone on immediately. That's life number one. Where is the rest of Passion UA? Can they stop this? Look at Mary zoning the whole team by himself just to make sure that Crystallize gets isolated. They kill off the Drow, and now they want to re-engage the fight. They might lose the Terror Blade though. Rolling Thunder might have connect in time. Lucas with the Thunder doesn't get enough life back. He's still eating so many right clicks. Eventually he does die, but they take out Moonlight in the process, and now Yayo with the Iron Shell gets a double kill by getting Cracker down. Emptiness finds his own double kill by right-clicking Batyuk, and it's a full 5 hero white Quantum. They come through with the reveal of the BKB on the Storm Spirit, and they clean up house. Drow Ranger too far away from the rest of the team.
Yeah, just so awkward. I was about to say, it does feel like a crystallized thing to then get caught off guard when everything is looking up. And I was like, nah, that's quite rude. Might not happen. And then I look at my minimap and I'm like, oh no, man. And she was quite close to BKB as well.
Yeah.
It's even further away.
Bro, your Costless Curse is too strong, it even applies in your thoughts. That's crazy. QBFY will at least get the dust out onto Emptiness. Cracker is here as well. They dust him again, but he might still get out. Moonlight inhibit coming in from the Diffuser Blade. They use the rebound to cancel out the TP, and they finally get this kill. But good God, Wingblade, that took so long.
Yes, space created, right? Emptiness is having a lot of fun on this Invoker. You can really tell.
I must say, he's playing really well on this Invoker. The Tornadoes have been on point. He's been utilizing the cold snaps when they have to be used. He has 6 vessel charges. That's just a indication of where this game is going. And also in that last fight, his deployment of the Deafening Blast elongated the fight long enough that the Terror Blade got off the Sunder. Yes, still died, but enabled them to kill off everybody else around him.
Ooh, Storm.
Oh, Crystallize getting jumped on again. You said it before, until he has BKB, he's always vulnerable to this. He gets glimpsed back as well into the wall. He's getting right-clicked by his own illusion and ends up dead. Batyuk, though, able to find a 2-hero Arena of Blood, getting the spear through onto Yayo as well. This Darkseer will end up dead. And Moonlight cancels his own TP, wants to maybe find somebody else on the outskirts, but they do not. Darknear got out on the Storm, and they finally get a 2-for-1 trade. Yes, you lose the Drow, but you get something massive in the other direction.
Drow is just food at this point. I think the 2-for-1 is nice, but still a bit scary for Passion UA, because I can tell you it's a lot harder to carry a game as a Mars than as a Drow Ranger.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Bro, I'm just saying, I vehemently disagree with the decision to go for Ags first. As bottom, Darknear going on to Moonlight. Moonlight doesn't have Rolling Thunder, so it's actually going to die here. Emptiness shows up with the Cold Snap, ensures that they have the disable. Darknear supplies the damage, and there's going to be another kill. Quantum, 2016, 9k gold lead for themselves right now.
At least Crystallize is farming. Just needs 1350 gold, and he's gonna have his BKB. Then he still doesn't really have a damage item, but at least he's not gonna get blown up in fights.
Bro, I'm just saying, bro. It should have been. I would have brought Pike into BKB first. Cracker's dead, easy. I just don't get the logic of the early ags here. I mean, I get you want to be able to farm, but you're looking at the enemy team, and we spoke about it in the draft, right? That they just want to play up tempo in your face all the time, and that's exactly what we've been seeing from them. He had to have known this kind of gameplay was coming, and he's not going to benefit from having ags over and above Hurricane Pike BKB at this stage. But he does have almost BKB. Oh no! Here comes the Storm Spirit once again. Well, he's not just food, Wingblade, he is breakfast, lunch, and now he's even desserts. Darkney are eating good, and Yayo connecting onto Patrick as well. They forced the BKB out of the Mars, but he's still dying. Has to drop the arena defensively just to get out of here. Moonlight trying to create some space with the Rolling Thunder, but that's two ultimates committed. Neither of them getting anything done offensively, just there to get the retreat secured.
I think it just shows what the weakest item is in the game.
Dire's bottom tower.
It's almost BKB.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, that's funny.
We've been at that point for like 5 minutes now. Crystallize just keeps dying.
Radiant's top tower is
Is
under
this just
attack.
Rax? Are they just gonna keep going?
Bottom tower.
No. Stay
A
back.
little bit too scary.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Let's compare and contrast the carries, right? We have this Drow Ranger who's currently sitting at the bottom of all the cores, 12k net worth. We have Terrorblade who's almost 6,000 net worth ahead of her. Whilst she is just scrounging the ground to finish off her BKB to combine with the Aghanims and the Dragon Lance, he is out here, Manta style, full Skadi, building into AC now, Dragon Lance, Falcon Blade, full treads, and with a Vampiric Brigand's Blade. My man is stacked on the Terrorblade.
We haven't really spoken too much about him because he's just been farming.
Yep. Well, we'll talk about it in a second, because there's a fight that's happening here around the Wisdom Shrine. There's going to be a drag back with the glimpse. Here comes Darknear, able to kill off QBFY in a heartbeat. And they're able to finish off Moonlight as well. Now, Cracker, he's going to be the next one in the sight of the Storm Spirit. As he dies, he gives away the 30th Galvanized stack for the Storm Spirit. Are you kidding me?
I guess which item Marcy had in her inventory.
Almost BKB?
Hell yes. Yeah, 30 galvanized stacks. Man's running around with 34 mana regen. That's crazy. I feel like if either the Storm Spirit or the TB disconnected, Quantum would still have a chance.
Yep. Okay. Finally have it. BKB available on the Drow Ranger. It's there now. Let us see if it's going to yield any results. He might have to use it right now. Emptiness is scouting him. Tornado EMP. Bro, you have to pull a Nightfall off your first BKB. Game is so hard right now.
Oh, yeah. Now it's like her BKB is going to arrive in another 90 seconds because of the cooldown. Oh, poor Crystallize. I can relate to this as someone who used to play a lot of Drow Ranger. This is what it feels like sometimes.
Well, this is what you feels like. Let's not beat around the bush, brother. This is what happens when you rush the Ags. I've never actually won a Drow game when I've rushed Ags. So I've also been in this exact position. Felt so good buying the item. You know, the lane was super solid. Your team was holding the top side of the map. You had that and all the ancients to play around. You know, you were bullying the Terrorblade down bottom. You pushed them out of the tower. Life was good, and then all of a sudden it's not. The Storm Spirit's in your face, and there's nothing you can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just completely missed the timing. And Quantum is having so much fun, just farming the entire map, having Invoker running around to set up kills. Storm is gonna play around the middle of the map so he can always reach the Invoker to connect. TB is cleaning up the entire rest of the map in terms of farm, and the supports are just having fun.
What do you think about this AC build on the Terrorblade here?
It's what you need to do against Drow. Because the ulti only pierces through base armor. So if you get agility, you're gonna get one shot. And against the Drow, you build AC to get that 15 armor. That's not the base armor.
Well, there's a smoke up now by Passion UA. They want to get something done here. They're going to come across the... Oh my god, they did not have the right reveal. They do drop some sentries. They dive on top of him. They are going to be able to clean up the Invoker. However, this will signal Passion UA to either retreat or prepare for a fight. Dude, they're not retreating. They're just taking racks. Terrorblade is inside the base with illusions. They've already managed to claim some racks. There's going to be a big zip in from the Storm Spirit going off the QBFY. QBFY with the foul play, able to stay alive, but not much longer. Storm Spirit gets the kill, dives out. Bachuk now looking for revenge, able to connect onto Mary. They nullify the Ghost Scepter. They ensure they get that kill. 2 for 1 for now. Moonlight actually getting the catch onto the Terrorblade. Lucas might be in some danger, but look at this. Ripping through the moss, he actually tries to unleash on top of him. Lucas, though, put in place in the wall by Bachuk, and the God's Rebuke puts away the Terrorblade. However, they have another carry. His name is Storm Spirit. His name is Darkmere, and he is going to clean up the rest of the fight, making it another team wipe for Quantum.
And that Arcane Rune on Storm was insane. And it looked okay for Passion UA at one point, getting the catch on the TB, who also does a BKB, and now queued it up, but ultimately, Storm was just too damn strong.
Man. Storm Spirit dealt 4,600 damage in that fight. Crazy.
Just 34 galvanized stacks now.
Nice and casual. I must say as well, they also are experiencing some real issues with the sustain that this Darkseer is bringing. He's keeping these heroes alive a little bit too long.
Such a difficult hero to deal with. You never want to focus him because he just has defensive items. Ghost Scepter, Lotus or BKB Greaves. But if you don't focus him, he's just gonna keep being annoying.
Speaking of annoying, mid lane, Emptiness is gonna annoy Cracker, and he's gonna be followed up with by Darkmere. Once again, gets a kill, 35 galvanized stacks. A couple of minutes ago, he picked up his Parasma, and now he has a full Lincoln Sphere to add to his inventory.
Almost 6 slotted. Just replaced the Soul Ring with like a Hex or an Aghanims. That's it.
I must say, I don't know, are you getting this feeling as well that it just feels like Passion UA is like a bit too slow to read the map? For example, this move right here, right? I can understand why Bachuk wants to push out some of these waves, but why is he pushing that far out instead of just like hanging out on the high ground, waiting for the wave to come to him? He has to know that this kind of play is waiting on the other side, and of course that's what happens.
You're playing against like a Disruptor and a Storm Spirit. You cannot take that quote-unquote one extra creep wave. You have to be consistent. You have to be safe.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, no room for safety now, as they are having their high ground getting sieged upon. Tier 3 tower is gone. They are also going to lose some melee barracks. Passion UA smoke up, but unfortunately, Bachuk doesn't have buyback on his Mars. That makes that death even more worrisome for them. How do they start this fight? QBFY did get a Hex on the Terrorblade, but look at the zip from Storm Spirit. Literally just deletes the Shadow Shaman from play, forces an early buyback from him.
Dire's top tower
27k gold lead now. He will try one more time, Passion UA.
Trying something by herself with the BKB. It doesn't seem to matter. Lucas gets a double kill with the illusions on the other side. QBFY is going to die back as the Storm Spirit zips on top of him. Crystallize ends up losing his life as well. Will buy back, sure, but what help can he really provide? Cracker about to die back too, as he's already gone into Lucas. Triple kill for this Terrorblade. Sunstrike connects, but not enough damage. Moonlight will survive, but the game is over. GG, well played, is called by Passion UA. Quantum take game 1 in extremely decisive fashion.
Yeah, we had some doubts about the draft, and we were convinced that Passion UA had a pretty good draft, and I still believe that to be true, but they kind of just didn't hit their timings right, and Quantum, they just looked damn good. They were waiting for the right moments to strike, and when they did, it was just a terrible, terrible result for Passion UA.
I think the game could have maybe been different, right? That moment after when they had Aegis on the Drow Ranger, right? Before she had BKB, If she was able to bridge that gap and stay alive throughout the duration of the Aegis, then get to BKB, I think would have a very different game. But the fact that she died immediately after getting the Aegis, that gave the the Storm Spirit gets BKB, kills her, and keeps chain killing her, stopped her BKB from developing. I mean, she bought the Ogre Axe at 22 minutes. She finished the item at 29. That is insane amounts of delay for that item. And it's just due to Darknia understanding the assignment. She doesn't have Hurricane Pike. She doesn't have BKB. Okay, just kill her. And then what can they do? Absolutely nothing throughout the game.
Yep. And playing from behind with a Drow Ranger and a Pango against a hero like Storm Spirit, that's just not gonna work. And they got relentlessly choked. Every time they step forward, Storm Spirit picked them off. And if you don't, well, you're just gonna lose to the late game threat of TB. So very well played by Quantum.
This actually is a game that perfectly demonstrates why we all say in the Dota community that the game is not played by the draft. It's not played on paper. The draft might be good for you, but you have to be able to execute that draft to its fullest. And Quantum certainly did so with their lineup here. So very excited to see what they have to bring to the table in the second game. Or if it's going to be a situation where Passion UA remembers and realizes the pedigree that they have in the CCT tournament and give us something even more amazing for Game 2. Of course, we're going to be finding out in a small amount of minutes, so go grab some water and join us for Game 2 Elimination Dota between Passion UA and Quantum here in the CCT Series 8.
Radiant victory.
Welcome back, one and all, to some more CCT Dota action as we have Game 2 of Quantum taking on Passion UA. And so far, it has been Quantum that have been the ones that have delivered in their game plan. They went a bit off kilter, support Invoker, very little stuns on their game. But Brother Wingblade, they still got that W and they made it look like it was honestly light work in their direction.
For sure, Quantum definitely impressed. We had our doubts. We were like, this Passion UA draft, it looks a little bit more well-rounded, you know, but Quantum, they just prove us wrong. Or maybe they don't prove us wrong, but they find some kind of secret third thing, or we just didn't see it, but we're also not wrong.
Yeah. I mean, it's sort of like, as an analogy to this, the other day I was playing in a EAFC, a FIFA tournament, and I came second, despite the fact that everyone in the tournament was better than me. I had no business coming second. But you find a way to win, to clutch out that W, and that's what they did on the side of Quantum. Let's see if they can do it twice. Second drafts, especially when the first one was off kilter, can always be difficult to replicate. So I do want to see them play more high tempo, though. It feels like they were very comfortable playing that playstyle. So I want to see more of those kind of heroes. I would like to see Passion UA ban Storm Spirit, because if I'm Quantum, I'm second pick. Why wouldn't I just get the Storm if it's available and we can cover it in the second ban? So we'll see what they do here.
Yeah. So for now, it is still in, and we spoke about it last draft, and I was like, yeah, it's counterable. Maybe it's not that impressive. But I would have probably changed my mind a little bit after last game if I were Passion UA. Instead, they pick a Death Prophet. That's another hero that has a lot of silence and a lot of tempo. Two things that Storm Spirit can definitely struggle with.
The thing I like about the Death Prophet as well is Passion UA in the previous game, they also seem to struggle with objective taking. Like, we'd see them have to commit like 4 heroes, sometimes even the entire team, to take a tower off the map. Now, with DP plus 2 supports can easily take away a tier 1 tower by herself. So I like that a lot, and it's generally one of the better heroes that we've been seeing come into the meta nowadays. But it is being responded to by an Undying, and that is a very frustrating hero to play against, especially as DP, you know? You don't have the best tools to hit the tombstone itself, so you can't kill a tombstone, and you can't really stop him saving somebody either, because generally speaking, you're not really wanting to use your silence onto the Undying. You want to save it for another more important hero.
Yeah, for sure. However, Quantum didn't ban Phantom Lancer, so Passion UA is definitely gonna pick that hero to instantly destroy the tombstone, right?
Bro, that's not even a hero in the game, bro. I saw the other day on Reddit, somebody was asking, like, what's a good Phantom Lancer build? And everyone in the comments was like, the best Phantom Lancer build is just not picking him. Pick something else. God, that hero is so bad right now.
Yeah. You say right now, but honestly, for like the past 4 years or something. And honestly, I couldn't be happier.
Yep. I'm okay with this. I'm happy with this. It's sort of like, you know, when Techies was ruined for many years and was basically unplayable. I was like, yes, the world is healing. We're fine with this. It's okay.
Yep. Oh, good stuff. See, sometimes you need to count your blessings. You can be like, oh, my favorite hero isn't meta right now and only has like a 49% win rate on Dota buff or whatever. But then you breathe in the fresh air and realize that PL hasn't been meta for so long. Oh,
Lovely.
That's the good life.
Oh, well, thankfully, we're not going to be seeing PL in this game. Well, we might, but then that team just wants to lose. So for Quantum, don't pick PL. Just finish this with some nice solid offlaner, I think. Or maybe another flex hero. They could get like some Pango. They just get Rubik. Okay. This is a hero that's also been a bit down in the dumps for a while. He's been coming back into the meta recently a little bit. What do you make in general of the Grand Magus?
I love him. As a commentator, I love him even more. I think he's just one of those staple support heroes, right? Even if he's bad, sometimes you have one of these players that just gets the itch. Just give me Rubik. I want to play Rubik because he has so much potential. And despite having that explosive potential to just win team fights all alone, he's also just a damn stable support. He has a single target stun that also can stun an AoE if you toss it. He has a good single target nuke. And that's kind of all you need.
Well, now with that in the game, he also has fantastic spells to steal. Getting Crypt Swarm from the Death Prophet or the Silence would be amazing. I'm assuming he doesn't get the Ghosts ever. And everything from Batrider is pretty solid as well. Especially when you don't have cost points and you have the spell amplification through the Arcane Supremacy. Okay. That being said, they don't really have the best tools to save people getting jumped on by the Batrider. Maybe the Rubik gets like some Aghanim Shard, but then you need like Shard, Blink, Aether Lens as a way to respond to Batrider, and that's going to take quite a while, a lot longer than just buying Blink 4-star on the bat.
Yeah, just imagine like your hero getting lassoed, and then you steal the lasso and you drag them back, and you have like this big train of people being dragged around the team fight.
It would have to be with Aghanims, right? They both have Ags, so then we just have like double lasso. That would be so funny.
Yeah, but unlikely, unfortunately. Gonna see a Tusk from Passion UA, so it feels like they once again want to be quite aggressive. They have a DP for objectives, and they have a Tusk and a Batrider that can also just be really aggressive early.
The only concern that I have is... Well, actually, it's the same concern as with Quantum as well. Neither of the two supports, like Batrider can do it, but I'm not getting explosive damage out of these supports just yet. So the cores in this game are going to have to do quite a lot of heavy lifting to ensure that heroes do die. Let's see here. For Quantum, now you have no choice but to reveal at least one of your cores. Probably safe to go in for the DP counter first. It's going to go Muerta. Okay. Bro, they're just doing weird stuff today for Quantum. First was Invoker support, now Muerta carry, which I haven't seen in a very, very, very long time.
They're cooking. I was gonna suggest, maybe they can just do something similar to last game where they pick a Darkseer because Passion UA doesn't have that much damage, so they could do something like that, and they're like, nah, we won last game, we're gonna cook.
Bro, they're balling out. Still no, like, not a overwhelming amount of hard disables. There's a lot of skill shot disables here, though. You already mentioned the Rubik having the telekinesis earlier. Now we have access to Deadshot, Brewmaster with all of his spells. And remember earlier when I was mentioning the lack of burst damage, right? These are the situations where it becomes very safe to pick the Brewmaster. You can literally eat all of these stuns from Passion UA and expect not to die and still get off your split at the end of that fight, turn things around incredibly. Even this Medusa, until much later in the game, doesn't furnish you with that big burst to bring down the Brewmaster reliably through the very few disables Passion UA have. So I actually like this Brewmaster a lot. And I don't think... The thing is, playing Medusa in this game, I think it'll be fine. Generally a good carry matchup into the Muerta, but you're going to spend a lot of time just not fighting, having to go hit the Undying Tombstone, having to just wait for the Pierce the Veil to finish, being sent up in the air by the Brewmaster. I feel like she's going to get annoyed quite a bit in the game.
It's interesting that they pick Dusa against Brewmaster, because I feel like historically Brewmaster has been quite strong against Dusa for exactly the reason you mentioned, the Tornado. She doesn't like buying BKB at all. She doesn't have a big burst window where she can be useful despite being tornadoed. She's all about sustained teamfight damage and pressure, and if you get cycloned 60% of the time, you're not doing anything. So yeah, I'm not so sure about Dusa. I like it against the Undying, I like it against Rubik, against Muerta, but against Brewmaster it seems kind of bad, and it also builds on not having any damage on Passion UA. So now they need all of their damage to come from the mid, and I think that's quite a vulnerable position to be in.
You know, another thing as well about this Medusa, as she builds into items, like if you think about the Medusa item that she likes to build, right? Manta, some Dragon Lance, some Butterfly, it's all stat-based items. Skadi, all stat-based items, which means your base damage is super high, which means eating a Fade Bot from Rubik takes away a lot of the damage from Passion UA. So I'm with you on this one, that they need serious damage elsewhere. For Quantum, they think they're going to go for an off-lane pick here. Obviously, DP can go in both lanes, off-lane and mid. So where would you prefer her for this game for Passion UA?
Wait, let me see. It's last pick for Passion UA, right?
For Quantum. Quantum have last pick.
Oh yeah, Quantum has last pick. That's rough. Then I would probably put DP mid, because she is quite like stable in her mid. I don't think there is a single mid that absolutely dumpsters DP. You're gonna be together with a Batrider. Yeah, I think there is more potential in the offlane.
Okay. They don't have much time to make that deliberation, and they will go for the Dawnbreaker. All right, so I actually like this. Some way to it does have some negative synergy with the Medusa because Medusa doesn't have HP at all, really. So you don't get any benefit from the Soul Guardian. But Death Prophet absolutely does, keeping her alive longer in the fight, allowing those ghosts to do even more damage. You also now get more damage with more AoE damage with Starbreaker, so you can threaten these Brewlings a little bit more in the middle of the fight. Okay. Also a very strong lane if they with Batrider or with Tusk. There is kill threat no matter what if you have Dawnbreaker in that lane.
Yeah, and you even have some potential of killing Muerta early in the game inside the Pierce the Veil. You have a decent amount of magic damage. Yeah, this seems like a good pick. And I feel like overall it's still not the highest damage lineup, but they have a good mix of damage now on all of their heroes. I think if they don't completely mess up the lanes, they should be able to get kills no problem.
Quantum, let's see what is going to be their mid hero. Storm is still in the game, brother. And yes, there's a silence on Death Prophet. Outside of that, what am I really scared of as a Storm Spirit? You know, if I'm Darkney, I'm like, hey, gang, look at the situation, brother. I can make this happen. Maybe they might want to be a bit more conservative, play like some Ember instead, but I could still see Storm popping off here.
Yeah, yep. And that's what they're gonna do.
Dark Storm Spirits. Okay, so if you're Passion your way, what's the response? What's the plan? How do you deal with the Storm throughout the game?
It would be so nice if they could like actually win the lane on mid and make sure that Storm has to recover in the jungle as opposed to being active from the start. So if they could have like a single Tusk rotation, and if Moonlight has a good game, I think that's gonna be a really nice position because I don't think that Undying is gonna do a lot of roaming, and I don't think that Palantimos is gonna do a lot of roaming. So if Storm Spirit also has to recover in the jungle, it's just Rubik trying to make plays. And that ain't gonna work, so that means that Crystallize and all of the cores on Passion UA are gonna have a good game. So I think it's all about securing the runes, at least in the mid lane, and potentially even getting a gank in.
That makes sense. We'll see if they're capable of doing it on the side of Passion UA. I mean, they do have the heroes to do it, right? Tusk, Batrider as a support duo. You easily can make a crash onto mid before the Storm has level 6. And ideally, maybe you open up this Death Prophet to get her 6 first, and then she takes the tower, less space for the Storm Spirit to play around the map. There definitely are these tools available for them. The one concern I have for Quantum on the other side is going to be this Muerta. We haven't seen Muerta carry in quite a while, and that was for a very good reason, right? She just requires so many items in order to feel like a proper threat throughout the game. Her scaling can be very good, but you kind of need level 20, level 25 later on into the game. How do you think it fits into this draw for Quantum? Do you have faith in the Muerta carry?
I don't think it's an amazing Muerta carry game. But I do have faith in the concept. I think the hero still struggles from the same issues that she used to have, where she is a carry that is super reliant on positioning while not having any mobility tools. But together with an Undying in lane, I think she can do quite well. And I spoke about the Storm Spirit maybe not having that much momentum, but I would love to see a style of carry where Muerta is actually aggressive from the start.
We're going to see how it all pans out as we now are into game 2. Potentially the last game for Passion UA. If they go out here, this will officially be their lowest recorded finish in a CCT tournament. So Season 2 will not be starting off well for them. We'll see how it all pans out.
I hope they do well, despite not having Fernance anymore.
Shout out Fernance. That guy was really entertaining to watch.
30 seconds to battle.
At least he was still in the tournament.
You can take the player out of Passion. You can't take them out of CCT. They belong here.
Thought you were gonna say you can take the player out of passion, but you can't take the passion out of the player.
Bro, he's a Dota player. His passion's been gone for many years.
Feels bad, man.
The battle
Smoke
Mary.
attempt by Passion UA ended up not paying off. It got broken by the Muerta. So now they might actually end up losing 3-for-1 on the rune trade, but they might get Mary at least.
TP in 3, 2.
got
Nah,
Mary.
it's too late.
Nah, he's dead for sure. There's no way out of this one. They even drop a blood grenade on him. But because the Death Prophet is here, she's not in the mid lane blocking the wave. So Storm Spirit's gonna start off much better in his positioning. Hashtag worth, baby. I died to secure the lane.
Yeah, that space. Speaking of the lanes, we have a Bat Rider plus Dawnbreaker up against Undying and Muerta. I think both are really strong lanes. Who do you think comes out on top here?
I think it's easy. The windows of killing are easier for Passion UA than it is for Quantum. Because I think you can die as Quantum. Like this Undying can die despite not putting a foot wrong. But I do think you kind of have to misposition to die as Bat Rider Dawn. At least past past level 3. Level 1 and 2, I think they can still die. But at level 3, they should be fine.
A slight favor for Passion UA, in your opinion. Okay. Now, same question for the top lane.
Oh,
Turning
dude,
the
this
tables
lane
on
is
ya.
horror. This sucks to play as Medusa. You can't do anything to Brew. Like, this is just terrifying. Like, even normally, you know, you have the Tusk, you feel good. Tusk can go in, put some pressure onto the Brewmaster. You can't do that against Brewmaster because of the stances as well, past level 2. But to make matters worse, all of your offensive potential is ruined by Rubik. Once he has Telekinesis, there's just nothing you can do. Right now, he has Fade Ball, so he makes sure you can't farm as the Medusa. I don't think they get kills onto anybody except Tusk. Oh, Tusk might die. Okay, it's level 1, so... Oh, he just got level 2 on Rubik. Just needs a bit more mana. Doesn't have it, so he should be fine. But I think they lose this lane, definitely, for Passion UA.
So you would really hope that the bottom lane does well.
Unfortunately,
Try
these are
to
those
make
moments
work.
that get scary. When he can just dive you like this. Bachuk almost killed off Lucas. He's gonna burn down to the damage coming in from QBFY. TP's away from the tombstone. Mary does not have enough to kill him off and no tools to stop him. This is the kind of stuff I was worried about in this lane. They can just dive you and there's not really too much you can do about it.
Once you have like 2 stacks of napalm and you get hit by the hammer, you're gone.
They almost punished this Tusk top lane, but they did, or the Rubik rather, but they ran out of damage, unfortunately.
At least it buys a little bit of space for Dusa to get some CS. In the mid lane, once again, the Storm is doing very well, and this is not a matchup I believe a Storm should be able to win.
Yeah. I think we're seeing looking at where the lane momentum is. Okay, he's being dove right now. Moonlight, Crypt Swarm in 2. They've got the damage almost. He's hitting the Fairy Fires, trying to stay alive. Here comes Emptiness with the toss back. Rubik support, baby. Shut up, my dog. Gets the counter kill onto the Death Prophet. Make sure that the Storm can just go home and heal. Doing so, he doesn't even have to commit to losing the life of the Brewmaster, because this is Brewmaster. Has level 2, doesn't even have the Storm form, and still they don't have the damage to kill him.
Remember last game? We said it like, I don't know, 30 minutes or something. Or at least Drow's running around with like 1900 HP. That's pretty good. Now it's 3 minutes and Brew is running around with 1100.
Brewmaster, baby. What can you do? And this is before he even gets a second bracer. One bracer, circlet wand, and he's got 1100. Aware, bro.
A chunky boy, for sure.
I mean, does have one of the highest strength games in the game, right? 3.7 strength per level. That's kind of insane. He might get a kill here, though. They draw in the snowball from this Tusk. We still have Thunderclap ready to go. And Cracker is definitely going to suffer it. There's a Mystic Snake that does a lot, but not enough. They end up losing the Tusk. Crystallize has to get back now because he's going to have a lot of his mana burnt away by Emptiness.
I've been quite impressed by Emptiness in this series so far. Playing some interesting heroes, but really making it work. I feel like Rubik and Invoker are similar styles of heroes. He's making them look damn good, that's for sure.
Shout out Emptiness. There's going to be a rotation middle. Cracker is going to try and get something going here. They snowballed forward. They were looking for a kill, but look who it is. It's Emptiness again showing up. They make sure they kill off Cracker. At the very least, Moonlight is able to find the counter kill. Crypt Swarm killing off the Storm Spirit. But once again, lots of effort being put into kill Storm. Emptiness not able to save him this time, but at the very least able to make sure they get some revenge.
And that should be the last kill before Storm hits level 6. He's just half a level away. And generally, Death Prophets don't really like getting silenced that early. It's a good value point though. 14-second cooldown, 3.5-second duration. Not gonna be
First goes to
necessary
the
for this
game.
kill.
They find them. You know, this is a siege wagon wave coming in as well. So Moonlight wants to make sure that he puts as much pressure on the tower as possible. You know,
Such
in
good
retrospect,
timing.
you're asking about like how on earth did Storm get such a good start? I think that early block really made a huge difference. Moonlight was off killing a support. So the first wave was pretty much all in control from the Storm Spirit, and he just snowballed from there.
That definitely helps.
Radiant's middle tower is
Speaking of the Storm Spirit, they want to kill him. He doesn't have level 6 just yet, and he's completely out of mana. But Cracker doesn't have the range. Man, if this Tusk had boots, that would be a dead Storm Spirit, but not enough movement speed on the Tusker.
It is gonna be a death tower, so very nice start for Passion UA.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, down bottom.
Radiant's
We
middle
might have a small engagement here. Bachik was looking for Lucas. Unfortunately for him, Lucas is strong enough to just zone him back with the help of Mary. Mary just wants one more decay. Gets it through the trees. One more right click. Ah, Celestial Hammer just comes back off cooldown in time to get Bachik out of trouble.
Radiant structures
A long
are
trip
falling.
home, though.
Radiant are scanning.
Now Passion UA, they want to take both Wisdom Shrines.
They find Yayo. He doesn't have access to the level 6, so they're going to find his life. Moonlight claimed the shrine as well.
Under attack.
And on the other side, of course, Bachik was able to secure his one. So that is a big exchange of experience in favor of Passion UA. And now Moonlight potentially diving onto Emptiness here underneath the tier 2 tower. He won't do it just yet, but Darknear might dive onto Cracker. Jump forward on the zip. There's the Remnant. There's the kill. Good job by the Storm Spirit.
Dire's
Nice
bottom
little
tower
trap,
is
don't even need the Vortex. That's 4 galvanized stacks. 36 to go.
How many did we end on last game?
I think it was 40 or something like that.
Jeez. My god, that's a lot of stacks, man. Mid lane. You see it said Storm Spirit. He was hoping to try and scout out the rune. It's gonna spawn top. Oh, this is even better news. Bottom lane though, this is not good news for Quantum, as this time around there is some support for Bachuk, so he's able to find the kill onto this Muerta, who was doing decently. There might be some revenge though, as Darknear comes right back. This time around, Celestial Hammer will not help you. Darknear has the range, but now he doesn't have the mana. Barely able to get the kill at the very end, and that'll secure an additional galvanized stack. And he's not done here, Wingblade. He's going top. They want Crystallize. They don't have the level 6. They're about to get it. Yayo just needs one creep. Now, I don't even need it though. The immediate zip onto Crystallize. Unfortunately, Yayo only now got the level 6. If he had the 6 before the zip came, that's a dead Medusa for sure. Bottom lane though, they have ghosts coming in from the Death Prophet. They want to kill Lucas again. He just respawned and he's already dead. Will be forced to do a walk of shame upon reviving again. Mary is also going to contribute to the coffers of Passion UA as Moonlight gets a killing spree. And with these ghosts, almost surely to clean up the tier 1 tower as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is the moment where you wish you had an Ofrenda, so you could respawn closer to creeps. She's gonna have to keep respawning, keep walking to lane. It's not a great start for the Muerta. She's not doing terribly in terms of net worth.
Radiant's bottom
In terms of momentum, it's not looking up.
fallen.
Looking like a bit of a struggle, and she's quite far away from having her Maelstrom. On the bright side for her, though, Crystallize was having a pretty torrid time in the top lane, so has been heavily delayed as well on the Medusa. And now that he knows the Brewmaster has level 6, he is summarily kicked out of the lane. You cannot play on that side of the map anymore.
Attack. Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot about Murta's struggles, but Medusa is even lower on the net worth chart, where she doesn't need any farm to farm the jungle well, as opposed to Murta, who doesn't really have great sustain and doesn't have great innate farming speed. So I would expect Crystallize to come out on top in the jungle farming department, but still, it's not the end of the world.
Although no, they've been doing quite well, Passion UA. Got 2 tier 1 towers. We'll see if they have any appetite for defending their tier 1 top for themselves. They have multiple heroes from Quantum in the area. They might even bring over the Storm Spirit. He's thinking about it after finishing off this wave, because he also has, I believe, the Kaya fully complete now. No, not yet, not yet, not yet. He's still on the way.
Like they want to set something up on Crystallize, but Passion UA is right behind. Medusa is always a scary focus target. She is deceptively tanky. Yayo is rushing a Radiance. That's a greedy
Gonna
panda.
get jived on right now, though. Here they come. Dawnbreaker ult won't connect, unfortunately. It comes a little bit too late. They do quickly destroy the tombstone dropped by Quantum. And it seems Quantum don't really want to take this fight into Ghosts. Storm Spirit's even zipping back mid to pressure that tower instead. So they're just going to give up the tier 1 tower in the top lane. Allow Passion UA to have it while they try to recover some farm on the Muerta.
Dire's structures are fortified.
The failed gank attempt, but not too bad. The cancel TP is a little bit awkward.
Oh. We also have a Rubik that stole Crypt Swarm. Crypt Swarm with Arcane Supremacy. This is actually no joke, bro. That spell is really crazy.
He's living the good life now.
Bro, did you just see he literally dealt 400 damage to the Crypt Swarm? What?
Becomes so easy to farm as well. Rubik with these 2 spells is an absolute menace.
That Menace is now smoked up with his crew, trying to put some dastardly deeds out onto the map. And there is a Dawnbreaker that's completely out of mana down bottom. She's going to show on wave right now. She hits the Soul Ring, so they'll know that there's no Soul Ring available. There's the dive. Here they come. That should be a straightforward kill. Goes towards Lucas, who definitely needed a gold on this Muerta.
Very nice indeed. And 6 galvanized stacks on Aincrad as well.
Under attack.
Getting there.
Slow and steady wins the race. He'll get there in time. Mid lane. Zip in from the Storm Spirit. He wants Cracker on the tusk. What did Cracker do to Darkmere, bro? This entire series just been diving on the poor guy every single time. Cracker will end up dead, but he bought quite a bit of time. His team, unfortunately, though, unable to turn this into a counter fight. The tombstone being dropped down spooked the rest of the side off. So will be a tier 1 tower taken by Quantum without a response.
Radiance is almost up on the
Oh, wait.
Lucas.
I was lying. This was the response. Lucas found by himself all alone, surrounded by the team of Passion UA. And they do find the kill. That kill also gives QBFY his Blink Dagger, but Moonlight is the one that gets the most out of it on this Death Prophet.
I don't know how Murta can keep dying and still be top 4 net worth. Teach me your secrets.
I will say though, this game is much more even than game 1, which is what we wanted to see.
I was a bit worried for Passion UA because I thought they weren't winning quite hard enough. Getting these kills on Murta is definitely helping them. Yes, I think that Brewmaster and Storm can carry, but they're also not super high damage heroes. And you're playing against a Death Prophet, a Dusa, and a Dawnbreaker. So you're gonna need that damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They almost have access to the Radiance on the Brewmaster. On bottom, Lucas just playing around with the Dawn, while the rest of his team is trying to secure the tier 1 tower in the top lane. One thing I will say about Quantum that I haven't really liked is, across both games, they haven't left the best vision in their wake when they go for these aggressive smokes, but now they might have just found the Medusa. This is perfect timing. Crystallize does have the Stone Gaze, but doesn't get it off in time. His mana is burning away. There's the Gaze, but the Tombstone is still doing damage through the Stone Gaze, and there is a kill onto the Medusa. No counterplay available, but as I say this, look down bottom. They're going for Lucas. They're like, fine, you kill our carry, we're going to kill yours. We are coming for the Muerta. But this time around, he does seem to wise to these tricks. He's aware of what's happening. He's getting out. No, he's not. Lasso will be there coming in from QBFY, and they are going to secure Lucas. So across the map, carry for carry being traded out. But down bottom could be a tier 2 tower as well. They use the Exorcism on this Death Prophet.
Dire's top
Yeah, they had to commit it to get that kill, but at the same time, they are really close to an objective, so you don't really mind. You know, Tombstone is down as well.
tower is under attack.
That's gonna be a good amount of damage on the bottom tier 2.
Nice glyph from Quantum. Passion UA unwilling to commit a glyph as well. Honestly, with the Sea Dragon Wave, I personally would have glyphed it just to make sure we at least get like half damage on the tower, but I can also understand why they don't want to, right? They don't know where the Storm Spirit is in particular. They see him now mid, but kind of a dangerous proposition to just stick around without the whole team.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Crystallize almost has a Manta, quite late at 17 minutes. It's the offlaners leading the charge.
One side, it's a Radiance Brewmaster. The other side, it's a Dawnbreaker who's building into the Aghanim Scepter and who's actually really, really close. Just needs 1,200 gold and she'll have the full Ags at this point. Kind of scary to deal with.
And at that point, I have no idea how Quantum is gonna get any kills whatsoever.
Trying to find a kill now, though, using the Haste Rune. Sadly, they could not catch up to QBFY. Blinks into the base to safety. So he's just chilling on the Bat Rider.
Lucas working towards a Mjolnir. Also isn't very farmed right now.
Dire's top tower is under
Also, Muerta tends to struggle a little bit with sustain in the jungle. No built-in tools whatsoever.
Kind of sucks, right? Because not only do you not have the built-in tools, you hate building lifesteal on this hero. At least this early on. Oh, Lasso. They find Emptiness.
is under attack.
And every single time Emptiness dies, I'm sure Cracker just gets like a smile on his face. It's like, you remember those lanes, brother? You were having fun there, weren't you? Yeah, it's not so sweet now, is it?
Yeah, when you take down that one annoying hero, it feels so good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Vampire
You were mentioning
working.
earlier about how like they're gonna run out of damage once they have this axe. Oh, hold on. Might have a lasso. Yeah yo, yeah yo, yeah yo. Flame break is there. Lasso. They're not even gonna bother just yet. He does have the ultimate. There's the silence coming in from Moonlight. They even commit the Dawnbreaker ult for this one. Their stun is out. Yayo is dead. Cannot get off his ultimate in time. It did cost 4 ultimates from Passion UA though to get that kill.
Dire's top tower is under
Can they transition this into something? I think they should be able to get the tier 2 of this. So definitely worth it for Passion UA.
is under attack.
You can never count them out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tier 2 down.
Nice. That was an amplified damage rune on the Death Prophet as well, so they felt very safe making that move. So now the question is now what, right, for Quantum? Do you have to wait until you have Hurricane Pike on Muerta before you do anything on the map?
I don't think it's super Murta dependent. He just needs more items. Ideally, you would want to find some pickoffs with the Rubik and the Storm. It's quite difficult because both the Brewmaster and Undying don't really add too much in these ganks.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So what do you make of Brewmaster going for the BKB? I thought the current meta is that you go Radiance, Manta, then BKB only afterwards.
I think he's just scared of not getting off anything and dying to the silence. Yes, you can Manta it off, but BKB is just a little bit safer. I honestly would have preferred Manta, but I can see why he's going BKB.
On the bright side, his team does now have an Aegis in their inventory. So Darknia has that little layer of invulnerability. We'll see if they want to deploy this anywhere on the map, because like we were talking about, Muerta is still just farming away. And actually, it's Passion UA. They're the ones that are going to smoke out aggressively right now. See if they catch anybody. Rubik is right ahead of them. He's vacated the area just before they arrive. So the smoke doesn't seem like it's going to connect. Oh no, unless he goes back. Careful, my friend. Rubik, there we go. They jump him. And they got him. You know, it's always like this. You are heading in the right direction to avoid a gank. You think, maybe I can get a little bit of a glimpse on enemy heroes going back. And then they kill you, and now here they are camping on your Wisdom Shrine.
Bad chuck. There's a Blade Mill. Aincrad is waiting, but I'm not sure if they quite have the damage.
There's no way.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, that is now the second time here in Game 2 that we've seen the Wisdom Shrines being stolen away by Passion UA, so the experience certainly heavily favoring them right now. 16%, 5 levels in favor.
Moonlight has an Aghanims as well, working towards BKB. Everything's looking up for Passion UA.
They got a shot now onto the Spat Rider. So, infinite sticky napalms, which is, you know, this is one of those spells that you always forget just how much damage comes out of it. And, well, very lucky scenario there for Mary. He literally just walked into 3 enemy heroes and was allowed to walk out. That's kind of interesting.
Like, oh shit, what if they're smoked behind? And then you realize they're not.
Radiant are scanning.
That I think would be interesting content, right? If we had, you have like a super close tense game, and then ask pro players to like, I want to see them watching the replay and see their reactions. They're like, what the hell? The cow was right there? We could have buttoned this? What? That's what I want to see. Unfortunately, right now, Mary, he's not seeing anything as he has been sent back into the darkness. Has a little bit of time to contemplate nothingness before he returns to the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
BKB is up on Brew. We could see a fight again soon, but I still don't think Quantum really wants to force it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The 5k gold lead for Quantum. They're just waiting out the last remaining moments of this Aegis. 2 minutes to go for them. In the meantime, check out my boy, the Storm Spirit, bruh. He is going offensive in this game. So, just a quick pause. It looks like we are going to be going for the Switchblade into Parasma build once more. Obviously, he doesn't have as crazy of a ramp up as he did in game 1. So it's not going to be there as quickly.
I don't mind this build. They're lacking damage. BKB doesn't address the damage. There is a solid chance that he dies to a single silence, yes. But I think they don't want a team fight anyway. I think they want to find pickoffs, and then having Parasma is just better.
So far looking solid for Passion.
The team with the Tombstone and the Brew Split doesn't want a team fight.
Yeah, he fights, brother. It's just Death Prophet. This hero is terrifying to go up against. She has her Rod of Atos. She has an Aghanim Scepter. Sort of as a sign of how this game has been going for Moonlight, he still has 5 infused raindrops, bro.
No one even dares attack him.
We're back in the game now. As Quantum, they're gonna smoke up. They wanna use the remnants of this Aegis to get something done. And look who's walking forward. No, not 2 games in a row, Wingblade. Not 2 games in a row. Crystallize gets caught. There's no way they can save him. His team is not even bothering to come in his direction. They're like, sorry, brother, you are dead. And for the 2nd game in a row, Ashin Yue might have given up an advantage by losing Crystallize.
Okay, yeah, they're definitely opening the door for Quantum. That should not have happened.
Oh, man. The thing that sucks about it is it also happens just after a pause, right? So you're still like getting your bearings back in the game. And you're like, all right, boys. You could see them all connecting together, right? The other 4. They wanted to make a connection towards mid, meet up with Crystallize. And then literally mid-movement, your Medusa dies. And you're like, well, guess we go back to farming, guys.
Yeah, it's quite sad. Now Murta even overtakes Dusa. And with equal items, Murta is way stronger.
Lucas has literally just been off map, not playing Dota. They're trying to gank him though, top. They pinged him out. They know where the Muerta is. They're gonna go for the jump. They found him. Solar Guardian coming in as well. Can they kill him before they pierce the veil? Yes, they can. Not much sustain available for that Muerta. In the meantime, Darknir trying to pick off QBFY on the backline, succeeds in doing so. And now they can actually connect back into the rest of this fight. Moonlight is in an awkward position here. Does pop the Exorcism. They stole the Crypt Swarm. They throw it back towards him. Lots of damage flying in. The Snowball saving them for now, but the zip in from Darknir, they get the Death Prophet, and they follow it up with another kill on the task. Bachuk trying to get out now. Hit the Starbreaker onto the Storm. That will connect. But even with the Blade Mail, he doesn't present enough of a threat to dissuade Storm from attacking him. Triple kill for the Storm Spirit. Team fight win for Quantum. And the only one that survives and is not dead is Medusa, who just came back to life recently.
So, I've been thinking about what makes these specific Storm Spirit players so good, right? Players like Aincrad. And then it seems like every single time before a big fight, they just find an arcane rune. Like, what is up with that?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bro, it's the same as when you're playing against a Terrorblade player, a really good Terrorblade. They always have double damage. Every single game.
True.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Quantum. Just when you think they're out, they show that they still have it. And once again, Murta just instantly dies, but it doesn't even matter because the rest of Quantum is apparently strong enough. It felt like the DP was made of paper.
Yeah. Our boy Lucas having the easiest day of his life. Whether he lives or dies doesn't matter. His team is still winning. Feels good, man. And yeah, now we have a Storm Spirit with 19 Galvanized stacks. That fight also allowed him to finish off his BKB. So BKB, which played Kaya Sanj. Bachuk, oh no, he Selly hammered forward. He even used the Stormbreaker. This is the worst case scenario. You will be able to get out at the very least with the ultimate. But that means he had to commit the ultimate to escape that gank.
Good call though. He survives. Not too much was committed by Quantum in return, but still.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Bachuk also loses his courier. That's actually a big deal. That courier was carrying the Ogre Axe for the BKB. That's 3 minutes, no BKB for Bachuk. He actually had it finished.
Yeah, BKB is the strongest item as we know, and almost BKB is the weakest item, so that's a big deal.
If you're Quantum, should you fight for this, you think?
For what exactly?
Like knowing that they don't have BKB, you just get aggressive on the map, take tier 2, and then try to force a fight somewhere.
I don't think so. I think you just take it chill. You have the Storm, you're scaling really hard. Yeah, just chill. See if you can get a pick off if possible, but you don't want to force a team fight because you're slowly winning. You don't want to turn that into losing quickly.
Another question, actually. Is there any latitude, any space in the game for a Muerta to buy a Disperser?
I think it's unlikely. Just doesn't fit super well on the hero. Yeah, it's always nice against Medusa, but I think it's probably better to just get something like a Daedalus if you want damage, even against Dusa.
The team is smoked up now. Lucas is the only one that's sort of showing through middle. And the rest of the crew, oh god, no, not again, bro. Not again. It's crystallized. They see him with the Crypt Storm. Emptiness chases him. They get the telekinesis out. Not again! How does this keep happening? They get off the Bruce Split as well to make sure that they will be able to chase down this Dusa. She's trying her best to get away, but now with Darknir having a BKB active, there's no way out. Dusa left behind, killed off. That should be a nice, quick burst of gold into the coffers of Quantum. Bro, how? They even find Cracker as well. Emptiness gets held in position by the Ice Shards. Storm Spirit is heading over, but has expended quite a bit of mana, so can't go for the super long range zip. Emptiness now going up. He's, oh no, Cracker. He got griefed by his own spells. The slow connected onto Emptiness, so he knew somebody was in the vicinity. If only you could disable your innate, he would definitely do it, but he cannot, so he ends up dead.
There's a regen top as well. Inkrad is striving to overtake his galvanized stacks from the previous game.
Top lane. Now gonna dive onto Yayo. To get the jump. BKB activated. Doesn't have Bruce Split, unfortunately, so should die here once the BKB goes down. Rushing past these creeps. Doesn't have
so
a blink.
fast.
He's so fast. Can he get out of here? He's deep. No way, bro. No way. No way. No way, bro. That's not allowed. He dies, and he deserves to die there, but made a very nice attempt towards the escape.
Yeah, that was too close. Let's finish the AC now.
You know what's really funny to me? The hero that's number 3 on net worth has basically been spending the entire game in the jungle. Like, we've seen Lucas involved in exactly one fight. Every other time, either in the jungle or ends up just getting killed first and foremost.
Yep. I wonder what this Muerta hero actually does. I haven't
Find out
really
next
seen
game.
anything. Good at clicking creeps, but how does she work in fights? We just don't know.
Radiant are scanning.
We finally got the BKB from Bachuk.
Under attack. Dire's
He's getting scouted from the high ground by Enkrat here. At the same time, the rest of his crew is smoking, hoping to find this Lucas Muerta, but she's starting to vacate the area. The Muerta might not be caught. Maybe they get this Undying here. Undying breaks the smoke. They don't even see him. Finally, they blink towards him. QBFY commits the lasso. And they do get this kill, but they actually come back in with Enkrat, looking to find some revenge, and QBFY does end up dead. At the same time, Bachuk able to make the jump in onto Emptiness, who buys back almost immediately. Cracker getting soloed by the Storm Spirit, doesn't end up dead just yet. Yayo now comes forward, BKB activated by the Brewmaster. He needs to ult, and he needs to do it now. He goes in, they don't burst him in time, and now Moonlight completely out of mana. Finally, we see Lucas comes in, but she runs immediately into a Stone Gaze. But now, dead shot onto Medusa. No escape for her. The right clicks are there from the Muerta, getting the kill. Storm Spirit ends up getting eviscerated by the Starbreaker from the Dawn. And now Lucas finding himself in an awkward position, able to right click through onto the Backbatter, kill him off. Can he do more work here? Jumping back onto the high ground. Starbreaker gets cancelled. Lucas getting the triple kill with these right clicks. Moonlight forces TP away, but the dead shot cancels it. You were asking, what the hell does Muerta do? That's what she does. She secures you a whole team fight and making sure you get everybody off the map, and she does not die in the end.
Okay, there we go. That does indeed answer my question. She did a lot of damage here. And with the new facet, she has quite a bit of control as well. For those unaware, Ofrenda got removed, so no more griefing. And now you have a facet that reduces the cooldown of your deadshot when you proc Gunslinger. And also gives you a higher Gunslinger chance when you deadshot. So if you can keep clicking, you can keep disabling, and then you can click even harder.
What a fight. She dealt 10,000. Okay, at the end of this game, I want to actually see her overall damage numbers. I would not be surprised if that represents like half the damage she's done in this entire game.
Yeah, for sure. She's done farming. Well, not really, but She's ready to fight.
Yeah. Woo! Muerta, muerta, muerta.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Also, have you seen what happens at level 25? Like, once you get the additional gunslinger chance, right? You basically don't have a cooldown on Deadshot. It's kind of crazy to witness.
Look forward to that. I hope we can see the same cool stuff from Crystallize soon, because it feels like
Ish.
we haven't really seen too much of him this entire series.
Yeah. Brother's having a rough one today. 0-4-2 on Carry Medusa. Bro, Carry Medusa, who was having such a good time in the early mid game, is now like at the bottom 2 of core net worths in this game.
Scanning.
They're about to get themselves a Tommy. And oh, one of the best shots. All right, we know we were talking earlier about how do you deal with this Bat Rider after he jumps in. Well, now we have a bit of an answer with the shot telekinesis.
That is always nice.
Dire's top tower
They
is
removed
under
quite a
attack.
few saving shards from supports, but Rubik still definitely has his, and I think it's the most iconic one, so it's not going
Dire's
anywhere.
top tower has fallen.
Mid lane. Yayo. Okay, there's no way. He has BKB. Bro, what the hell? BKB, AC, Radiance, a Bracer, Aghanim Shard, and a Gale Guard. All right, forget about ever killing Yayo again in this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And ooh, that's a quick
There
response.
is going to be the good demonstration of the shard as well. BKB active from this Muerta. She does activate Pierce the Veil too, so she doesn't have that many tools left. Forced off gets her away from these ice shots. QBFY getting jumped on the backline by Aincrad. They want the snowball to save the Bat Rider, but it's not going to be enough. He ends up going down, and Moonlight, even through a BKB, still dying on the Death Prophet. Dead for a full 80 seconds without buyback. Bachuk at the very least able to secure the Aegis life away from Lucas, but he also dies for this one. Gone without buyback. Crystallize able to at least take away the support on the back edge of the fight, but probably going to lose his life for this one, as Lucas now able to secure a triple kill for Ankarad right in front of him. Unfortunately, they did lose 3 heroes behind them, so they have to vacate the area, retreat from the high ground. But once again, Lucas as well as Ankarad showing off the damage output of their heroes.
Surprised Brewmaster died, but ultimately still very good for Quantum. They didn't take Rax, so that's a small sign of life for Passion UA, but regardless, they're just running away with this game, and we can see just how free the fights are for them. They can just maneuver all over the place, and there is very little that Passion UA can do to stop them.
Yeah. Now a 12k gold lead in favor of Quantum. 75% win probability, according to Gaben. And in this first elimination game, the CCT Season 2 are having Quantum in the lead over Passion UA, a team that dominated Season 1, time in and time out. But now the struggle is real. This always happens in Dota, right? A team that is doing very well for a while, at some point somebody sort of figures them out. And I think the adjustment that Quantum have made from previous tournaments that we've seen, they've realized that Passion don't always deal with constant fighting in the best way. And that's what Quantum have been willing to deliver to them.
Mm-hmm. This Bachuk Dawnbreaker is still quite scary. He is extremely tanky and difficult to take down with the Blade Mail as well, but also deals a surprisingly high amount of damage. I wouldn't say it's comparable to the impact of the Brewmaster in the fights, but you cannot ignore him, at least.
So for Passion UA, what's the plan now? What do you do for the next few minutes, at least until Roshan respawns?
I think you need the Rapira on Medusa, because she's just being ignored. If at 37 minutes you're right-clicking people for 200 damage, and that's not even, that's pre-reduction, there is something wrong in your build, I think.
I will say I'm not the biggest fan of early Aghanim Scepter on Medusa. Even less of a fan than I am of early Aghanim Scepter on Drow Ranger. Now, She doesn't have a choice but to try and leverage that item as she has to come and defend the high ground. They're beating it down. They have a tombstone on the high ground. Holding presence. And they get the tier 3 tower. Let's see if they feel strong enough to still stick around here or if they've done enough. It looks like they feel like they've done enough. Tier 3 tower, first one taken in the game. If they can find a pick off or two in the future, it should be a lane of rack secured as well.
Still, Passion UA could be very strong in the late game, and they haven't lost any Rex yet. Then again, in the late game, Quantum has 2 heroes with infinite scaling, so
We'll see.
Passion UA just needs to pray.
Well, they want to pray. They want to smoke right now. They're heading forward. They almost had the angle. They had the vision on the Lucas Muerta, but they didn't decide to make that jump. Now, instead, we see the rest of Quantum. They're heading to the north side. They were hoping to catch out Bachir, who's already left, unfortunately. And man, they could also reveal the data list that Muerta has just picked up. So her damage output is about to go through the roof. Storm zipping forward, actually catching onto Bachuk, but Bachuk has the Selly Hammer forward. That should allow the Dawnbreaker to continue to draw breath.
You could tell the restraint from Aincrad. He would have wanted to go for one more dive towards the BKB, but didn't see Batrider.
Look at that scan from Passion. Hits them flush. And here they come again. Tombstone on the high ground. Lucas with these... Oh my god, look at the damage with the 25 and the Gunslinger chance. Good god. That's so scary.
Radiant's bottom tower
There is a Skadi on Dusa, but again, she just doesn't have a lot of damage right now. Of course, the lasers from the Mjolnir deal a decent bit, but the most important heroes have BKB, so that doesn't really do that much.
Angling for an MKB next. As Ankrad, he wants his Aghanim's. Get the blue hole going for the game.
Is that the name these days?
The blue hole. I will say, I'm not sure if I was the first one to coin the term, but I remember being one of the earlier ones to start calling it the blue hole. Way back when it first came out.
Isn't it more similar to RP?
No, because RP is like instant, right? It's just like a bing, boom, everybody's in the middle. This one is like slow, it channels, it brings them all in. Yeah.
Guess so. At least you don't have to channel it.
Oh my god, bro. It would be so bad if you had to channel this spell.
I'm just taking it chill for now. There is no big man.
That one I know I definitely am the one that coined that one. There was nobody calling him the big man before me.
Yeah, for sure.
14k gold lead. Big man is coming soon. He's not going to sleep in today. So they don't have not much time on the side of Passion UA. Are they ready to fight yet? With the items that they have now?
Nah. But is it gonna improve much? And Quantum is being very aggressive, despite not having Aegis.
Yeah, they just go right ahead and take a casual range barracks. I mean, I guess the opportunities seem too good, right? It's like, guys, we have a double siege wagon wave. Come on, we have to try and at least get something.
Yeah, I do like playing proactive. Academics is up for the Storm Spirit now. Rush could be up at any time, and of course the teams don't know. We do.
Fire Scan connects onto Roche, so Passion UA think it's happening right now. Sending out the Death Prophet to clear out this wave. They want to at least make sure the tier 2 tower is defended. But the big man is up. Oh, Ankrad picked up an illusion rune. More importantly, though, he scouted out the fact that there were enemy heroes that side. So that frees the space for Roshan, which his team will gladly take. Getting a lot of goodies. Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shot, and a Roshan's Banner for the upcoming push.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, jump in middle. Look at the blue hole. Onto 3 heroes. Lucas following that up. Rubik with the stolen ice shots, making sure the Medusa can go nowhere. She ends up getting eviscerated. On the back edge, at least Moonlight was able to bring down the 2 supports. But it will not matter in the long run. The big prize is this Medusa, and she's gone. Bachuk doing his best to try and run away right now. As Moonlight has just gone home. Can't do anything with these ghosts. Aincrad finishes off the tier 2 tower. And Quantum yet again take a decisive fight.
My god, what an initiation there. And Dusa just absolutely melted as well. Couldn't get off the stone gaze even. And there is no buyback on Dusa.
Oh, no.
I think that's it. I think that's it, Snar.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Is that just it? Just like that?
Dire's middle barracks
What are they gonna do? They don't have exorcism, they don't have Dusa.
are under attack.
Yayo even popping his Brewmaster split top. Bachuk will try Starbreaker through this, but he's got the Demolished Panda on the melee barracks, and now Aincrad comes back in to help with the cleanup. They're looking towards Bachuk. He at least gets off the Abyssal Blade stun onto the Storm Panda, and maybe can kill off Lucas here and take away the first life. But no, there's not enough damage available. Lucas now turns around and starts ripping through these heroes. QBFY gets a very nice drag onto Aincrad, but Aincrad, BKB active, he zips away into the base, kills off QBFY. They kill off Moonlight too. And Cracker all alone can't really do too much here. He watches the cheese getting consumed in front of his face as he gets chased yet again, but Aincrad flew too close to the sun, overcommitted for that one. Now maybe Passion UA can hold this. Moonlight with his buyback wants to at least get Lucas before the megas get achieved, but he's too late to do that. But now though, maybe they fight. There's a BKB on Lucas though. Will pop it. Standing his ground, delivering out the damage. This Muerta is too scary, kills off the Tusk. Now looking towards bringing down this Death Prophet. She's gonna get brought into the grave. Aincrad brought back, returned into the fray, looks towards the Tusk, kills him off. GG is called. Quantum eliminate Passion UA, and they get to continue in Series 1 of Season 2 here in CCT. The upset is real, Wingblade. This Muerta actually cannot be stopped.
Yeah, that was insane. And we have to give a lot of credit to Rubik in the last fight as well, because he actually stole Stone Gaze. I was looking at the Death Prophet and suddenly she was stunned for like 3 seconds inside BKB and I was like, what is happening? But she got Stone Gazed and absolutely demolished. Like, who needs Pierce the Veil if your Rubik can just amplify all physical damage instead?
I just want to look at some of these numbers, right? So the Medusa dealt at the end of the game 21,000 damage on the Medusa, you know. Not the best numbers. This Muerta, 49 or 48,000 damage, bro. 48 from this Muerta. A hero who, I want to remind you, at some point in this game was 1-6-2, involved in nothing, just in the jungle, just farming. Once she came out that jungle though, once they had that Daedalus, they were like, all right, boys, we're ready to play. We went from 1-6-2 to her ending the game 11-6-11. Shout out Lucas on this Muerta.
Yeah, that was really an amazing recovery, and Muerta tends to be a hero that doesn't recover that well, but honestly, the rest of Quantum played really well too. I love the decision from Aincrad to go for the aggressive items first to keep the tempo up, and then Crystallize oversteps once, he dies, and Passion UA just loses all momentum immediately. And they tried, but they just couldn't get it back at any point.
What do you think went wrong? Like, if they replayed this game, where do you think they would have adjusted things on the side of Passion UA to get back into the game?
I think maybe they could have done something about Yayo on his Brewmaster, because he had, excuse my French, a shit ton of impact on the Brewmaster, and Crystallize really suffered in the top lane. And I feel like with a Death Prophet, with a properly timed silence, you should be able to disrupt that, because I do believe that if your Deuce has 2 levels ahead of the Brewmaster, then suddenly that lane isn't so bad anymore.
No, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. Unfortunately, they were not able to do that for themselves. And Passion UA is out. You know, it's never really happened in CCT that they exit this early in the playoffs. However, Dota is in a new era. CCT itself is in a new season. So the old wisdom has to be thrown out, and we simply have to deal with the present. And right now, Quantum are going to be going forward. Since they've eliminated Passion UA, where do you think Quantum is going to end up? How do you think they're going to do in the rest of the tournament? Are we looking at a top 3 finish? Are they going to be in the money? Are we looking at top 6? What's your feeling from the Dota they've played?
I feel like from this Dota, I don't believe that this is like top 2, top 3 material. And keep in mind, this is powerful casters cursing. I think there is a lot of really strong teams in this tournament. And they did get 2-1 by 0 Tenacity. Of course, they did really well in the group stage, but I feel like they haven't been tested properly against the best teams just yet. So I could see them top 6 for sure. Top 4, maybe. Top 2, unlikely.
Well, Quantum, you've heard it right now. You still have a lot of work to do, a long road ahead of you to convince Wingblade that you have the chops to win this tournament. Of course, we'll be seeing them in action tomorrow as they get to continue their journey. But for today, there is still more Dota that needs to be played out. We have eliminated right now Passion UA. Virtus Pro was eliminated earlier by auto forfeit. And now we go to the upper bracket. It's not elimination Dota, but it's Dota that guarantees you money. Any of the teams that win today's matches are going to be guaranteed, nothing can change it, a top 3 spot. So that'll obviously make sure that they leave the day a lot happier than what they started, with some extra change in their pockets. So to that end, we're going to be going to a small break. When we return, we will be having the first of our upper bracket games, which will be Runa team taking on the side of Team Next Level. You do not want to miss it. You will want to see the great Dota that we have there. Sadly, we will not be on the mic. So Mr. Wingblade, before we sign out, any final words for the audience at home?
I believe it is Father's Day, so you should call your dad.
Don't say that. I haven't spoken to my father in like 4 years, bro. But if you do spoke to your dad, if you like your pops, call him, say what's up, and let him know that Wingblade sent you. Until the next time we're on the mic, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you in chat for the next series, which is going to be Runa Team versus Team Next Level.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back on into the stream. I am Bluescale, joined by Bowie, and we are here to bring you the action for the last two series of the day. Hopefully, they're going to be nice and exciting, and we will be able to see guaranteed third place, which will be some money there, Bowie.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is really exciting, right? It's been a while since CCT was back, and this is the first series I'm casting. Super excited about that. And it's worth remembering here. I think for a lot of people, maybe Team Next Level doesn't ring a bell, but they used to be Team Dragon, and I think in the past they also had a different. So like these guys, to me, they are the favorites. I don't know how you feel about it.
Well, I know, like, Team Next Level, I think they were Apple City Gang as well.
Yeah.
Before coming onto this, and I don't know, they've always had, like, varied success throughout their careers, but every single time I've watched them, I've always enjoyed the kind of Dota that they've been able to play, and I know I'm not allowed to, but I always subtly root for them, so we'll see if that's going to be the case this time round. As obviously you guys can see on the schedule, that is the series we have coming up. And then the last one of the day at 7 PM will be Zero Tenacity versus Wildcard, another very, very important game. Two invited teams playing off to finish off the day.
Yeah, very excited one. Looking at Team Next Level versus Runa, I mean, obviously, if you just look at the results so far, Team Next Level hasn't really lost a single game, although you could probably argue that Runa is going to be their toughest opponent so far. I think Winter Bear, they've been having mixed results, and I wouldn't say he's spoiled is also the highest tier of Dota. So very excited to see how this one's going to shape up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these two teams did play against each other in the group stages, and it did go to a full 3-game series. Runa was able to take the first one off them, so they have already proven that they are the closest teams against them so far, and we will just find out if that's going to stay true. Obviously, this is the lineup for the Next Level. You got your Y, you got Jewel, Raze in there, got the whole squad. Norma, Fernand, Flacco. These guys have been around for a while, so I'm still surprised they don't have any profile pictures. Like, it felt like this should happen a long time ago.
Yeah, the feeling I have is that they change the name of their team like every month for some reason. Like,
yeah.
So I'm looking here. They used to be Dragon Esports. They also played as Hirvinia, and I think they were. I can't remember. They had another name. I just can't remember. But yeah, whatever it is, they definitely look pretty good, and I've seen them upsetting like some really big teams. So wouldn't be surprised to see them moving further into the tournament if they get to win this one.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like these are probably going to be one of my favorites going into this one. But we will see what their opponents are going to be able to bring out. Obviously, a Runa team, looking at these guys right now, they all have pictures at least. Shigetsu being a player that's been around the Dota 2 scene for quite a while. Nikki Cool coming in on the mid. Burka, Queasy, till the end as well. These guys have been playing Dota for quite a while, so it would be nice to see them finally be able to, break out onto the big stage of Dota 2. But you kind of got to go through the trials and tribulations of finding a lineup that really works out for you and being able to find a strategy which suits your play style. And, hopefully we are able to find these guys a position in that world. Because another thing to note, they were actually able to defeat the invited team of One Move in a 2-1 fashion. So they do have that coming off of their back. So maybe that will give them a bit of extra confidence for this series as well.
I mean, that's the interesting part about Runa. I would argue that if you look at their individual players, they are actually more known than the ones for the opposing team. But I don't think they have been playing together as long. So it's kind of individual ability versus actual team synergy, which I would argue is more important these days, but you never know. Sometimes, in a series like that, a player can pop off, and we can be absolutely surprised.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I always look at it. You can either have, 5 really good players, but if they're all playing on their own, they won't do as well as 5 slightly worse players, but who have impeccable teamwork. So that's really what Dota is all about. And we will see how this game is going to go, ladies and gentlemen. The draft is now underway. So let's jump on into the first game and see who's going to be able to get an edge here.
Yeah, and we start with some interesting bands here. Naga has been relatively contested, but, kind of top 20, not really the same level of your Shadow Shamans and Bristlebags and Undying. So interesting band here by Next Level. Not sure if this is some specific cheese that they know about Runa, but whatever it is, you're not gonna see it.
No, immediately taken out of the pool. I mean, it looks like the favored heroes for Runa obviously are the Naga Siren that was in there, but as well as the Wind Ranger. So we'll see if they're going to be able to pick that one up. On the flip side, for Team Next Level, looks like they've been favoring the Dark Willow, Kunkka, TB, these sort of heroes, which now the Dark Willow has been taken out.
Yeah, Willow definitely pretty strong right now. I think another big one is Undying, but maybe they don't want to ban it. Next Level does have first pick though, which could give them either TA or Undying, which to me are the two big ones we're seeing pretty much constantly.
Yeah. It is always nice to just get one of those like big powerhouse of the metas in your lineup straight away. Maybe cause a bit of grief for your other team before it starts, the game even begins. And first pick's actually going to be the Bat Rider here from Team Next Level. Okay, we'll see how they play this one.
Yeah, another really strong one. I think with the Oracle out, you removed the Dispel ability, and I think Naga actually has the same thing, right? It's a hero that can actually deal with Bat Rider in lane. You don't really have a lot of options now. If you really want to get a Dispel hero, you have to go with like Slark or I don't know, like Lifestealer. But that's pretty early for that hero. Like this hero hasn't really been that popular right now.
I mean, I'm looking, and it looks like Bat Rider was played against Runa team every time when they beat them in the group stage. So maybe they're just going to try and copy and paste the same draft and just see if that is able to get them the win on its own. But of course, there is a chance that Runa team's going to be able to adjust from that previous loss. And they do go for the Undying, like you were saying.
Yeah, pretty strong hero. Like, you just kind of try to outpower the Bat Rider. Usually, you don't really get to man-fight Bat when you have a lot of stacks, but Undying is probably one of the few heroes that can.
Yeah. Still never feels particularly great, but yeah, at least he's not just going to get killed all the damn time.
Yeah, and he really makes use of the stick charges, right? This hero's biggest problem is mana issues, and you just get to spam DK and healing way more if you're playing as Bat Rider. So we probably want to see Undying the same lane as the Bat, I would say, just to make sure that the core in that lane feels safe.
For sure. I mean, it also does provide that safe mechanic against the lasso as well, doesn't it? You know, eventually when the Undying gets the Aghanim shards, and then, you know, just completely counter out that initiation. So yeah, it ticks quite a few boxes there. I like it.
Yeah, they did mess with the cast range quite a bit though. So you need like either Blink or some Mater Lens action. But we'll see. We'll see how they're gonna try and do that. Runa, now this is a very important man because you want to make sure that you're gonna cover your next pick. And there we go. They just want to make sure the Storm has a good time.
Okay. We'll see what Team Next Level are going to pick up in response to that. Obviously, knowing their mid lane matchup, there is the chance that they could put Bat into that mid role. That always used to be the classic, but I don't know if that's really what teams want to do nowadays. But, you know, Bat Rider versus Storm, it's a pretty good lane for the Bat.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that used to be like a super OG counter to some of these spirit heroes. I mean, it is honestly kind of popular right now. When you look at pubs, mid Bat Rider is the most picked role for it, with offlane being second. So there is a chance. There's always a chance.
The core Bat re-emerging into the scene.
I don't remember him playing it, but I think, you know, he's kind of listening to the scene, and Bat Rider mid was not popular at all. So maybe he can play it.
Yeah, but we will find out. I can't really remember who it was who has played the Bat in their previous 3 games. When they actually beat Runa.
Yeah, I don't know either. So we're gonna be waiting here, as they are wasting a fair amount of time here with this pick. You can go for like some roots and stuff to deal with the Storm. Maybe pick some like Stun Initiation. Bane used to be kind of popular against Storm. Not a bad hero right now.
Yeah, they might go for that one. Hero of choice, it's going to be the Doom.
Okay.
Yep, pretty solid in the off. If you land your ult on the Storm Spirit, he's the most useless hero in the world, so that does feel rough in general. Could see the Storm Spirit be forced to go for like a Lincoln Sphere build just to try and deal with that. I suppose you would also get protection against the lasso as well, so could be a good item.
Yeah, and Doom is also very flexible right now. There's some players that actually go and play carry. So still have a little bit of flex on you. Okay, now that is a Storm counter.
That is solid. I like that a lot. I feel like there's quite a few ways now to deal with the Storm in this game, so maybe Runa are going to start regretting this very early Storm Spirit pickup. We'll just have to wait and see. But, you know, another thing to note, actually, in this patch currently, they have played Storm Spirit 4 times, and they have actually won every single game with it. So they do kind of have that comfort to back off, you know, to rely on as well. So we'll see if that is enough to really pull them through this one.
Yeah, I mean, Storm is looking pretty strong right now, so not surprised. And it's interesting as well that, as you said, like sometimes when you see Storm, people just pick the mid hero, like just get a good matchup against it. Instead, they felt like picking 2 heroes to counter it. So I think it goes to show that they don't feel like just stomping the hero in lane is going to be enough to deal with it. So at least they recognize how strong Storm is. And TB, man, this hero, I just can't stand it anymore. Like, it's popular for so long. Like, when was PL a hero? Like, in the last 5 years? Like, just...
Yeah,
I'm done with Terrorblade, man. I can't take it.
Yeah, I actually remember in the previous games, Snare as well as Wingblade were actually talking about how PL has not been in the scene for so damn long, and Wingblade was actually very happy about it because he hates the hero. But I agree. I kind of feel like TB's had his day. Ice Frog needs to hit him with a little nerf or something. Make some of those older heroes come back on into the scene. You know, keep it a bit more fresh. So
we had a lot of Naga. We had a lot of Terrorblade. Just give me PL, right? Because, like, I hate all of them. Like, they are illusion heroes. You're going to hate Meepo. You're going to hate that. Like, there's always a hero you want to hate, but just give me something else so I can feel like I can feel alive again. They do get the Wind Ranger talked about, though. So that's going to be a +4, I'm assuming.
I believe that's where they do play it. We'll see if that is going to be the case. Darkseer picked up there from Team Next Level as well. So
let's carry Doom. Or mid.
Yeah, it must be. I mean, I know Atomo absolutely loves to play support Doom, so there's the possibility they might try and go down that route as well.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You go mid Batrider with the Doom Darkseer. That is true. That is one reason maybe why Next Level didn't pick their mid hero, because it's the bat all along. Although I really like Darkseer Batrider in lane. I feel like this absolutely destroys Terrorblade. Obviously, Undying is a strong laner, so it can go both ways, but in a vacuum, Batrider Darkseer should absolutely stomp Terrorblade.
That should be the case. Well, we'll
They
see
are
what
banning
the
mid
final
heroes,
appearance are going to be. Yeah, Ember Spirit gone. Meanwhile, Team Next Level actually decided to take away the Ursa. Maybe thinking this is going to be like that off-lane TB, I guess.
Yeah, it's the Doom counter. That is true. That used to be... I mean... Still a thing, but it was a bit more popular. Do I like offlane Terrorblade here? I mean, it does make sense, because if they have Darkseer, now there's way less incentive to play Terrorblade, just because, you know, that Metamorphosis Illusion is Omega strong. So I can see where they're going with this. They're like, if Runa's smart, they're gonna pick a non-illusion hero.
That would make a lot of sense. But, you know, sometimes teams, when they've already picked these heroes, they kind of feel like they have no choice but to just, you know, carry on doing what they've already done and maybe put themselves into an awkward spot. But yeah, we'll see if Runa could have the chance to just swap things around right now.
It's a question on whether they're going to find a hero that's, like, good enough to justify the flex, right? I think there was a Muerta carry in the last game before this one. I don't hate Muerta carry here. I think it's very good against Darkseer because you can keep your distance. You don't really care about the Darkseer illusion that much. I actually would like it if they do play it.
See if that is for the route. Sven was the ban and Kunkka the immediate pick afterwards. So yeah, it does look like we are going to get that Batrider Darkseer in the off lane, then carry Doom with the mid Kunkka going up against the Storm, who should also have a pretty good time in that role. But here we go. Rune team's last pick. They still have a minute of reserve time behind all this as well, so they've got plenty of opportunities now to just really get the perfect pick for this scenario.
I have no idea where each hero is going, right? Because Kunkka could be mid carry and off lane. Same for Doom, and Batrider could be mid, so it's really hard draft to read from Next Level. All we know is the Disruptor and Darkseer bros. Like, everything else is a little
Yeah.
bit up in the air.
Yeah. I mean, if it's keeping us guessing, then it's definitely keeping Runa team guessing as well, which is going to make this last pick, which we were saying was already quite important, even more important now, and quite stressful, I imagine, for till the end, who is doing the drafting. 5 seconds left.
They want something that technically doesn't care about Doom, so maybe Dusa isn't bad. But then you have like a Dusa TB, and TB can't save the Dusa because Mana Shield, like the way it works, you don't really get to use Sunder to your advantage that much. Oh.
Venge. Okay, that's an interesting route to take this draft.
So it is Scary Terrorblade. Okay.
Alberca playing the Vengeful Spirit.
So 2 lives. I like it, right? If you Doom the Venge, she still has eggs. But now you're literally potentially giving away a Venge illusion and a Terrorblade illusion. That is pretty scary if you're playing against Darkseer.
Yeah, it feels like they're putting quite a lot of eggs in one basket there for the side of Runa team. Could be like a all-in play. It's either going to work really, really well or bite them in the arse and make this a horrible game to have. But for the side of Team Next Level, it was UI playing the Doom, so he's going to be the carry, Jewel Rays playing mid Kunkka, Norman Ducks are off lane, and then Fernand's Flacco support on the bat and disrupted both, so that one makes a bit more sense. But looking at these drafts here, Bowie, who are you feeling? What do you think is going to happen in this game?
I think I prefer Next Level. Honestly, when I look at Runa team, I like the heroes individually a bit more, and I think that goes for the same for their players. But I just feel like the team fighting of Next Level looks much better. I can see how they take this game, whereas for Runa, it feels like they just need like a lot of net worth advantage, and that might be hard against such a strong team fighting team.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the nature of it as well. Like, if you start falling behind really badly, they don't really have a big comeback mechanism. You know, there's no huge team fight ulti that's to completely flip the script around. So it does kind of feel like if they fall behind, it's going to be very, very hard to get back into a good position. But we'll just find out as the game is now underway. So let's jump on in and see what's going to happen.
All right.
First
game of the day, baby.
Your game working? I've just got a black screen for me.
Yes.
What the hell?
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, that was weird. We're back.
I've not had that before. Literally just a black screen with the
I think the
sound
players
still going
also
on.
had it because they are XDing the chat here.
Gotta love it, man. There's always some issues going on with Valve servers. It keeps it interesting.
All right, so we should be back apparently. Everyone's alive. We survived.
All right, yeah. I'm just glad that we don't have a load of disconnects to start the game and then 10 minutes of pausing. Oh, that always feels rough. But here we go. Now the game is underway, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we're going to get any level 1 fight just to start this game off with a good old bang. Always like to see it.
Well, yeah, I mean, potentially pretty possible. Have Undying, so you always want to take the level 1 fight. But Batride is pretty good at it as well. So we'll see how things are going to pan out.
It looks like everyone's splitting up. Not going to get anything to start here. But in this mid lane, you know, you've got the Kunkka going up against the Storm Spirit. I feel like the Kunkka's naturally going to be favored in this situation. But do you feel like it's like Nikki Cool's still going to be able to get a decent amount of farm?
Yeah, Storm always gets farm. Like, you get a lot of harass with the Kunkka, but Storm can stack for himself. And Kunkka just destroys this matchup because even if somehow he gets some bad trades, you can always X TP back to the base, right? Refill your bottle, and you should be good to go. So I'm expecting Dual Race to get a lot done. And this is a game where both sides are going to get stacks, right? Some medium to large camp stacks with the Storm, but some ancient stacks for the Kunkka. Even the Darkseer actually can farm them. So I think Runa has to be very aware of the triangle stacks that might happen.
Yeah, it could be a pinnacle part of this game about who can test them just a little bit better. And actually looks like 3 bounties going the way of Next Level team as well, so a little extra boost for them to start off this series.
Pretty good.
Always feels nice.
You didn't get to fight the Undying and still just get a free rune.
Yeah, they'll take it, I'm sure.
So Carry Doom versus Carry Terrorblade. I mean, I think it's pretty good matchup for Doom. Not gonna lie. Like you get to buy Radiance, which is always a counter. Doom is a huge counter. As you said, there is this Tombstone save. So whether, and I think it's, even though it was a first pick, it's going to be very strong this game because they don't have a lot of high attack speed heroes on next level. So destroying the Tomb in the late game might actually be hard for them.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, it's just feels like it's going to be a big old problem for them from minute one, and yeah, quite hard to deal with indeed. But do you feel like there's like a time limit really for next level to be able to get this win before the TV actually becomes scary, or do you think even if it goes super late, they should still be able to put up a good fight?
No, I think they should be able to, because you have two ways to counter this Undying. You have Lasso as well as Static Storm. So if we're talking like ultra late game or potentially Undying has a BKB or Lincoln's, maybe things can go south. And obviously you're also going to have Swap to potentially counter all of those things.
Yep.
But yeah, I would assume it can actually get pretty late here, which is always pretty hype.
Yeah. Always very entertaining to watch. So far, Nicky Cool actually doing quite well in terms of CS. Actually just slightly ahead of that at the Kunkka. So far so good. But obviously as more levels start getting piled on towards that Tidebringer, this lane will become more and more awkward for him. Do you think we could see many like support rotations this mid for some ganks? I mean, Undying's not really one to do that very well though.
I could see a Storm gank pre-level 6, right? Nighttime, you go with Flacco and Glimpse, and you potentially kill Nicky Cool. That's always pretty crippling, because you get that kill, he potentially doesn't get the rune, and it makes Storm's life pretty sad. But yeah, as you said, the Undying, not very good at rotating. Windranger is fine, but I honestly don't think you're killing this Kunkka. Like, he's always going to be high HP because of the XCP, and I don't think it's viable.
Yeah, he's just going to be left to his own devices for a long time, I feel. Like you were saying, and yeah, could be a big problem for Runa to deal with eventually, but I'm sure for now they'll try their best just to work their way around him. But it seems quite a passive start to this first game of the series. Not really a hyper amount of aggression coming up from any of the side lanes. To be honest, most of the harassment in this game is just on Nicky Cool from those Tidebringer spams, and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to... The biggest fight is just the Undying and the Batrider. We have actually 6 stacks here until the end, but I don't really want to dive as Fernand, so things are going to be okay. But yeah, these heroes are not very good at early kills. I think once you get level 3 on the Disruptor, we might get like a glimpse or something. Ooh, is this a kill? Ah, yeah, this might be a kill.
Yep. You say the glimpse, they pull him back, but actually it's going to be Flacco to die first. Point blank arrow to the face. Queasy gets him down. Of course, that does give like solo XP towards UI, but that big chunk of money makes that feel better.
Hello?
Oh, down bottom.
What's
Vernon's
happening?
Getting extremely low, will go down there till the end, finishes him off. Kills happen all over now.
Did I lag? What happened?
Which bit? Well, up top?
I don't know. I think I was lagging. Like the game started crashing and I couldn't hear you. That's so weird.
It seemed good on my end, but who knows?
Okay.
This is where like the people at home on Twitch just got nothing from either of us. This is too confusing. Queasy?
Yeah.
Lots of damage again. The zaps from afar.
Chain
I didn't
lightning.
think about diving this one. Got enough mana for it again, but Queasy will be able to survive. Alberca though, getting aggressive. 8 stick charges to work with right now. So he's just going to really push his luck. The power shot from afar. Flacco goes down again. Can UI get a counter kill? Doesn't look like it. Shackle holds him at bay. And now UI's potentially going to get run down. They got another magic missile up in a second. Stun lands. Power shot.
Got it.
Double for Queasy. This is turning into a fantastic offlane here for Runa team.
Dude, this kill shot facet is so cool for supports. Like I really like it. It feels like Windranger actually gets to be a good support without, buying Maelstrom first item. I'm all about it.
Yeah, there's many times like pro players always thought Windranger as a support was just absolutely crap at a certain point, but like you're saying, it definitely feels like it gives her a new lease on life.
Yeah, like she feels like a support rather than like I picked this because I actually low-key want to play carry, as the They're trying to drag the catapult wave to do some tower damage, but Shigetsu is way too healthy. I mean, this Undying pick has paid off. I was a little bit afraid for the Terror Blade, but in general, not a lot of pressure in this bottom lane here. Shigetsu is just getting everything he wants.
Yeah, just seems like till the end's just making the perfect amount of space for him to just do whatever he wishes, and yeah, easy peasy TB game so far. Vernon's making some stack in the triangle area on the Dire side, but only on the small camp, and actually no stack so far for Aruna team's triangle area either, so...
Oh,
we were
TDA
kind of
is stop
expecting there to be a bit
here.
more. Okay. Going after the UI, power shot lands, but it doesn't actually do much damage at all. I feel like it's going to be okay. Both stuns land. UI is actually taking a lot of damage. Body blocks as well from till the end. Being a nuisance, he's actually taking a lot of damage himself. And they both will be able to survive. Power shot, oh, it will miss. But Nicky Cool in the mid lane got taken out there. Fernand's made a rotation. So killing the Storm's a big kill.
But that's actually a rotation after level 6, but maybe he was out of mana, still dies, and this amplified damage rune giving him a tower minute 6. This is huge. Oh, the Storm is going to be so sad.
Yeah, it feels rough. Like, dual raise, kill to his name, a tower taken down, top CS as well. He's a very rich boy. Phase boots online plus two braces and a completed one. He's already got 1500 HP.
And look at dual raise. He actually knows exactly what the Storm wants to do. As he gets a stack, it's going to be stolen here by dual raise. No mercy.
Yeah. Really wants to make sure he's holding on to this lead for as long as possible, and yeah, just gets free money. Meanwhile, up top, it looks like Runa team still huddling 3 heroes up here. They really want to kill one towards your wife if they can find it. But actually, it looks like Fernand's as well as Flacco here. Queasy now in danger. Glimpse. Not really taking it back that far. Actually, Fernand's is the one who gets absolutely annihilated. So much damage. Queasy getting home, will be able to survive. Meanwhile, UI was actually able to solo till the end. So it's a support for a support with the carry getting the kill. Maybe next level don't mind, but dual raise is here. Boat going to connect on towards Alberca. It's lots of damage control. Eventually will die. Eventually actually relatively tanky, taking a long time to fall. Shackles, making space.
Still alive.
Also turning up. Alberca finally drops. Can this time enable Runa team to get a couple of extra kills? Nicky Cool's got to be careful. Not much mana left. Torrent's not going to land. But just another trader supports.
That's a really unfortunate fight. They had Doom the whole time, but no mana for UI, so they couldn't ever really use it, which is why Nicky Cool felt safe going for that play. Two, I mean, a lot of movement being, a lot of heroes being brought top, and not a lot of stuff being done, and they're gonna get the Undying as well. So this is not good for Runa. I expected them to stomp this Doom lane a little bit harder. Like, even though the Terror Blade's ahead, you know, it's barely anything.
Yeah, you expect him to be bullied down a fair bit more than the
good swap.
Swap on towards the UI. There is reinforcements coming, but this Doom's still taking a lot of damage. Glimpse on towards Alberca, makes a space. UI
still alive?
trying to solo Queasy, but no. Point blank power shot gets the kill either way. And that's a very big kill to find. Carry on the side of next level has been taken out the game.
Damn, dude, Queasy 4-1 with this Wind Ranger. He's just doing so much. Like, there were 3 or 4 engagements where they tried to kill him, and he had like tons of 1 charges or lotuses, and he's always baiting them on in. And with these raindrops, it's even harder to get the kill on him.
Yeah, very frustrating here to try and bring down. It's quite funny as well, like in terms of net worth, everyone's pretty close. It's only really Dual Raise who is able to, you know, quite comfortably put himself top of net worth charts so far and just be the real dominant body of this game. And he's going to try and take down this bottom tier 1 as a result, but looks like there will just be a trade as Runa team taking the top tier 1 themselves.
Yeah, I think that's the right play. You need this Doom to finish Midas before he starts joining fights like this. Oh, Regen gets picked up. No. Oh, they just get the Doom. Nicky Cool.
He is dead. There's nothing he can do here. Glimpse to pull him back. One little zip zap from far. Very, very nice kill to find.
That was way too greedy. He ended up going for that play. Saw the level 5 disruptor. Thought he was safe, but really good move by UI. You know, instead of farming, he actually gets to farm way more gold this way.
Yeah, only 300 gold away from that Midas. That's like a proper core Doom build, you know, a very staple classic, going for the hand, the ultimate greed, and just try and like get that net worth as fast as you possibly can. I mean, it's definitely a good way to keep pace with the farming potential of a TB.
Yeah, like the thing about this Doom is that you get Midas, then you buy your relic, and then you get to sell the Midas, finish Radiance, and literally buy the Midas straight up because you lose so much, so little by selling the Midas, right? So it's the Radiance allows you to keep farming as fast as if you had the Midas, and then you just get it again. It's pretty powerful, especially when there's 2 illusion heroes on the enemy team.
Yeah, I always liked when
level
they
6,
brought out. Yeah, I always liked when they brought out that facet of their world. That's alright, and it's like I felt like when it first came out, it was kind of underutilized, but
Yeah.
now it's been out a while. People know what to do, and Ulfernan's is dead.
Oh. It's an interesting game. Like a lot of the supports are barely level 6. So the Undying just got his, the Batrider just got his. So most of the fights are gonna start happening now. I'm expecting either side to smoke. Probably the Dire. I think Static Storm killing the TB or Storm would be huge for them.
Let's see if they do get those big targets. Yeah, just the Doom up in 25 seconds, then I'm sure they're gonna try and make that move, look for some kills. But actually, Arcane on towards Dual Rays plus a smoke, so just the Disruption and Kunkka are going to try and make a move themselves, and they might
have a
actually run
ward
it towards Nicky Cool.
Yeah. Oh, he's actually around the ward. Oh my god, he is literally away from the ward, so they get a support. Very lucky that the Storm didn't get clipped by that ward.
Yeah. They'll take what it goes, you know. I feel like for till the end, he's just going to be happy that he took the bullet there for his mid laner, you know. That's kind of the job as a hard support most times in this game. You just got to die for the good of the team.
Oh, for sure. That's completely okay. Static Storm, I mean, it's nice that they get to use it, but this is not the ideal target. So the Terrorblade, she gets to still farming. He's keeping up with a Midas Doom, which is huge. But they see Dual Rays.
Look at this. Huge
That's Blade Mail.
rotations. Basically, the entire team coming on in. He's tanky. He's taking a long time to die, but eventually he does fall. Just too many people. And you can tell, man, Runa team, they just wanted this guy off the damn map.
Yeah, unfortunate. I thought maybe if he popped Ghost Ship, he would be able to survive. But this is going to be a mid-tier 1 tower. That's a pretty big kill here for Runa. And there's no way they're going to be able to defend. The Darkseer is not ready to fight. He's getting close to his Crimson. And I think the Doom just wants to finish his Radiance first.
Yeah, it's all about AFK farm for your Y for a few more minutes yet before, like you're saying earlier, he's going to feel comfortable getting involved. Another big part of that movement is the fact that it was Shigetsu that actually got the kill credit as well, so a big extra injection of gold for the TB. And immediately now he's on the heels of Dual Rays in terms of net worth. There's hardly anything separating the two of them. So yeah, feeling much more comfortable.
And the thing with this Runa draft that we didn't really talk about too much is that when they win a fight, you have so much more siege than the Dire. So, like, every time they were able to get a big kill, they got top, now they got middle, just because Venge TB with Metamorphosis is just way too powerful in taking towers. So they gotta be careful. Like, if you keep giving some of these kills away, you're gonna give Runa a game that maybe they weren't allowed to have. As they keep hunting.
Oh, Burns has been grabbed.
Oof.
Once again, power shot put to good use. Dominating spree now here for Queasy, just picking people off from afar. And as a result, he is top farmed off the supports as well, so that's always a nice, comfortable feeling.
So, yeah, I mean, this is gonna be passive for a while, it feels like. They do have Static Storm, but they're not really trying to utilize it right now. Doom just keeps farming. Oh, speaking of Doom.
Looks like he was able to get out. Very close.
Okay.
Yeah, it felt like after the laning phase ended, it was kind of all the next level, looking for kills, looking for fights, but just losing the Kunkka once, you can tell that it's really caused them to just put a hold on all their efforts, and they're just trying to chill right now. Or are they? As Alberca found on the bot, Wall of Replica. There's going to be the glimpse back, just too many heroes, even a boat. I mean, it's a tanky old Venge, takes a long time to die. So that is going to be a good pick-off. But at the same time, top UI is in danger. 2 heroes on him. Can he survive this one? Trying to get off the ult. Good burst heal comes on through from Norma, but it's not enough to save his carry. And that's a nice kill for Nicky Cool.
Yeah, another problem that I'm seeing here, Kunkka is also going Radiance. So you have 2 players going for... usually, it's not nice to have 2 Radiances in the team. I guess very often, like, you disassemble their Radiance for, like, a Nullifier or something. But it's still a little bit awkward. Like, it makes their mid-game so slow, even though they rush mid. Like, it felt like dual raise. I thought he was just going to go for some aggressive items, to be completely honest.
Yeah, that is quite it's quite a question mark in all honesty. So we'll see how this works out till the end. We'll die. And yeah, you know, we were saying earlier, these guys have been playing on the same team for a long time, so you assume that their communication is going to be really on point. So it must be a conscious decision to go for 2 Radiances.
Yeah. Very curious to see who's going to disassemble it first. If it just means that maybe they're very confident in like a later timing, and all they want to do is farm. Which, I mean, they're farming, right? But it is weird because they have very strong team fighting, and you're allowing this Terrorblade Venge to close all of their items. There's going to be Ags very close to Oberka. The Terrorblade already has a Manta, so killing him's not that easy. And even the Storm is recovering. He was having a pretty awful time, and now he's a little bit closer to everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, this net worth difference hasn't really grown past... I think 2,000 was the absolute most we've seen so far, and still only sitting about 1k here for the next level. So definitely slowed down a fair amount. And, you know, given this kind of stalemate scenario, do you think this does favor Runa team?
I think it favors them in the sense that, like, let's say that the Dire wins a fight. They might get like 1 tower, possibly no towers, just because their right-click damage is so bad. But Runa, they need to win less fights to win this game. So when you're giving them time to grow and get to the timings they feel comfortable fighting, it is a bit scary. Because like you could have pretty much everything ready and still just lose the game out of this TB Venge getting like every tier 2 tower after, you know, 1 fight. Or even Roche. That is another thing that the Dire is pretty bad at.
Yeah, that's a big thing to note, actually. It definitely feels like they are going to be the ones trying to deal with this harder game style, but lots of items just complete at the same time. Alberka now has the Ags online. Good upgrade for the Venge, but at the same time, the second Radiance is online here for the next level, as well as the Crimson Guard here for Norma.
Oh, Alberka is baiting here, right? He just finished the Ags, so he wants them to use a lot of spells on him. But the heroes are behind.
Re-engage.
Good
Huge
wall.
3-man vacuum, though, in towards the boat. It's going to land on so many heroes. It's an absolute decimation. 3 people died. The illusion lasts 2 seconds. It's going to be a free tombstone as well. Meanwhile, Fernand's still looking for this +1. Gets the drag back on towards Queasy. And that is 4 people dead. Absolutely fantastic fight coming out here from next level. And they're going to try for the Roche here.
Yeah, now they can Roche because they have a freaking Venge illusion. They have Vengeance Aura. Oh my god, that was a double bait. That's so unfortunate. You know, Runa thought they had a timing, but what a vacuum.
Yeah, it's just like the static storm as well. As soon as the Storm Spirit zipped in, he was just basically AFK. There's nothing you can do, and yeah, gives a free kill. But look at this. You were talking about it. The next level's right-click damage is so trash, they could only get Roche to half HP. And now everyone from Runa team's here. They know there's no real decent ultimates available for next level, so this could just be a free Aegis.
You know what also doesn't help?
Flacco, he's dead. Zip forwards of Nicky Cool. They are going to be able to get the Doom though on towards him. Maybe it's going to put the 3-man vacuum again. This is just horrible to watch. UI gets 2. Roshan is still too damn healthy. They have to run away here, Runa team, as Alberka will die yet again. The illusion is there, but eventually that's going to get ran down as well. There's so much gold and damage coming out here from UI, and the second time going into the pit, this one should be theirs.
That's so weird, because I forgot Doom wasn't even cast in that fight, so I think what we're learning is that like all it takes for Runa to lose a fight is overextending, right? Because every time, like, they bait. I think first they baited the Darkseer, and then they baited the Disruptor. This Storm has to be so careful. Like, he's gonna finish his BKB, but he's still gonna need a Linken's to deal with the Doom. And yeah, this fights are so hard. Like, we talked about it in the draft. Because there was no fights happening, maybe we assumed that it was getting easier for Runa. But when the fights are well executed, it's just... you cannot fight for 5 versus 5. Like, you need pickoffs.
Yeah, it's just way too difficult. And like you're saying, the fact that Nicky Cool's probably going to have to go for a Linken's as well as a BKB, that's your second most important core, having to build 2 defensive items to start the game, and you don't have any real way of pumping up more damage. It just puts so much weight on the TB shoulders. And unfortunately, to get to as strong as he may get, it's going to be very hard to take the fight when the rest of your team just dies so quickly around you.
Yeah, and even if he gets huge, you're still playing into a wall, right? Like, we kind of talked about the Terrorblade not even being a carry this game, and for a good reason. Like, if they don't find a way to kill Norma in these fights, that wall is such a nuisance, and they don't really have burst damage, right? They have a lot of right-click damage, but I wouldn't say they have burst on Runa.
Oh, down bottom, Fernan's, he was actually able to grab the Wisdom Rune in front of 3 people, get a kill. He does lose his life. Actually, no, the neutral stole Queasy, that's funny. But Nicky Cool, he's got no mana here, Bowie. This is such a terrible spot.
The stun!
Centaur comes in for a meme stun. But it doesn't matter. It's another death here for the Storm.
Did finish the BKB at least, so, you know, it's something, I guess.
That is something.
He did get the kill, buys the BKB, but yeah, 10k gold lead here. This is definitely looking worrisome. Like, at this point, you kind of need a little bit of a troll from the Dire, because like, the thing though is that teams X level are winning all of these fights, but it's gonna take a while for them to take the towers, and even more time to actually go high ground. So despite this 10k goal lead in minute 22, this game might actually be longer than we anticipate.
It could very well be. And it just kind of depends. It feels like if Runa is going to be able to weather that storm, you know, and just make sure they don't fall too far behind. And yeah, just use that advantage of having superior high ground defense. As you were saying earlier, it's not easy. It's not easy at all. And sure, they've been able to pick off a few people of the next level every now and then, but as soon as those 5v5 fights come out, it just looks all the next level. Like, they won that fight by Roche the second time after using pretty much all of their ultimates, and they were still able to win, which is just mad.
Yeah, those Vax have been so good. They don't really have an answer for Darkseer. Like, really, that is the biggest problem. Like, if you were farmed enough with the Storm, maybe, like, you could kill him or just push him back. But as it stands, like, the only actual damage they have is the power shot facet, but... Oh, wait. Oh, that is a last one Shigetsu. They have a swap.
That's a big lockdown.
They're saving.
He's so damn slow. He's able to go off the Sunder on towards Jewel Rays. Maybe he can get himself out. Vernon's though looks like he's going to drop off towards the Storm Spirit. Everyone's getting absolutely controlled up. Till the end's going to die up towards the north side. But Shigetsu looks like he's going to be able to survive. Can't really say the same though here for Queasy, as he will be the final casualty of this fight. So, you know, Runa team, they're able to kill the Bat, but it cost them 3 lives of their own. It's just still another loss, and they just have to run again.
Yeah. I mean, they played that pretty well. Like, the Venge was in the perfect position to get the swap, but... Oh! Storm?
Okay.
Oh my god.
He had BKB.
He had
should have
BKB.
cancelled it. He didn't use it. That's a big whoopsie right there. Oh, dear.
Wait. Oh, Burke
is about to respawn.
Oh,
gets progressive swap. Lots of damage. He does get rid of the Aegis. I think there was only like a minute
yeah,
left
it was
in
expiring.
Either way. But it's still funny to see. He's actually just trying to waste a lot of time right now. But eventually he will go down. There's just nothing the rest of the team can do to help.
Swap.
Oh, maybe he can kill Flacco. Trying to save the disruptor. No, a miss. Actual evasion. Wow.
Where's the evasion coming from?
I don't know. Oh, the Radiance.
Oh.
The 15%.
There you go. Double radiance, double your radius. That's why they're going for it.
Value.
Oh, yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Well,
attack.
time has been lost. Storm still gets to farm towards something, which he didn't queue up, but we gotta assume it's Radiance, right? I'm sorry, Lincoln Sphere. I don't think there's anything else you would buy.
Yeah, it feels like this is too important not to go for. I mean, he's got 2,000 gold in his back pocket, so still only a couple of thousand gold away, and then he will have that online. But like we were saying earlier, even once he gets that item actually
Flacco?
ready, not a bit to do too much. Queasy trying to make a play on towards the Disruptor.
Oh, no.
He'll comes in from Norman. Actually be able to get off the ulti, but the BKB is going to be there this time round, so Nikiko not completely shut out.
They do
He's
have
not
Lasso,
really able to
though.
find another
Fernandez
kill.
is looking.
Cool, being very aggressive. Oh, jump forwards here. Flaming Lasso on towards the support. Caught from the rest of the team, but he will die. Dual Rays attempting to go for a torrent grab, but doesn't land onto anyone. And he has to TP out. So Runa team getting 2 kills for free. That's nice.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy from the Batrider. Like, he had no backup. Everyone was way too far. So Doom was on cooldown anyways. I don't think this play made a lot of sense. So this is nice. This is gonna buy some time for Runa. Roche still a little bit far away, but she gets to farm a little bit more. And I think the most important hero, Storm, gets to get some gold. So now he has the Lincoln Sphere queued up.
Bizarre. We'll see how fast he's actually able to pick that one up. In terms of net worth, though, it is still UI and Dual Ray sat at the top. Only should get to behind by about 1,000 gold, so not too bad at all. And I think he has his own BKB. 500 gold, then he's going to have his own BKB, which is going to be a big help. Of course, it doesn't help against the Doom ulti, but Doom's not really looking to ulti Shigetsu most of the time. Like, sure, he will get it if he has an opportunity, but it's not going to be the prime target.
Yeah, definitely not. And also, one thing we don't get to talk about too much, even if you Doom the Terrorblade, once the Vengeance... Oh,
that's on to Queasy. Oh, forced up to the high grounds. He's trying to get himself away, but never mind. There's the vision for the glimpse.
Good shackle.
He will die.
Okay. I mean, Shigetsu is still 3-0-2, so he is, despite all the struggles, getting as much farm and only taking good fights, which have not been many for Rune, unfortunately. But, Terrorblade, this hero is popular for a reason. It definitely pops off, especially when you have Venge on top of it. No shard on the Undying, actually. Like, we were hyping this up, and to the end, still doesn't have one.
Yeah. I mean, he's also got 2,000 gold in his back pocket, and he has no items queued up. So
But does he want to get a Blink and hope that they get the Tormentor? Is that the play? Like
seems
Blink
very
save?
greedy.
Yeah.
Could be. I mean, it depends how ballsy this guy's feeling today. We'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, it feels like putting a lot of risk and unnecessary strain on the rest of your team.
Okay, he TP's back home. Is he buying a Blink? No. Just...
Buying
doesn't really
nothing.
know what
Okay. He just likes holding on to
Midas
money.
time?
Oh god, please no.
Oh,
Holy Locket.
Against Doom.
Oh. No, he swapped it to Lotus Orb.
Alright, that actually feels much better. I think this is good. And they're gonna go for a smoke or something. Everyone is in a very... I guess they are maybe predicting a smoke, but if they're not gonna find anything, they might actually go for one of their own. As you said, the BKB on Shigetsu is ready with the level 20 talent.
Yeah, both teams looking ready for a fight. Every single ultimate available. Roshan has also respawned, so whoever gets the win will be able to get that extra bit of bonus of the Aegis. Well, it depends if the fight's even near his pit at all, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. Everyone's quite split up. Instead, next level might end up running into a few people here at the top lane. Alberca's the one furthest behind. Could be a free kill on the Venge.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hero you want to tank the smoke. Does have that second life. Breaks a part of it. Actually, really good position. Still not perceived.
Oh, wow. Oh, there we go.
Oh, top lane, though. They find a Disruptor. Doom, though. Oh, Nikiko is dead.
There we go. Another death on the Storm. Another death on towards Alberca. 2 cores gone. And it actually looks like Nikiko gave up on the Lincoln Sphere, by the way. He's just decided to go for an S and Y.
Yeah, he bought a Witchblade. What the... Huh. Okay. I mean, he's just gonna keep dying to the Doom, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's even a Shadow Blade now, so taking this fight is pretty much impossible for the Storm.
I mean, I could understand this kind of play style if they were, like, you know, banking on till the end, getting the Tombstone to save him, but he's not even going for the Tombstone, so
Yeah.
it's just so risky, and it's just not panning out so far. Now 16,000 gold behind. This game is looking extremely difficult here for Runa Team.
Yeah, the way I see it, I think like his plan is to just kill the Disruptor
Radiant's middle tower is under
before the Doom even gets to him. But Disruptor is like pretty tanky actually. Like he has 1600 HP. It's not that easy of a kill. They do get that scan, and as we said, they are awful at Roshin here, so it does give them a way in. Good swap.
Okay. Yeah, they found the grab on towards Flacco is pretty good. There is going to be the vacuum with Bo on towards 2 heroes right now. First time Alberca is gone until the end. Actually gets swapped out there, so they keep him alive. Tombstone's doing some work. Nicky Cool takes a lot of damage, but he has to just disengage. And it looks like next level just going to back away from the Roche pit,
Roche?
concede the area. And immediately they're in Runa Team. They want to claim this one for themselves. There's no ultimates available here and no buyback for the Disruptor. This is going to be a hard one to contest.
Yeah, Torrent off the mark. Still gets to go in. Oh, everyone's
Norma
so
back here
freaking
on
low.
towards
The back.
3. Roche is getting low. He wants to pick it up here on the side of Norma, but he's not
my
going to get it. Instead, he will
God.
die. Aegis on the floor. Shigetsu grabs it, but they still lose several other heroes. Yawaido does get traded away. Shigetsu, the core left standing with the Aegis still intact. That's a big W for Runa Team.
Yeah, it's a big dub. Like, the gold advantage still pretty ass, but the fact that they're gonna delay this game even further plays to, you know, the only hand that they have right now. So, like, even with Aegis, I think it would be really hard for next level to even go high ground. The fact that they don't have one means that this game is gonna extend at least, like, 15 minutes more, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely how it feels. I mean, maybe then this more aggressive sort of build from Nicky Cool actually did pan out quite nicely there. You know, he was able to avoid getting doomed and he was still able to do work. Story did die still quite quickly, but yeah, they managed to get the kill onto the Disruptor. Like you were saying, that was his primary target. The swap set up into just the immediate follow-up from the Storm. Taking out that disruption is huge.
Yeah, what they need is damage, in the sense that you need burst to kill the Darkseer before he gets his spells off. Is that Witchblade enough? I'm honestly not sure, but I do like that they understand they like damage, and like, because you don't have the team fighting to go 5 versus 5, you need to have the burst. Like, if you don't have either one, you're pretty much doomed to lose this game.
Yeah. Well, seemed to pan out that last time. Tormentor as well was picked up. Unfortunately, the Undying did not get the shard, which I imagine they wanted. Instead, it did go into the hands of Queasy.
I mean, it's a decent shard, but the Doomstone is definitely better this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's still 600 gold away from finishing the Lotus until the end, so then if he wants the shard on top of that, he's still 2,000 gold away. Yeah, we're not going to see the item for a while, but they don't seem to care. They've gone for a 4-man smoke here on Runa Team.
Yeah, they still don't have meta, but I'm sorry, they do. Demon Zeal is the one cooldown.
Dire's middle
Okay, they're going for a tower. I like this. They just want to pressure next level here, and it looks like it's going to be given away for free. So next level, we respect.
Oh, and UI
Wait.
does actually break the smokes there on towards a couple of people for Runa Team, but like ships in the night, both teams just sort of pass each other without realizing. They're not going to see a fight there. But even still, it is a free tier 2 for Runa Team. Maybe the next level might try and look for a fight, knowing that meta's now going to be on cooldown. But we'll see if they decide to go for it.
Yeah, they could potentially do that. Do they have a smoke on them? The Disruptor has one. I feel like they're actually going to wait, just because Flacco is getting pretty close to his Ags. He's 1,000 gold away. So, you know, there's an Aegis on the enemy side. I think like, the safe play is definitely wait the Aegis, use the Ags timing on Flacco. But, I mean, they are very far ahead on Dire. I'm not sure if they realize by how much.
Yeah, I suppose all it takes is like a couple of situations to go a bit awry, and you immediately think that, oh, the game's balanced now and our advantage is gone. But yeah, like you're saying, they do still have that. Flacco as well in danger. He's been trying to find free farm to get his Ags, but unfortunately, he just gets found by 2 heroes. and will lose his life. Going to slow down the Aghanim Scepter even more. Still about 900 gold away.
Yeah, they're gonna get a Wisdom Rune here for Nikiko. It's pretty nice. So double Wisdom Rune going for Radiant. Fernandes though getting some vision here. He's alone for now, but I wonder if they want to kill Shigetsu. Oh, there's a lot of dire heroes here.
Till the end. Oh, I think UI spot him. Will they actually try and make a move on towards the Undying? Jump forwards. Hex, Flaming Lasso, a lot of spells used for a position 5, but he does get taken out of the equation, so gone for 50 seconds, which is basically the timer for Aegis, so once he's back up, they will not have that advantage anymore, and we'll see if next want to try and use that.
That's pretty lucky. Like, I honestly thought that they were going to be able to find Shigetsu instead, so the fact that the Undying dies... that's Venge with a swap.
Okay. Just a straight up BKB TP from Queasy.
Alright.
Oh, okay. He knows there's no BKB piercing disable, so he just gets himself out of there. Nicely done.
I
But that is
remember
his 9-second charge.
when Doom canceled TP. That's a long time ago.
Yeah, back in the day.
Why?
Okay.
That's
He's able
a
to take out the
super
first level
edge
of Burka, trying to make some plays with his illusions, but instead he's just standing his ground. Doom on towards Nicky Cool. There's going to be the swap trying to make the space. With the BKBs avoid a lot of the damage, but the rest of the team are still going to be able to find him. UI though, getting low, but Alberca's illusion's going to drop before that, and actually just looks like Disengage is the call there from next level. But it's 2 cores dead just for a support Batrider. That's big.
Yeah, that's a weird fight, because they wanted to take this without having the BKB on Windranger, with the Terrorblade being far away. He did connect eventually, but yeah, just kind of a weird fight. They have no Aegis anymore, so I guess because they know there's no Doom, they might be able to take this fight.
Okay, they're trying to make a play right now. They do have a TB illusion. Just kind of sat AFK, and it looks like everyone's just going to back away right now. Maybe a little bit afraid of that.
Okay.
Just a trade of spells.
Burka very close to spawning. Maybe they wanted to bait a fight there. Huh. This game is so weird. Like, it feels like the fights are getting closer every time, but the golden lead keeps growing for next level. So I'm very unsure. Like, it feels like anyone can take this game, even though the gold lead would suggest you otherwise. Like, the win probability is 60-40. Like, it's super close.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you see like a 14k gold lead, you would expect that win probability to be a bit higher, but
yeah,
considering the fact that, you know, it is a TB draft, the fights have been relatively close in the, you know, the last few engagements. That, like you say, definitely could go either way in this game, and potentially we're going to see that mega late one we were theorizing about earlier. It's just already a heck of a game coming out from these two, and I feel like they know that whoever takes this series is guaranteed third place, which is $5,000, I do believe. So that's $1,000 each. That's a good amount of money.
Yeah, that's huge for any up and coming team. And Storm gets found.
Immediate lasso, Torrent, Hex, easy control, and Nicky Cool may be cursing the decision not to get that Lincoln's earlier, which he now does immediately queue up.
Yeah, he's 5-10. That's not a good, a good score if you're playing Storm. They are looking for a swap, a good Limmer there to prevent the swap.
Okay, look at this. So UI charging through the triangle area. They really want to take this fight with no Storm here. He does have a buyback, and he might use it instead. There's a swap on towards Fernandes, the Batrider, in an awkward spot. Instead, they get the boat, pull back on towards Burka. There's going to be a dead Venge again. Second life, though, is there. They're going to try and focus on towards the end, but they do lose the Batrider elsewhere, but it doesn't matter. UI is able to run down Queasy. So again, it's a 2-for-1 exchange. If they can also get rid of this illusion, that's just going to be an even larger bonus. I mean, he's making them work for it. Eventually, it will go down there.
Eventually?
Very funny.
Yeah. I don't know, man. This fight's... I really feel like Runa could take some of these fights, but it feels like Shigetsu's never with the team, or... I don't know, like, how the calls are happening, if they didn't really expect him to force that fight with the Storm Death, but... I think you either just sack that whole top lane, or you at least try to poke if you get to. And as you said, they did have the buyback. Maybe they feel like it's still better to just keep farming just because the siege of next level is so bad. But like there has to be a limit where, you know, it doesn't matter how much you can scale if the goal lead, you know, just keeps growing like it is.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of net worth, it is literally just the TB who's up there. Like, he has double the net worth of second place in the team, which is Nicky Ghoul. Speaking of, has managed to find Flacco, drops down the ultimate, and there is no BKB apparently. There's the Axe connection vacuum on towards 3 heroes as well. Fantastic fight against trying to survive. He went to Sunder, but I think he clicked a BKB target, so he just drops in a second. And that is a colossal win.
They had 3 BKBs. That's so unfortunate. BKB on Darkseer is very rare, but you know he realizes how Sunder could, you know, potentially change some of those fights. And yeah, that's the problem when you just try to turtle, you know, for so long. Like, oh man, that's so unfortunate. It looked pretty good, but really good boots of travel level 2, by the way. Great itemization from Dual Rays. Got to give it to him.
Yeah, I feel like they just knew that their disruptor was going to be the target every single time, so if they can all just immediately pile onto him no matter where he is, then yeah, you just get amazing fights like that. Did they just not know he had the Axe before? Because I feel like they would have pre-popped it. Oh, the
Axe
double
on Batrider.
lasso! Absolutely fantastic initiation, takes out 2 immediately. Godlike spree for Dual Rays as well now. That is everybody dead, and they're going for tier 4s here, Bowie.
Yeah, that's what you do. Like you, oh, there you go. They understand
Tap it.
They will tap out, which means they are 1 game away from that 3rd place you talked about. And I think that's pretty much how I thought this game was going to go, honestly. It felt like Shigetsu... I mean, we talked about, you know, maybe Runa playing a little bit more as 5 different players rather than a team. And I honestly feel like that's exactly what happened. Like, they had good moments, but they had pretty rare good fights. And I think it just goes to show that, you know, even though they have, let's say, quote-unquote, better players, more known players, it takes a little bit more than that to play at the highest level.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, sure, they were able to take a good few engagements here and there. They were able to claw the game back, but ultimately, yeah, the next level just felt like they were actually 5 people who knew how to play with each other, executed fights perfectly again and again. Fantastic initiations from so many different people that it really does show that they are the, you know, the reason they came out top in the group stage. And obviously how they were able to beat Runa team in the groups as well in a 2-1 fashion. So, I don't know. It just looked phenomenal. There is hope for Runa team, though. Definitely could see them taking game number 2, but they've really got to up their game.
Yeah, we'll see. I just want to see them just drafting a little bit more team fight. I feel like you know, there were a couple of cute things that they drafted, but if they just had better team fight, I honestly could have seen them doing a bit better.
Yeah, I completely agree. So, we will find out, ladies and gentlemen, if in game number 2, Runa team can make those key adjustments in the draft, or whether or not they might just make the same mistakes and team next level just come flying through and take this series 2-0 to guarantee that 3rd spot. We will return in about 5-10 minutes time, guys, and we will find out in game number 2. We'll see you soon. Alrighty, welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 is already underway. The draft is rolling, and we are going to find out whether if Runa team are going to make those sort of key changes we stated in that game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, the game was entertaining. I think that, Runa, they definitely have really good players, or else, like, we could see even in the lanes, right? Queasy absolutely destroyed with the Wind Ranger, so I want to see him playing that again. I feel like, Shigetsu got a lot of farm, but they never got to utilize a lot of the small things they acquired. So hopefully, better draft means better action.
That is definitely the case. I mean, for the Wind Ranger as well, that's the 15th time they've played Wind Ranger in this patch, and they only have a 50% win rate on it. So they do like playing it, but it's still not like, a super soft, like solid pick that they could always rely on to get the win. That being said, their Storm Spirit was meant to be. They had played it 4 times, won every game, but finally they do get a loss on the board thanks to Team Next Level. So we'll see what's going to happen in this game number 2. This time, the Undying is going to go into their hands rather than Runa teams.
Yeah, but they get the Darkseer, so maybe... I was going to say maybe it's a way to enable the Terrorblade, but they actually banned it, so not really. I just hope if they want to play Storm, that they pick it a little bit later, or they ban Doom. Because Doom plus the Disruptor, that was just way too much countering. Like, the Storm needed a perfect game, I think, to even stand a chance there. He had like 11 deaths or something, had more deaths than the supports.
Yeah, it was rough. I mean, he even lost his tower at like the 6th minute mark. It was just nothing was going right for him. Like, sure, he got the BKB eventually, but like you're saying about the Lincolns, he was still just dying all the time. Yes. Not really a showcase game for him in that one, but we'll see what he's going to be able to get in this second as the following bans are coming through. Tusk being taken away here from Team Next Level. We'll see if they're just going to carry on focusing supports.
Yeah, I would like to see Next Level picking tanky supports. They already have Undying, so maybe another one. Because, Storm is always about getting pickoffs, and if everyone's kind of tanky, that's usually when Storm struggles the most. Because if like Storm is as good as how much money you have to spend to kill a single hero, and that's usually like a pretty soft counter way to deal with Storm, especially if they ban Doom here, which would indicate that Runa really wants to play it again.
And we'll see which direction they are going to go, as it was a Tiny being the final hero there from Next Level to take away. They really are starting covering a lot of different heroes. Actually not banned a single hero that they saw in that previous game.
True. I guess when they see this Darkseer, they're imagining it's going to be a little bit of a different playstyle, which could be definitely true. But I think Storm utilizes Darkseer pretty well. You're always close, so you can actually use Iron Shell. They ban Puck here, right? They ban Puck, pick Storm. Maybe ban Doom, pick something else, and still try to get the Storm later.
Yeah, I don't know if Team Next Level really care about Storm.
Yeah.
I mean, they've played it apparently 4 times this patch, and they've won 2 of those games. So
nice.
they definitely prioritize the Kunkka more often. So I feel like if both of them are available, they'll probably just go back down that route. But Ursa being taken out here instead from Runa team. Okay, that's a different direction.
Very curious one. Especially... I mean, I don't know, Ursa could be good for them because it allows you to kill the Tombstone. We kind of talked about, maybe the lack of attack speed being a problem that game. Okay, so, dude, they're going to play Storm. I am set on them playing Storm. The thing is, if it goes to 3rd phase, I'm pretty sure Next Level would ban it. So they would have to pick it 16-17 here. So let's see what Next Level thinks about it.
Yeah, I mean, so far, both teams have swapped rosters, or swap lineups. Yeah, Darkseid Disruptor was on Next Level, Undying was on Runa, so it's quite funny to see. We'll see if that trend continues or not. But yeah, I feel like the Storm Spirit is quite likely to come out. But yeah, the Doom is still available. So do you think Next Level should just snap that up just to try and counter out? Or the Shadow Demon?
That is a counter to the Darkseer after level 6, having that this spell constantly applying. Kind of a save to Static Storm. They have 2 saves once Undying gets a shard, which we thought was going to happen last game, but didn't really.
Yeah, I feel like that was another little small mistake that came out from Runa team, in all honesty. But yeah, we'll see if next level are going to make the same one. Because, I mean, having one saving mechanic on your support is great, but having 2 saves is just absolutely phenomenal. It makes it so damn hard to kill anybody. But they are going to go back on in for the Kunkka. So they're like, pick Storm Spirit, we don't care. We'll win the lane again either way.
Yeah, honestly, I think Runa just drafted themselves in a pretty hot pile of garbage. Because, like, you picked this Disruptor to potentially enable the Storm without having to waste a ban. But, like, Storm is bad here. Like, Shadow Demon has a save, Undying has a save. They're all tanky heroes. You're going to lose the lane again if you pick Storm. So what do you... Oh, okay. I like this. So that's mid-Timber for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. One of their favored mids as well, actually. They got 80% win rate on it. It's pretty good.
Pretty good Timber game. Okay, I like it. I guess they were also... They thought that Timber would be countered against Disruptor just the same as Storm is. So the Disruptor isn't necessarily bad, although you do have X to counter it. You actually have a lot of counters. You have 3 anti-Disruptor spells with X, Disruption, and the Tombstone. But still, at least the Timber... They don't really have a way to kill the Timber, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely feels like that's going to be a big problem that next level can have to address in their following heroes. But Runa's team's still looking for their own 4th hero right now. I mean, yeah, like you're saying, it feels very likely that this Timber's going to be the mid. You've got the Darks here in the off lane, in which case they'll probably just grab up their position for support and then leave their carries the overall last pick of the entire draft and try and get like a little gotcha pick going through. In which case, what support in your mind is calling to you right now?
I like the Wind Ranger. It is not a good combo with Darks here, because it means they would have 2 range heroes. But I think Quizzy played really well. Oh. Is it support Night Stalker then?
Yeah, we've seen that a few times in the past. Has it kind of re-emerged in the meta?
It is good when you think that you're going to have vision for glimpses, right? Like, it's very strong to have the actual air vision plus Disruptor. And it is a melee hero to pair Darks here, especially in the first 5 minutes, because he's just going to be a little bit faster. Whether it is actually very good, I'm not sure. I think it kind of makes sense with the heroes they have. And, you know, we're talking about lack of synergy on Runa, and I do like this a bit more. Do they have team fight? I mean, they have good team fight. You can't really complain.
Yeah, they got a solid amount of AoEs. They've got catch. They've got vision. It definitely feels like they are ticking the boxes. They got a lot more tank. Like, compared to the last game, they didn't really have any front line, but now they've got it coming out in spades. So, yeah, compared to game number 1, I definitely feel like Runa's going to have a bit better time here. But next level seem to just be rinse repeating their core lineup. Going to go back in for Kunkka mid, probably the carry Doom again. And we'll see what they're going to be able to grab for their own offlaner.
I just want to see Shigetsu playing something that is a bit more bursty, because, like, Timbersaw is amazing this game. I have 3 strength heroes. They literally picked another melee strength into Timber, but that's because the damage is over time, with the exception of Timber. So whatever they give Shigetsu, I hope it's some, like, Ursa type hero, which unfortunately is banned. What would work here? Like...
TA is also banned.
Yeah, TA would be amazing. Nature's Prophet, I guess. Sven would be fine, honestly. I like Sven here.
Yeah.
Because you don't care if you get doomed after you OT. Yeah, Sven. It's probably going to get banned, though. They did ban it in the first game.
Yeah, I imagine that's not going to make an appearance this time round. How do you feel about a Drow for the side of next level? I mean, sure, you'll have the Night Stalker, which is kind of annoying, but if it's going to be a support Night Stalker, maybe that doesn't matter as much.
Drow's fine. I think you get to hit the Tombstone, which is good. Right now, they don't really have any attack speed or range with their cores.
Well, I was thinking for next level, but actually, they'll have to carry Doom, won't they? So never mind, they'll go for an offlaner. Yeah, I got the wrong way around.
I mean, I don't think Drow is that bad for next level either. But they... Oh, so it's Carry Doom again with a... playing Kunkka this time?
Yeah, right? I think so. Yeah,
that Timber.
Good.
That Timber's gonna be sad now. Oh no. Can they somehow... Like, can they play Midnight Stalker, offlane Timber, and just...
Well, there was once upon a time where people would play carry Timbersaw,
Yeah.
so you could still get that favorable lane matchup up top. Pick
Or
something
carry Night
else mid.
Stalker, right? Like that was a
Yeah.
thing. I think Miracle used to play it, but it's not really a Shigetsu. I don't feel like Shigetsu is gonna be happy. Yeah, they get this, man.
Okay.
It's okay.
All right, so yeah, definitely a few little spanners in the works thrown in for the very end of this draft, but yeah, it is going to be Nikki Cool rolling with the Timbersaw mid with the carry Sven, and then Alberca playing the Darkseer in the off lane, Dual Rays playing Lesh mid, carry Doom again, as well as this time the off lane Kunkka in the hands of Norma. So a few little swapperoos there, but how are you feeling in this draft? Do you feel like Runa's chances are better than game one?
Yeah, I think so. I think you have a bit better team fight. Shigetsu has a hero that's more active, that's more bursty. So they did upgrade a lot of things in their draft. I'm still a little bit worried about Nikiko. Like, this is another draft where he's probably going to lose the lane. And it felt like Runa really struggled to do stuff with the Timbersaw or the Storming Game 1 was low net worth. So that's really my only fear. Also, that Night Stalker offlane. I mean, Queasy really impressed me with the Wind Ranger, which is a little bit of a curveball. Can he do it again? That's all I want to see. To me, he was the standout player for Runa in Game 1.
Yeah, he definitely gave them a good strong start in their offlane, but unfortunately that lead just kind of disappeared. And like you were saying, Night Stalker and Darkseer is actually quite a strong lane combination, especially in those first few minutes. So hopefully they'll be able to use that again to have a good dominant start, and this time be able to actually hold on to it rather than just it suddenly become the next level show. But we'll find out now, guys. Game number 2 is underway. Let's jump on in, see how this one's going to go.
All right.
Prepare for battle.
So, any curious facets here? I have Heart of Battle on the Darkseer. Thank God we don't get to see the wall on the Disruptor, because that's garbage. Twisted Chakram for Timbersaw. Yeah, I do like it for this game. Okay, I mean, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, it's quite funny because it feels like next level as well are going to suffer with the same problem of no tower push because the Leshrac has gone for misanthropy as well. So it's like the same problem yet again. So at least there will be that there for Runa team. You know, buys them extra time.
I mean, that does show a lot of confidence, though, right? Because I feel like in general, tower push is something a lot of teams really care about, even at the highest level. So it is working for them. But once again, it feels like this is a game where Runa wins a couple of fights. That Sven can always take some buildings, and also Roche much better than next level can.
We got this smoke here from Runa team, just getting down some vision, thinking about invading the jungle, but actually they just bump into each other, smokes break. And we'll see who's actually going to get this top bounty rune. Looks like both teams are going to test it. Could get a nice little fight here.
DK's ready.
He's going to get on first. And the grab actually does come in. Your Y is able to grab the rune, but he's got so many heroes on top of him. Losing First Blood and your carry is not worth an extra bounty rune, so definitely a good start for Runa.
Or the Timbersaw as well. That is huge. He pretty much has bot already. Yeah, that's huge. It's going to offset a lot of the problems he would have in this lane.
Yeah. I mean,
this might actually...
so many people on Runa team were like leaving the last hit as well for Nikki Cool. They knew how important that was going to be. Yeah,
this is probably a game where he needs to get like 1 or 2 points of Timber Chain just to make sure he doesn't get run down by the Edict. But, if he is always healthy in the lane, shouldn't really struggle that much.
Yeah, we'll see if Dual Race is able to have another dominating performance, but feels like it should be relatively okay, especially like you said with that early bottle. Up top though, obviously you've got your Y and Flacco. Double melee against double melee, but the Undying is going to have a relatively good time here. Quite easy to get those 2-man decays going. So I'm not sure who I'm feeling is going to come out top, because like I said, you've got that strong Darkseer Night Stalker combo, but Undying is still annoying.
Yeah, I would probably guess that the Undying wins. Like, it's just, Undying is so strong, and if beating Undying damage over time is just too hard. Like, if you actually have burst, you can usually potentially kill the Undying with, level 2, level 3. But with this damage over time, there's going to be, like, so many stick charges. The heroes are pretty fast as well with the Doom having Scorched Earth. I'm imagining they're just going to be trading a lot. Potentially, Potentially kill the Undying if he goes for a pull alone, or if the Doom is alone in the lane.
Yeah, maybe they'll be able to pressure him that way, but for now, it's going to be the constant trades and spell spams going up at that top lane.
Yeah, you probably want to fight like as 1 versus 1s, right? So the Undying is on one side playing, I mean, as Runa. You want to have like the Night Stalker fighting the Undying alone, and the Darkseer fighting the Doom alone. That's probably the best case scenario for you, where he doesn't really get to cast double DKs.
Yeah. But that's just like the main thing you have to try and avoid as much as possible. Just gives way too much away.
Yeah.
So far in terms of CS, the only one who's falling slightly behind is Norma. But actually looks like they're going to try and get aggressive here. Disruption into the Torrent. Going to start racking up those Demon Poisons, and they do get the kill. Shigetsu goes down, Norma getting the credit as well. Big pick-off. Moving up top. Now Queasy's the one in danger. Trying to run away, but he's just slowly going to get burnt down here from the Scorched Earth. Although that's ran out, and he might actually be able to live. He's away.
Okay. Kills the Goose. Should be fine. Mid lane, pretty even. As we said, I think the biggest problem is the Sven dying. Out of all of the lanes, I actually didn't expect the Shadow Demon Kunkka to be the one you would see a kill coming from next level. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I think Shigetsu just kind of got whittled down by the Tidebringers too much and wasn't keeping his health topped up enough, and ends up
Another
being a
combo.
kill. They're going for it. This time on towards till the end. Just such quick burst damage though, coming on through. Shadow Poison's on the 3rd stack. Can Phones land a 4th? Not going to try. And the Disruptor will actually be able to survive, but still just does so much damage.
Yeah, that menace, you know, the innate from Shadow Demon, it's so strong. Like you just keep applying that percentage base amplification.
Oh,
It's
you're
really
right up top.
annoying.
Getting low. Vacuum lands on towards the 2. Good kill. Flacco has to just TP back to the tower. So able to bring down this Doom. Very nice. And using that level 3 power spike to good effect.
Yeah, huge. We were maybe, you know, doubting Queasy again, but he knows his weird heroes. You know, I always love when a support has, you know, a weird hero pool. One of my... The easiest way to my heart is having a pro that, you know, plays weird heroes. Especially support,
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah, it just feels a little bit more special, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But they're going to make a move. This time Flacco will go down. Queasy actually going to hit the tombstone. He's taking a lot of
Another
damage
one?
with this one.
Oh,
The deny actually comes out as well. Insult to injury there for your wife. Oh, that's got to hurt.
Yeah, gets the vengeance. And nighttime is about to wear off, so... You know, they did some damage in that early lane, but the next minutes are going to be a pain in the butt for this Night Stalker. Still level 3, so you got to make sure that you don't lose your Wisdom Rune, because this is when Night Stalker is the weakest now. It just feels really bad.
Yeah. Let's see what he's going to be able to do then for the next few minutes before he's actually able to start making some moves around the map. Well, yeah, this mid is... Yeah, it's slightly favouring Jewel Rays, but like I was saying, Nicky Cool having a vastly better time compared to game number 1. So hopefully he's actually going to be able to be a hero in this game and make some space for the rest of his team.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, globally, this is much better game for him, because you have 3 melee strength heroes. So he's supposed to do a lot of damage, but Sven, another strength melee. Oh, no Torrent, though. That should be fine.
Let's get away. 4th Shadow Poison not going to land. Just good damage though. Every single time he gets close to the creeps, takes a heck of a beating for it, so they are keeping him quite wary. And now trying to go towards till the end. Torrent actually connects on towards 2 heroes, but Nicky Cool with the TP in, going to be able to make the space there for his core to disengage and going to settle for a kill on towards Fernan's. Actually, X going to try and make the space. Not going to save his life, but will waste as much time as possible. Courier, can you kill it? No, he's just going to keep running. Oh no, Jewel Race is here.
He's going to run down Disruptor.
Back.
Oh.
Yeah, till the end, he's just going to live. Okay, that was messy.
Never mind. And they also are probably going to keep the tier 1 alive after minute 6, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, actually Glyphin just to keep this creep wave alive for as long as possible. Although, dive on towards the tier 1 tower, Jewel Race feeling confident. Look at the amount of damage, man. Just disintegrates both of them.
is under attack.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. 2 kills found. Catapult's still intact as well, so we'll see how much damage Dual Ray's going to be able to do to this tower.
Oh man, that feels so bad. Like, I guess he didn't have a TP, so he felt like if he walked back to the base, they will lose the tower again, and that became a self-fulfilled prophecy. He just killed himself. But this tower will actually die.
Yeah, I mean, that's just TPing back to base, letting the creeps do the rest of the work, as it looks like Runa team just wanted to secure their 7-minute rune instead.
Yeah,
Actually,
I mean, they're probably gonna get a deny, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, they get the deny at least. I guess it's better.
Yeah, I suppose. It's like a few hundred gold you take away, but unfortunately you do still lose the space on the map, but you know, you take what you can. Make the best out of every situation.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? They know that they can go for this play because it's daytime. Night Stalker is literally jungling right now for his level 6. It was kind of not the greatest play by Nikiko to try and defend it, knowing that the support wasn't really going to be able to help them there. So yeah, you just gotta wait. You need to wait for the level 6 on Queasy, and then with the OT plus Glimpse, you can try and kill some heroes.
Yes, it's all about buying their time right now. On the side of Runa team. You know, it feels like Shigetsu's kind of been left to his own devices, but surprisingly, he's actually bottom farmed core. Despite the fact that I don't know, he just felt like he's been semi-ignored. Just had a couple of times he's been aggressed, but not to the point where he should be this poor.
I mean, it's really hard for him to even show in the lane, right? He shows, he gets Disruption Torrent, Tidebringer, back to half HP. He's not strong enough to jungle just yet, so I can see why he's struggling at the moment. At least he did get a chipped vest, so that's by far the best item he could have gotten.
That's a big help.
Jungle a bit faster.
At the same time, triple stack was picked up. Oh,
Shigetsu.
No, he seems to get the stun off, and Norma didn't use the X. Never mind. I guess he just didn't feel confident. He had no backup. He was by an enemy tower. But he's just being safe.
Yeah. Well, regardless, 2K gold lead here for next level. Once again, they're looking pretty healthy, especially with dual rays. Sky is about to get ready. Hero's just bonkers at this stage. Like, he's just the strongest hero by far.
It's definitely how it feels. UI just finished his Midas, coming out on the Courier as well, so start seeing the farming speed of this Doom accelerate even more.
They have level 6 on Queasy.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Dual Ray's in danger. There's going to be the glimpse back. So much damage. Dies very quickly. Queasy might drop. The zombies chasing after him, but the X is going to drag him back. They get the kill either way. Jeez, so much AoE damage. Nikki Cool until the end will barely be able to get out of there, but as it stands, it's a good pick-off. You take away a very farmed mid laner just for a poor support. It's a worthy trade.
Yeah, good patience. We know what the timing is, and that's what you need. You need Disruptor and the Night Stalker together, and you get a kill. And out of that kill, they actually got Disruptors level 6, which means they could potentially smoke. It is still nighttime, so the Night Stalker is still useful even if he doesn't have his OT. They're going bottom with the Disruptor. I think they want to TP someone and get a kill if someone shows in the lane. They're going for this.
I think Nikki Cool, he just gets spotted immediately by the creeps. But look at that, they're just bolting past the trees till the end. We'll be able to find Fernand's here, but Norma, you can clearly see he's just not interested in saving his support. Will be the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, that's nice. You get a kill, you defend the tower from the catapult wave. I think it was...
Alright. UI just goes down. The illusions do the work. There is the Doom still lingering. Dual Rays will be able to capitalize that and get a kill. Look, maybe they're going to bait this high ground. Nikki Cool as well till the end do hold this area. The Dual Rays, no one's going to run to it.
Haste is running off on Dual Rays. They might kill Flacco here.
Gonna go for it. He's still quite tanky. Not dropping super fast. There are going to be some reinforcements though. Glimpse sending the Leshrac back by just a bit. Does provide a bit of space, but Disruption once again going to hold down Nikki Cool. He's trapped in the trees, so his Timber Chain's not going to get him very far, and he will go down. 30 seconds in the dirt. So it
Yeah, that was a
started
bad
off as a
timber
good
chain.
trade, but unfortunately went a bit rough.
Yeah, 3k gold lead. Definitely not worth it to trade the Undying for your Timber Saw. And I mean, that Lash, he is huge. I think Blink Dagger is probably the next item. You can solo the Disruptor like really quickly. Sometimes even if he gets the Glimpse off, it takes a little bit to, you know, be thrown back. You can still get the kill because of how fast Edict does damage.
Yeah, looks like he's going for the Sanjin Kaya route instead. Yeah, so wants to just go for that more tanky front line with the DPS. So we'll see how that works out. And immediately going for a smoke move as well. They're hunting for Shigetsu, and they might be able to find him if they head straight away to the south side.
Yeah, definitely looks that way. Ooh, yeah. He might be dead.
Yeah, it's Invis Rune. There's just no way for Shigetsu to know that he's just being stalked right now.
Yeah.
He will be dying here.
Stun. Can't TP out.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah. It was pretty bad. This is a night and day game for Shigetsu. In that game, you know, he was 3-0-2 at this stage. But technically, this hero is supposed to be more active. It's just that he doesn't really has the farm right now to play with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, all he really has is a Mask of Madness to his name. Still trying to go in for the Echo Saber, but yeah, he's a long way away from actually being that useful for the rest of his team.
And I mean,
And as it
speaking of
stands-
taking towers slowly, if you look at the mid and top tower from next level, like they're all pretty much full HP at this stage. So the map is so small that the Sven doesn't even have a different place to farm.
Yeah, maybe going to get Smallers up top. They get the X connection on towards Alberca. There will be the boat as well, locking him down. They do drop down the wall of Replica, trying to buy some space. Actually, Disruption comes in as well until the end, locks on towards two of them, and they're just going to hang around. Shigetsu now also getting
Blade
involved.
Mail.
Maybe he has to be careful. Till the end will pop. Yawai extremely low, but still feel like he hang around. They get another connection towards Shigetsu before he can turn up for a kill, and maybe that's a big mistake. He is still alive for now. Zombies on his case, but he might be able to get himself free, and he does. Survives with 40 HP. And now Squeezy coming on in. He is actually able to finish off Yawai. Norma as well, super low. He too will fall. Somehow, Runa team able to turn this game around so damn easily as they pick up Ferns as well. 3 huge kills, and they don't lose a single person.
Yeah, I mean, the huge part of that fight is that Flacco... Queasy survived with low HP, and he just had OT running the whole time, so they get vision to keep maneuvering around the fight. Nikiko re-engages, and they might even get dual raise as well.
Wow. Trying to dodge it, but yeah, he will go down. Wow. 4 kills.
I mean, that was a 4k gold lead, right? Like, that's...
Yeah.
2k gold exchange between the two teams.
Yeah, that is exactly what Runa team needed for this stage of the game. Just completely halted the progress of next level.
The problem is, Shigetsu is poor as hell.
Yeah.
He died again, right? He TP stop. He didn't die. Never mind.
Yeah,
he was. Yeah, he was 1 HP. I mean, it's almost as if he died because he had to walk back base, so he didn't farm. But yeah, at least he did survive.
He got an assist. You know, that's something.
And they're good for Counter Smoke top, but no heroes from next level are there. In fact, they are potentially looking for the Sven again. Bottom.
Yeah. It feels like next level want to try and regain some presence after that disastrous fight. But, you know, we kind of saw this in the last game. Next level were in the lead the entire time. Runa team come out for 1 or 2 good engagements, but then they just kind of lose all their momentum, and then next level just start plowing through them yet again. So we'll see if that's going to be the same in this game, or whether Runa team can actually hold on to this now. I mean, sure, they don't have a lead, but a very good set of events to just level this game out.
Yeah. Big thing, though, Night Stalker has a Blink Dagger out of that huge engagement, which means that they can potentially, you know, kill the Shadow Demon, prevent the Disruption saves. They can kill the Leshrac as well, if you just get to Caster Silence before he does anything. So it is a big timing here that I'm expecting them to use once either Nighttime comes back or they're comfortable using Dark Ascension again.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose all their ultimates are available. There's not any BKBs coming out soon, but there was a blink picked up from Nikki Cool as a blink as well for Shigetsu soon. Meanwhile, there is going to be a glimpse into the stack storm here on towards Norma. He's pretty tanky, trying to go for TP out, but the vacuum will deny that one. And Norma goes down. It's another kill here for Runa team, completely unpunished yet again. And they're looking for a +1. Queasy's found your Y.
Did you look at Yoi's items? He has an Echo Saber. What the hell?
Oh,
What is that?
that's interesting. New meta.
Is under attack.
Echo Saber, dude? I mean, I know you have the level pain thing and do more, but that's still. I guess he doesn't want to give away Radiance to the Alberca Darks here.
I feel that's the case. There's still probably items you'd rather go than an Echo.
Yeah. I guess he wants to. Okay, I think he wants to disassemble the Echo, get BKB. That's the only. It's just like some efficiency thing. Like he's gonna farm 2% faster. Then you disassemble, you sell the other components. I don't know. That's some pretty high level stuff here.
I suppose these guys have been playing Dota for a heck of a long time, so we just gotta trust in the method, you know.
Gotta
They know
trust
what
the
they're doing.
process. Yep. I mean, the meta region is good. That is one thing Doom definitely likes. But yeah, we'll see what's gonna happen here. As the Undying's gonna get a mech, so that's pretty good too.
That's another blink dagger online here. Shigetsu now with his own one, so that's 3 blinks on one team. And
Yeah, time to
Queasy
small.
attempts to TP out. Not going to make it. Very close though, actually. But he does go down. A dual raise though could be in danger. He's got several heroes converged on his location. He has no way to escape this.
He did pop his OT, but he's
Oh, Jesus, he dies so quickly. Especially with a pipe there from Alberca, just does no damage as well.
very nicely done. That pipe is gonna make the fights a bit harder. And yeah, finally she gets to get some love. He didn't get the kill, but just making sure that he can actually join a fight and survive. I do like the fact that even though he died, twice, still goes for the blink. I think that's necessary for them to burst the supports before the fight starts.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
So 19 minutes in, still yet to see anything go along with Roche. I mean, both teams, well, I mean, definitely next level, not really the best at taking just this time round. Actually, that being said, dual raise with the Misanthropy is actually pretty good at it. But they're going to need a real significant win around that pit before they even consider going for that one. And it just definitely feels like this game has just flipped its head entirely. Runa team just feeling so comfortable right now. Sure, they've lost a couple of kills here and there, but the main 3 are having a free time.
Yeah, and I think this is a game where the late game scenario is much better for Runa than it is for ENL. Like, you have late game with their heroes, but it's definitely not to the same extent as Queasy.
Aggressive jump on towards the Night Stalker. No follow-up though from the rest of the team. And that's already the Shadow Demon ultimate used.
Oh, that's a dead courier. Looking for dual raise.
Think about it. I mean, both teams posturing, but so far, Nikki Cool as well as Shigetsu and nowhere to be seen. So if Next Level knew that, I felt like they probably would have just forced that fight, get a favorable advantage. But as it stands, they're going to try and go for the Tormentor.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Members of Runa nearby.
It's nighttime. This is very dangerous. Well, they're actually. Are they gonna try and trade that for a rune? I think that's what Queasy wants to do here. He wants to get the wisdom.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, there's no one nearby. Oh, actually, Furnace is here. He has a blink.
He got
He
it.
doesn't get not
He blink
fast
out?
enough. Yeah, he doesn't even have his ultimate available. But actually, maybe Queasy's going to get the kill instead. There is going to be the X into the Torrent. He's just desperate to finish off the Shadow Demon, and he will kill him. So that's a Wisdom Rune plus a free kill. Hugely favorable there for Queasy.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It does mean that taking a fight now is still hard because I think they rely a lot on the night vision. So I'm curious to see if they still want to go. Well, they definitely do.
Yeah, he pops his BKB, but unfortunately does nothing against this right-click damage. He's forced to run away. Boat coming through, trying to make some space. Norma though, he's just trying to run, and Yawai still gets caught out. Huge kill to find. And Runa team out. It really feels like these guys are starting to hit their stride now.
That's right at the end of the BKB. That's so unfortunate. He will fall, and yeah, Runa getting some pretty good engagements. The one big problem is the cooldown of Godstrength, but because Doom got used in that fight as well, it doesn't really mean that TNL can even like go for a counterplay. In fact, they are running a TNL again. That's a dead Flacco.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do. Stands there and dies. That's just rough. Yeah. It's just
this night
constant
vision
pressure.
Is overwhelming. Oh,
And
wait,
getting
what?
dual raise as well. Oh my lord, it's just falling at the seams right now here for next level. They just can't catch a break. Runa team, I don't know if they had a good pep talk between game 1 and 2, but whatever they did, it's working out fantastically. It's just
Yeah,
night and day, really.
I'm not a believer of this Bloodstone when you're playing against 2 silences. Like, you're not gonna get your spells off. Like, how are you gonna lifesteal?
Yeah, and now grab on towards the Undying. Trying to survive with the Essence Ring, but doesn't make much difference. Instead, they're going to try a turnaround. There will be the X in towards the boat. Furnace as well using the Disruption, but Nicky Cool, he's just charging towards the base, and the carry Doom is just taking so much damage. Forced to pop the BKB purely in a defensive manner and has to just continuously run away. Just nothing seems to be going right here for next level.
Yeah, these fights are... Like, you just gotta respect the nighttime, and I think they're just being picked off over and over again because they keep trying to split the map against this hunting squad. Oh, speaking of hunting squad, well, Quizzy might be a little bit out of his depth here.
Yeah, caught from the disruption.
Yeah.
Stumbled out of the race, and he does so much. Shigetsu, though.
What?
He doesn't care. He's going to commit forward to this one. The right-click damage doing so much.
Oh,
work.
the save from the
Tombstone
Tombstone
is going to be there, and he's still pumping out damage. Shigetsu, he's got to try and run away. He has got the Glimmer. X, though.
Oh, the X back.
But the timing's wrong. And there's going to be the 4-man vacuum making space there. Alberca trying to turn this one around. Good 2-man stun. Support's deleted in a second. Dual Rays having to just continuously run. Norma now caught into another connect field. And maybe that's going to be the end of the fight as the Leshrac TP's out.
Oh, he was looking for that glimpse. Where's the vision?
BKB's about to run out.
Oh,
Perfectly
he got
timed.
it.
X, though,
Ooh.
onto himself. Good play there from Norma.
Nice, yeah. That's the counter I was talking to Draft. We didn't get to see too much, but that's how he counter glimpse.
Unfortunately, as cute as that play was, it's still a 3-for-1 exchange favoring Runa team, killing the enemy carry as well. It's just phenomenal performance coming out here from these guys.
Yeah, I mean, it was even like kind of a good play with the Tombstone save on the Leshrac. They're still doing damage through the Tombstone. They're just lacking damage, right? I think even though it was a good save, the Doom wasn't available when he had to BKB in a weird manner. And like this, I don't know, man, this Echo Saber build, he feels like he doesn't do any damage.
Yeah,
Honestly, I think it's just better to give away Radiance than to have this Echo Saber. I just don't understand it.
Yeah, he kind of feels like a position 3 rather than your carry at this stage of the game, and it's just too damn difficult. As now Nicky Cool has found Norma just being annoying. It's going to make him run back towards his base. As 22-13, 7k gold lead. Aegis into the hands of the Sven as well, with his ultimate and BKB available. Definitely feels like Runa team could just continue the pressure, take down some more tier 2s, and potentially we could see a high ground very soon.
Yeah, this time they do have that Sven, so it is very feasible to go high ground as long as you don't use the OT before a fight. Bottom might be a dead Shadow Demon.
Vernon's gone. Does
I
at
mean,
least
2D.
force Shigetsu to TP back to the other side of the map, I guess. Space created.
Yeah,
Something.
kinda.
Silver linings.
I mean, still has Aegis though, so I'm assuming they want to go for the tier 2 bottom now. Daedal is also very close to completion. To get to, finally gets online. He had such a hard start, but still. I gotta say, man, Queasy is delivering, like, with these weird supports. He got so much done, like, creating chaos. That one fight that felt like they were gonna lose terribly, and then they kill, like, 4 heroes with his night vision usage. Very impressed by his play this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it felt like he had a really good start in the win range of the last game, but unfortunately couldn't really amount to something else. But this time around, like you're saying, it's just doing so much work. And maybe next level, if there is going to be a game number 3, might have to pay some respect to that and think about banning it out. It is just doing so much work, especially like saying paired up with the Disruptor.
Yeah, that's the thing. He might have some other weird heroes we don't know about. As I mean, Iwai's just dead.
Oh. It does force out the Doom, but here comes Queasy. Gonna try and go for solo play, forces out the BKB on towards the Doom, has to just go for the TP out, will make it, but that's another BKB used just to flee for his life from a support. Feels bad.
Feels really bad. He does have a harpoon now, so I guess it's something here for the Doom.
Glimpse on towards Norma.
Another BKB used.
Yeah, he's now on 7 seconds. Yowai is on 6 seconds. There's not even one queued up for the Leshrac. Which I feel like, considering all the silences and stuns, do you feel like the BKB could actually be worthwhile?
I think what I'm actually not... what I dislike is that I think the Leshrac should actually have a BKB, and maybe the Kunkka should have finished the Crimson Guard earlier, right? Because...
Yeah. Oh my lord, immediate jump on towards Norma as well. 2 kills in just a few seconds. They do both have buybacks, and unless they want to lose at least one set of barracks, they might be forced to use them. The glyph already been used before the creeps actually even turn up. This is going to be a full set.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have BKB on your Y, so I think they're just going to give it up. Like, if you take a fight now, not only don't have 2 heroes, but the Doom, like, he cannot fight.
Yeah, and you can see just Nicky Cool running at Jewel Rays on his own, actually forcing the Leshrac really far away. But yeah, that's one set gone. Immediately on towards the second. And still 18 seconds without your Kunkka. Second glyph used. And it looks like that's going to be enough to, you know, get Runa team to pause their thoughts and actually retreat. Very wise decision.
Alright, so... Roche still 50 seconds, but I don't think they're going to be able to utilize it any further. No, but that's more than enough. You got Elena Barracks, who just absolutely crushing this game. TNL, they're going to have to find like the perfect team fighting. And I think the biggest problem we didn't talk about, they have no initiation, right? The Leshrac didn't buy Blink. Like, to me, the right build this game was Kaya, Blink, BKB. Because it allows you to find a Disruptor and kill him without Glimpse. And it allows you not to care about all the silences. But because they don't have initiation, like, all of the... Like, they cannot start any fights. And it's always Runa initiating on them. And they're just watching, like, as their goal lead keeps plummeting.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying in the draft as well that they should be able to survive these kind of initiations, considering they have double safe mechanic of Disruption and Tombstone, but it means nothing.
Yeah, the problem is that they have not played together because they didn't really hit their timings, right? Like, they were still farming BKB on Doom, BKB on Kunkka, and as they were farming those items, Runa just kept going relentlessly. As they find Nikiku with a Doom, that, no cancel. X? How long is this BKB?
Yeah, it's too long.
Okay.
Alright, so that's Doom gone.
I mean, it is still... Oh, wait. Timbersaw might be dead. Yeah, he's dead.
Really? Oh, wow, he actually ticks out to that one. That's... Okay, they do get the kill in the end. They do also lose Flacco in the backlines, but I don't think they really care about that one. Getting rid of Nikiko is much more valuable. Norma, he's got to be careful. There's several enemies around him.
He blinks out.
But the blink out. Queasy, man, so annoying. Actually, that's going to lock out the Undying as soon as he respawns in. Shigetsu take a lot of damage. BKB to avoid a lot of it. And they also get the grab as well. This Doom is stuck and he is dead. Your wife's gone. Flacco has to go to the defensive Tombstone, but it doesn't last long. Immediately dead as well. 2 people gone, no buyback. Queasy just being so annoying. This is a support bullying the farm mid laner, doing tons of work. Dual race onto the side as well. Can't do anything on his own. Or can he? The damage is doing insane work. The actual stun from the torrent kept him alive. And then a buyback comes in from Norma as well. They will glimpse him back to the base. But Queasy, once again being a nuisance with the vacuum back, they get the kill on towards Dual Rays. Super valuable. They will get TP out for the Shadow Demon, and Norma can't do anything on his own. So It looked good for a second there from next level, but it is still Runa team coming out ahead.
That was such a knee breaker play from to the end. He gets the Ecstatic Storm on the Doom. He doesn't pop BKB. He doesn't pop anything.
Tower is under
All that 18k net worth useless in that fight, and they just won the fight out of that. If they get to cast Doom a single time, if the Doom does anything, I'm pretty sure TNL was supposed to win the fight. Especially the buyback, you know, they have the base advantage, but
Yep.
really clutch itemization, and he gets it done at the right time.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt real bad there for TNL. I mean, it does just feel night and day from the Doom we saw in game number 1, who was able to put his body in the front there, do a lot of work, but this time around he just feels like paper. Despite the fact that, you know, he's got 3.1 thousand HP, he's got 22 armor as well. In theory, he should be able to stand his ground, but just the amount of DPS that this Sven is pumping out is just too much for him to deal with.
And that's only why, right? Because that was a 4th pick Doom. You saw both the Timber Saw as well as the Darkseer. And you're like, yeah, no, it's fine. We can still play it. But, yeah. I don't know. This build didn't really impress me as much. I know that obviously, you know, they're playing from behind, so even the Radiance wouldn't look good if you're this far behind. But overall, they're probably better picks, and you still picked his melee strength hero into a Timber Saw. And Nikki, you know, he delivered. He didn't have the greatest start, but A3 and 9 now looking pretty hot.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's just, yeah, feels like he's actually able to be a hero in this game rather than just an endless feeding bag for the other team. And we'll see what else he can do, as Roshan looks like it's nearly a full timer respawn, so we're not going to see that for a while.
Yeah. He is also about to finish Linken's on the Timber Saw, unless this fight starts now, which is possible with the smoke.
And Queasy.
Smoke breaks, dual race.
Oh, he does want to jump on towards him. Instead,
that's a huge fight.
Wants to fight until the end. Can he actually get the kill on towards the Trumps for the
Oh,
ultimate?
the
No, the
same
huge vacuum into the ultimate. 3 of them locked down. No chance of surviving. That is absolutely punishing. Now there's going to pick everybody off. No chance for Flacco to escape. 4 people gone just like that. What an absolutely fantastic execution. Like, he waited so long to use the ultimate because he knew the vacuum was going to come on through. Just amazing game sense.
Yeah, because this disruptor was unchecked the whole game, and to me, that's a big part of that is dual race's item build. He just gets to finish this Ags, and with the vacuum, it's just such a strong combo. They will get Nikki cool.
That's nice. Does cost them 2 buybacks, one on their Lesh being the most important. But it does force them away from the high ground. They're not going to lose any more buildings.
is under attack.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Roche is dead, and I guess even if it was up, they don't really Roche that fast, so as you said, it only keeps them in the game. It doesn't really change the status quo.
Yeah, 24,000 gold advantage. Gaben says it's a 90% win probability as well, going into the favor of Runa team as well. So it's looking very hard here for Next Level to be able to pull this game number 2 back, but it is definitely possible. It might just rely really on a mistake from Runa more than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, at least in game 1, it did feel like TNL was the better team as a unit. But this time around, their team fight isn't as oppressive as it was. There's definitely a lot of counterplay here that Runa can utilize as they go for another smoke.
Yeah, they really
Where's
want
the
to kill
initiation,
and then go
though?
to Roche.
I guess the initiation is the Shadow Demon. He's literally the only hero that has a Blink Dagger here. You want to find Blink Disruption.
Smokes. He actually blinks back. A little bit nervous about all those smokes breaking in an awkward position till the end.
Oh,
Put
to the
himself
end.
First. Observe wards. Okay, he's got the vision down on dual race if he wants to go for a glimpse. Will be used, but there's going to be defensive X. Brings him back out. Good little play there from Norma, making sure they're keeping those BKBs off cooldown. But they still managed to find Fernand. The supports miles away from the rest of the team, and Runa just annihilate them. Down to a 3 versus 5. They have to run.
Why
Dual
is
race those
dual
6
race
rounds
in
to
the
kill
lane?
creeps. And maybe that's going to be a big issue. As Queasy just flying past, everybody locked down onto the same spot. The disruption, though, doesn't land onto a single hero. But even still, Norma, he's so damn slow. He's pretty tanky, gets some good damage on towards Nikki Cool, but the AoE starting to go out now from Shigetsu. The Doom landing all over the place, but they're still going to lose their lives. He's desperate to take the Timber Sword down with him, which he will tick out, but everybody's dead. GG is called, and we will be seeing a game 3.
Yeah, that is very. I mean, that's awesome, right? Because we talked about this series being probably the closest one, and it delivers. So very excited to see how Game 3 is going to look like. I don't think anyone should be allowed to get the Darkseer Disruptor combo. Like, we saw that being so incredibly strong both games.
Yeah, it's just doing way too much work. Especially like we're saying, Queasy, I feel like he's going to be our MVP. He's just doing so much work from that position 4 role, gave him all the vision in the world, and it just really didn't feel like Next Level Team could do anything about it, just getting pushed back again and again and again. And yeah, it just felt like a complete night and day scenario from that game number 1. So really exciting to see. And like you're saying, it's kind of what we were expecting to see. These guys did go 2 for 1 in their game in the group stage, and they're going to be going 2 for 1 in the playoff stage as well, keeping these games nice and intense. And like we were saying earlier, guys, whoever wins this series guarantees third place for that $5,000 at the very, very least. It's a very, very important game coming up next. We're going to jump over to a short break, and we shall return in about 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The best of one has begun to see who can claim that first guaranteed third place spot here for the CCT. First whole tournament for the series, or the second series these guys have done. We're looking forward to this game. Any kind of predictions what we might see in this last best of one here, Bowie?
I really feel like Darkseer is going to be better addressed, honestly. To me, like the Darkseer Disruptor combination happened twice in 2 games where they couldn't kill either Disruptor or the Darkseer, or at least they didn't itemize to kill him. And to me, it was like the biggest reason the team fighting looked so hard against it. So either ban one of those 2, or you need... Yeah, well, there we go. Darkseer's banned. So.
Hooray!
Yeah, this game already, I think, is going to look pretty different.
Yeah, I agree as well. Like, immediately he is gone, and we're going to see a different sort of playstyle coming up from both of these teams as a result. And I'm looking forward to that. We do see the Undying going, which we had in both games as well, and the Batrider also being removed. So quite a lot of heroes we've seen in the previous games have been already taken out here by Team Next Level. We'll see what else they can take out. Meanwhile, Runa team have been very consistent with the Pangolier and Dark Willow bans. They've just done it every single game. They just want to keep on repeating that.
Yeah, I think, Runa... I'm sorry, Next Level, they thought that their Doom was going to be strong enough to deal with the Darkseer. Because you can eat the Iron Shell creep, and maybe you can, eat the Dispel creep. But at the end of the day, it just didn't look as strong. You couldn't really go for the Radiance build. And yeah, I'm happy that they ban it. They respect how strong it is. And this time, there's no Undying or Darkseer, which means the first phase is going to be 100% new.
That is always exciting to see. There's that TB gone as well, which we saw in game number 1. And the Templar Assassin. Obviously, all of these bans that got changed from Next Level allowed her to slip through the nets. And Runa team quite happily snap her up.
So what do you do? Iron Shell obviously very strong against TA, so that's why they feel comfortable now. So you need damage over time. You need maybe a ranged hero in the offlane, which is very rare these days. Not a lot of those. Maybe Enigma, but Enigma also gets crushed by the Psyblades.
Yeah, it's a difficult choice. And hero choice will be the Beastmaster. Alright, with the Boars, it's another way of getting through those refraction charges a little bit in the lane and later on, so it's a nice way of dealing with that. Good lockdown for her as well. So, I feel like Norma should have a pretty decent time in his off lane. One thing to note as well, this is Runa team beforehand. They've played TA 10 times and they've won 8 games. So it's a very, very strong hero in their hands, and it's already going to be quite difficult for Next Level to deal with that alone.
Yeah, definitely one of the strongest heroes of the patch, despite numerous nerfs to the hero. So TA still very, very strong, and it's a first pick TA. So there are ways to counter this. Your gap close, maybe something like a Doom is actually not bad against TA. It's carry Doom, and I think that might be what Next Level is going to go for, because you buy Radiance, you just prevent her from really refraction blinking away. I would love to see that.
Yeah, this will be the 3rd time in a row that they would have this Doom in the carry position. Didn't work out at all in the second one. He changed his itemization around. It flopped kind of hard, and he just looked like an offlaner. So, but yeah, like you're saying, it would make a bit more sense in this 3rd game. Let's see if they want to go for it.
Oh, they've been Ember. Okay. Another catch hero. There's a lot of those, right? We saw Puck being banned first phase. I'm sorry, in the first game. Definitely another hero that can hunt the TA. And as long as you get lockdown and a lot of damage instances, you should be able to clear her. This Beastmaster could be mid, though. I wonder if they are flexing this. I wouldn't say, it's not bad against TA, but it's definitely not great either. So there might be a chance this is just a little bit of a bait from Next Level.
Yeah, that would definitely make sense. Could all depend on what Runa team are going to grab at their mid, but we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, Next Level do have the overall last pick of the draft, so that will be slightly easier for them to deal with later on.
You know what? A hero I would love to see in the offlane for Next Level? DP. Because you break the refractions easily, you can secure. Finally they buff Crypt Swarm, so it's actually easy to CS with the spell. Yeah, I wouldn't hate that.
Yeah, that'd be quite cool. They do get rid of the Dawnbreaker though, so trying to remove more of that global presence, because if the TA gets the Ags, then obviously she's going around the map as well, and it's so frustrating. So they do take that one away. Well, up with the Phoenix, more very good ways of dealing with the refraction charges. Like they will just disappear super quick. Yeah, I feel like it's a decent pickup.
Yeah, very strong hero against TA. Love it. It is also a little bit of a counter to Mr. Night Stalker, right? So you get to counter the Night Stalker, and at the same time, it's a great matchup against TA. So I do love that.
Yeah, for sure.
Probably not. I don't think they're gonna pick Night Stalker now. We're probably gonna go back to the Wind Ranger. I think it's good against Beastmaster. You can get some good shackles with the boars, or just something entirely different. I'm not sure what other type of cheese Quizzy has, fermenting for us.
Yeah, I mean, so far he's brought out 2 slightly more quirky heroes in the position 4. First one didn't go as well, but he still did a really good job. Second time it was fantastic, but I don't know. All eyes will be on him in this game. See what he can bring to the table for us. But yeah, the Wind Ranger would still make sense. I'm kind of liking the idea for Runa team as their position 5 as silencer. Like, it's very good versus the Phoenix. It's pretty good at counter-initiating against the Beastmaster as well. Obviously, he's always a bit like really hot or really cold in terms of meta, but I don't know. Kind of, he's talking to me.
That Tiny was banned second phase, right? I wonder if this is a Quizzy hero, if he also plays for Tiny. Doesn't look like a hero he would like.
Could definitely see that.
But it could also just be carry Tiny. Definitely still strong, despite all the nerfs. It's just that against Phoenix, I think that's pretty unlikely. And also have TA, right? So I guess they could flex between each other. Carry and mid.
Yeah. See which route they want to go down for that. They're looking for their 3rd hero right now. I mean, do they just go for like their 2nd support, the position 5, then leave whatever core they got as the 4th? Warlock is the hero of choice. Okay, bit more team fight as well. The AoE lockdown is good. I like it.
Fatal bonds for the Beastmaster creeps, very nice. Protection for the TA, very good.
Yeah, definitely seems like a good sort of adjustments they're doing. Like the draft game number 1 could definitely have worked if everything just went into their favor, but it definitely feels like 2nd and 3rd game right now, Runa team are really putting their all into their drafts and making sure they're not leaving too many holes open for next level to exploit. I'm liking it.
You definitely want something that can find a Warlock. Yeah, I was gonna say Puck or Storm. Do like that. Now you have another catch for TA, and you have a way to cancel the channeling spells Warlock's gonna be committing for. That's nice.
Yeah, definitely.
But as we said, you are playing Puck into Tiny TA, so not only Tiny could be mid and it's a counter, but even TA could be mid, and it's an even harder counter. So next level, very confident with their Puck here.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose if you're really good with the phase shift dodges, when like the meld strikes come out, you can actually sustain quite well because you get the heal from it. We'll see if they can pull that off or not, but Tusk will be picked up. I think that was banned both of the other games as well, so it's the first appearance for him here.
Very good against TA because you get the extra damage instances with tag team, so you very quickly break through refraction. Gives them Roche, which next level, they were awful at Roche in both games. So now you actually get to control the game a bit faster once you start winning fights.
Let's see what Rune's going to go for now. Only 25 seconds of reserve time.
Probably the carry here, unless TA is carry, which is possible.
Yeah, they got that flex. Oh, okay. That's risky. That's very risky.
That's another Puck counter, though. Even though you don't get the night vision. Because this time they don't have the disruptor, right? The reason the night vision was so important was the disruptor glimpse. But now, you just want to destroy the Puck.
Yeah, but without like the reliable nighttime, it might be quite hard to get on top of them. I mean, there's not a huge amount of save mechanics on the side of next level. I guess you've got the heal from the Phoenix, which could make a difference. Snowball as well, but trying to go for a snowball save against the Night Stalker is always quite
Yeah.
difficult because you have a chance of just getting hit by the silence as well. It's going to be a little bit clunky, but we'll see how it does work out here for the side of Runa team. But yeah,
It's also
they've either got
possibly an offlaner, right? They don't have
Yeah.
to play it on Queasy necessarily. They don't have 24 picks, so they could still pick support less and have this Night Stalker as a 3, depending on what carry next level is going to go for.
Yeah, I mean, would you want to put your core into a more awkward situation because of that Phoenix, though, or would you rather just put in that sacrificial position?
I think the fast blink on Night Stalker is huge if you want to shut down the puck. But yeah, it depends on whether you think the lane's going to be too hard. Because Earth is still in the pool, which I kind of like. It's very good against TA because you just have the damage reduction. You don't really get destroyed. It's a good lane again. Because we're assuming at least one melee hero is going to be in the off lane. You know, could be Tiny and Ice Stalker, but at least one of those two is melee.
Yeah. Okay. So final ban. What is next level going to get rid of here? I wonder. It's just so many question marks right now. That Runa team can really take their draft in a lot of different directions, which is obviously going to be keeping next level guessing. Which maybe it doesn't feel like whatever they ban is going to be guaranteed.
Tide, okay.
Okay.
A good counter initiation. So they are going for mid tiny, carry TA, and just Night Stalker 4, which is probably the most obvious choice here.
Yeah.
Areas that are good against TA. Terrorblade's banned. So Usa maybe? Yep.
Also, just banned us up. The pool is shrinking quickly. What else could there be?
We want your offlaner here, we're assuming. Could go for Death Prophet, doesn't sound terrible. Kunkka is available. I like Kunkka here.
But you were talking about the Doom once again for the carry early on. Do you think that's still a viable option?
I think it's carry TA, right? With
Yeah, for sort of next level.
Oh.
Oh, they go for the Doom. Anyway, okay.
All right. Yeah, I mean, this Puck's gonna have the worst game ever.
Yeah.
Really tough game. But as you said, the Doom can eat the boar and deal with the Beastmaster. They cannot flex the Beastmaster mid anymore because they picked the Puck. So now you're left with your carry choice. Not a lot of reserve time left.
Only 8
Ooh,
seconds.
Sven is really bad here. Oh.
Lifesteal is the hero choice. Okay. So very interesting twists and turns here. Oh, and it is actually carry TA with the offlane Doom instead.
Yeah.
And Nikki Cool playing the Tiny in the mid lane instead. Okay, so I feel like Dual Race is going to have a slightly better time because of that, but I don't know. It's a really interesting twists and turns here.
Yeah, I think Runa. I think Runa's got it. I look at next level. This Lifestealer 24 doesn't look amazing. You get doomed. Like the heal doesn't matter because they have Doom. As you said, the snowball save is hard because there is a Night Stalker with Blink Dagger Silence. Yeah, sure. Maybe you use Egg to stop the silence, but then your Egg's kind of useless. Like you might not be in like the best position to use it. And like this TA, like this is TA first pick, and you end up with a pretty mediocre counter, I would say. Like,
Yeah.
Once you get the Radiance, it's all right, but I think Lifestealer's not gonna get like the easiest lane either. So yeah, I think Runa might just take this one.
Yeah, I think I'm going to tend to agree with you there as well. Like, just looking back onto game number 1, it felt like next level won because they were able to synergize the team and really coordinate fantastically well. But then game number 2 came out and showed that Runa can quite easily perform like that as well and just completely shut out next level. So, judging by that draft, I feel like, yeah, Runa team's going to be able to take this one and potentially be able to secure that 3rd place guaranteed finish here for the CCT. Obviously, nothing can really work out how we predict. That's what makes Dota so great. You never know really what's going to happen. But the game is underway, guys. Let's jump on in and see how this game is going to end up.
All right, so
In a second.
yeah, we did had a very quick pause, but I think we should be getting on our way here. Any weird facetas here? Looks like... Oh, it is a Wild Hunt Beastmaster, but that is a bit more popular these days.
Yeah, it all seems pretty standard. Warlock going for the old Grimoire.
Yeah, TA with the Refractor. Yeah, nothing too crazy.
No, definitely not. We'll see if we can get a fight again at the start of this game. Last time was a small scuffle, and they were actually able to get the first blood against your Y from the side of Runa. And both teams kind of posturing in the same bottom part of the map. Never mind. Next level is disengaging. So, not going to be a fight, I think, this time. Always sad to see.
Yeah, I guess that one thing this game that could be a problem for Runa is that, you know, when they played this Night Stalker, they did have not only that glimpse combo that allowed the Night Stalker to be more useful, but also you had a better lane with the Darkseer just enabling Quizzy. Whereas now, you know, it is a double melee against Lifestealer. Like, he should be alright-ish. As I say that, though, 3-on-1 here looking for UI.
He should be able to grab the bounty. And can he get away? He might have to level up Rage, which he does.
Okay. I mean, it's still a pretty decent win.
Yeah.
Forcing him to get Rage.
Yeah, for sure. They'll take whatever they can get. Actually, they're going to cut immediately down to the south side, maybe predicting the path that Lifesteal was going to take, but he's not falling for this, you know. This guy's a pro. He's just going to wait, yeah, TP to the tower. No fuss.
Okay. Still, though, if they somehow kill him, he has no TP, and they are keeping Quizzy in this area. Oh, no. Okay. To the end with
He's
TP
gone.
out. Yeah.
And yeah, we'll see how this mid lane's going to go. Like, we were thinking early on that it was either going to be a TA mid or maybe doing something like that, but as it stands, dual raise up against Nicky Cool on the Tiny should have a decent time as long as if he can always jaunt away those tree toss harassments.
Yeah, it's definitely not a great lane for the Puck because you don't really have a lot of base damage, so the Tiny is still like out denies you a fair amount, and you know, he's pretty tanky. Probably not gonna kill him, but overall, I don't think this is definitely not the worst lane Dual Rays had this game.
At what minute as well do you think we're going to see the first blood this time? Big question.
Oh, TA with the little meld play. Yeah, I mean it is a Warlock though, so yeah,
You can chuck down level 1 Fatal Bonds, and that's about it.
not a lot of action here. Definitely a lane where I could see TNL getting a kill, and as I say that, they find good shards, more slows with Blood Grenade.
Yeah, trying to lock him down till the end, getting low. Does the Hawk land on the right target? It doesn't, but it doesn't even matter. Fernand's secures first blood. Although Fatal Bonds with the tower hits does do a decent amount of damage in return, but regardless, that pickup there for next level. Always a good way to start the game.
Yeah, the side lanes are not strong for Runa, so they just gotta make sure that they don't feed too much. I feel like, you know, if they are even 10 minutes, Runa definitely has the advantage this game. But like this Warlock TA, I think TA prefers way more to have an aggressive support than like something that heals her.
Yeah, it's just going to be trying to chill as much as possible up there, but depends if Norman Furnace want to allow that to happen. Like Beastmaster Tusk can get extremely aggressive, like we just saw, and potentially find continuous kills.
Yeah, they have no mobility. They're heroes, no stuns either. So as long as you get the shards, very hard to really save anyone. Can out heal potentially. This might even be a game where he gets Shadow Word level 2 just because they don't really have aggression. So learning more Fatal Bonds doesn't really change the how this lane's gonna play out.
Lots of damage coming out there on towards Flacco. Forced to actually dive away. Queasy Man still able to be quite damn useful.
No mana for a
His
while.
third game. She takes a heck of a beating there from the Doom.
Yeesh.
Yeah. Both get super low, forcing out the Sows. Good position beat. Oh, the salve even gets cancelled before it fully completes there. That's I feel bad man moment.
Yeah, all that vision gets to see exactly the salve being used, prevents the pull as well. And UI, I mean, no healing. The fact that he didn't get to use, didn't get to start the lane with Ghoul Frenzy, making him pretty easy target.
Oh, okay, just going straight for the dive underneath the tower, taking all the hits though, and he might die.
The
Will get the
Lotus!
first heal, and Albarca comes on through for the kill instead. Maybe gonna think about going for more. Queasy just making sure he does not take tower aggro. He would die so damn fast. UI.
Oh.
Standing his ground, does have a rage, wants to try and go after
No
Queasy.
damage.
But can't get on top of him. Instead, he will just TP out. But yeah, UI's got to be so careful now. All he has is a Fairy Fire to his name.
At least they probably know he TP'd out, but this level of HP with no mana like this, yeah, I was not a fan of this Lifestealer pick. I get why they went for it, but this lane is not looking good.
Yeah, that's going to be extremely difficult. Meanwhile, this
But-
mid, it's actually pretty even, to be honest. 25 and 3 against 22 and 4, so Nicky Cool not able to get as many denies as we were expecting.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
UI being chased down.
Burka continuously looking for kills here. Despite not even having his support with him, he just does not care.
Miss!
The miss! Oh my lord, maybe it doesn't matter as Queez is going to be there for the cut-off, but the TP in
Oh,
from
blood
the
grenade.
task with the snowball forwards. They're going to try and finish him off. UI can't get the kill before he dies. So he will lose his life there. So it's a trade, core for core, but RT definitely
lane.
coming out ahead.
Norma very
Oh, yeah.
low, but should be fine.
Yeah, it's just good read. They know there's no Tusk to help him out, so immediately they start bullying him. Just good game sense.
Yeah. The Puck's doing pretty well. I've seen lanes where Puck actually struggles way more against Tiny, but overall, very easy CSing here. Very even. But yeah, the side lanes are working much better for Runa than I expected. I guess, you know, that one level, forcing the level 1 rage hurt UI way more than maybe we expected, as they will go for a play.
Yeah, Queasy take a lot of damage. Tag team, man, just the slow, probably the most annoying part of that ability right there. He just could not escape. Yeah, ends up being a good free kill. Going into the hands of UI was definitely a big bonus.
I mean, he's huge. He has 16 CS. He needs to recover really hard.
Yeah, he could be hitting AFK later on for a long time. Just go off and hit creep.
Because
That's all you need
I'm
to do.
assuming he's gonna rush Radiance this game, and Lifestealer, like when he has a bad lane, this here just farms so slowly.
I mean, do you think there's a point where Runa team are like, hey, we've bullied the Lifestealer enough, let's go focus on Dual Rays now instead? Or do you think they're happy just to continuously kill this Lifestealer and not care about the puck?
I don't think they can really kill the Puck right now. What they... Oh, speaking of the Puck, gets a
Yeah, he
coil
made a move
play here.
himself.
Oh no,
There's gonna
that's
be
way
the
too
snowball,
tanky.
just 4 heroes.
good shards.
Just too many. Queasy as well. Maybe have to stand his ground. Nicky Cool comes in. There will be the silence before he can get a toss off. Even still, Fernance will lose his life. So it's a trade,
Okay.
1-for-1 again, but a support for a core, favoring next level.
Radiant are scanning.
Those shards were clutch from Fernandes. Like, I don't think they get the kill if the shards weren't as good. So, very nicely done. Sometimes, you know, level 6 Puck rotations can be kind of bad because the hero just doesn't have a lot of damage at this stage. But still, they make it work, and they're slowly savaging UI's game here.
Yeah, it's not really able to like get a net worth advantage either way. It's still very even game. But yeah, when you do just really compare the farm between the two carries, it's a vast difference. Shigetsu is over doubling UI's CS, and he's a full 700 gold ahead as well. It's a big chunk for just 7 minutes in.
Yeah, and TA just accelerates much faster, right? Like, at this stage, we can probably expect the TA to double her net worth in, like, 5 to 10 minutes, where Lifestealer just doesn't get to farm as fast. He's going by those on the Lifestealer, actually, which maybe I'm not against. He did have a terrible game.
Yeah, like I say, you need some way of recovering him. Potentially that's going to be it. As a little contest for the 8-minute rune. Does end up being illusion balled by Dual Rays. And the Dream Core not actually getting snapped there from
Good
Queasy,
shards.
being very careful, but yeah, the shards deny any kind of retreat either way. And it will be another kill going into the hands of Dual Rays. They are being very aggressive with this puck.
is under attack.
No surprise they were banning this Tusk from Fernandes. He really is playing really well. Like a lot of Tusks actually start with shards and they get the snowball afterwards, but in a lot of fights, he's just making sure he gets closer so that no one can really dodge the shards and he gets the perfect positioning for the fight.
Yeah, it's working wonders so far, and got a lot of items queued up as well in this Tusk, but we'll see what he's going to go for first. Like, complete his boots, go for a blink, buy a BKB. He doesn't know. We'll find out soon.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Eggs, always very good against the TA, but he might be...
Is under attack.
He might feel like it's too greedy. We'll see how good of a game he has. Maybe he changes his mind about the BKB. But it is the save, right? If you want to save people with Snowball, you do need the BKB.
And Norma's kind of been left to his own devices as well in this Beastmaster. So he's progressing at a decent pace, has his Helm the Dominator online. And we'll see what kind of build he's going to go for, whether if he's going to like fully commit for the Overlord or maybe go just straight for the Ags route. Which one would you prefer?
I would like to see Auras. I think having either Greaves or Crimson would be huge this game, just to make sure that she gets to can't one-shot most of the heroes. He's gonna get a lot of armor from the Overlord, and then you can like make everyone else tankier. I don't think he's gonna be able to right-click a lot this game, right? You have like all of these really fast heroes. You have Toss to massive fair position as Queasy.
You got to be careful. Take a lot of damage.
Oh, he
He's gonna
dodged
drop a good jump forwards there from Chill Rays. Ignores everything. Although Nikki Cool has got a grab here on towards Fernandes, but holding onto the snowball, this Tusk. Thinking about standing his ground. And actually, the two-man coil comes on through instead. Jewel Rays will have to leap back until the end. Is going to die to the burn damage. Roar as well comes out.
Wait, did he roar a creep?
What did he roar? I don't even know.
He roared the creep.
Whoops.
Honestly, why can you roar creeps? Like, there's some spells that just... But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was not a hero that he roared.
But ends up just being, what, 2 supports for absolutely nothing there. So next level, just getting a little bit more gold in their favor. Now, actually, I think this is the largest net worth lead we've had the entire game so far. Just a solid 1k gold.
Yeah, Dual Race is impressing me quite a bit here, because I think he had some pretty bad laning stages. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I don't know. Dual Race is playing just as good as he had the whole game. I think in general he laned better than Nikki Cole.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying as well, against a Tiny who, in theory, should just be able to deny basically every creep. He was still able to actually beat him in terms of CF, which is absolutely nuts. So, yeah, just really ready to play the puck.
Yeah, the Blink Dagger is pretty delayed. It's not like Nikki Cool was rotating a lot as well, so he should have more gold, I would say. Still 1,000 gold.
Ooh, making a move down bomb one towards the UI. He's doomed up. Will be dying, but it doesn't matter. Lots of kills. Actually, the snowball doesn't keep UI low. It does! It lasts just enough time there. Fantastic turn there to keep his carry alive. Unfortunately, though, that does mean Norma was completely abandoned up top, and he does lose his life. But getting 2 kills down the bot and saving a carry, it's a trade they'll gladly take.
Oh, for sure. That's huge. At least it does give the Tiny a little bit more gold. He's now closer to that Blink Dagger, which is the key part on killing the puck. Right now, he is uncontested, and unfortunately, the shards did not connect there.
Structures are fortified.
Yeah, the main thing really for the side of Runa team is that Shingetsu is just completely uncontested this game. Not a single time as the gank even bothered to come his way. He's just happily free farming up, and as a result, he'll have Desolator and just 500 gold on top of completed boots and Dragon Lance. And look at this, making a move, toss forwards with Queasy to get the silence on towards Fernandes. Down he goes, and Norma looks like he will be able to get himself out of there. But just massive presence spurt from Runa.
That Desolator is going to be such a tough timing for TNL to deal with. Because when you look at the heroes, Puck, very low on armor. Thankfully, Witchblades are part of his build. And thankfully, the Beastmaster also itemized with Dominator to get more armor. But that Deso is gonna make sure that pretty much everyone is like at 3-4 armor, and it's tough. Like this Phoenix, 3 armor, Tusk. I guess he does have 7. That's nice for him.
Are scanning.
Every little does help in that regard. Look at this. A very aggressive position here for Runa in this triangle area. Runepole does land on towards the 2 spores.
Another?
The rock does get dropped, but it looks like Queasy's going to die too quickly. Egg as well. It's going to force everyone from Runa
Open
team to
wounds.
try and retrieve. White slowing down till the end. Egg will connect. He dies. They get the golem kill as well on top of that. So that's a big chunk of money there going into hands of next level. And they're going to look to take a tower as well.
That's so
Shigetsu
unlucky. Like they
still
wanted,
hit.
they wanted to debut the Blink Dagger of Tiny, but I think the coil hit the Tiny before he could initiate, and Nikki cool. Goes for
jump.
Avatos.
Big avalanche. Controls onto loads of people. Roldo lands on towards Shigetsu, and immediately next level, a whole team consensus to back out.
Toss.
Meanwhile, though, Vernon's maybe not so lucky. Silence will run out, but it doesn't matter. Too many stuns. He can't retreat. And now Burka's still just charging forward.
Another
Again,
toss.
Nikki Koss tossing his teammates forwards continuously. He is infested up right now. UI's going to pop on out. Doom actually used on towards the Lifestealer, but he had Rage already running. And he should be able to get out of Willy. Nikki
Toss
Koss
back
once
with the puck.
again. A toss forwards. The Jewel Raise was the one, and instead it looks like Nikki Kool's going to die as a result. And Shigetsu's maybe in an awkward position. UI willing to charge forwards.
Oh, the
Norma
creeps
here.
body blocking.
He may be dead, but his creeps are still doing work, and that's going to guarantee the kill towards Shigetsu. Queasy hit from the snowball. Oh, the ultimate runs out, so he's trapped in this little arena of death, and he too will go down. Somehow that looked terrible for next level, but they managed to turn it around spectacularly. Fantastic gameplay.
Damn, dude. Like, that was a great arcane rune usage by the Tiny. Like, he had it for the whole fight, so a lot of chase, but eventually they overstepped it a little bit. So they get punished, they lose the Phoenix as well. But overall, considering how good his fights have been looking for TNL, it's still just a 1k goal lead.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd think after that it'd be quite a bit more, but it doesn't seem to work out that way at all. Now a Blink as well online for the Dooms. They've got an extra form of initiation and catch for be it the Puck or the Beastmaster, whoever. It'd be very handy.
I also... We were talking about the Overlord on the Beastmaster. He changed his mind, and I do like that. The drums... A lot of these fights seem to work on whether they get the chase or they run away from these like tosses and Night Stalkers. So the AoE move speed, very good. It feels like none of these fights happen in the same place. It's like it's either someone starting and chasing or being started and just like kiting to the other side.
Yeah, it's definitely how the last few have gone. That makes a lot of sense. And it doesn't even look like he's going to go back for the Dominator. He actually has a Crimson Guard queued up after that, so
Yeah,
I guess he
Crimson
wants
I
to
love.
limit this Shingetsu damage.
Okay, so still that 1k goal lead. The Tusk is getting close to his Blink Dagger, and they find a TA.
Yeah, it's good lockdown. Oh, Infest in towards Fernand's now going to pop out, trying to lock him down. Still no refraction for a while, but you might take so much damage. There will be the snowball, but it might just delay the inevitable because the right clicks continue from Shigetsu, and Fernand's will fall as well. That was a bit of greed right there, trying to go for just a two-man play against a pretty tanky Shigetsu, and they get punished hard.
I have no idea what they were doing there. Like, there's a tier 1 tower right beside that fight, and they don't have Radiance. Like, it took them a while to break through the refraction charges, and the TA just does way too much damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, like I said, if they had that Radiance, maybe that would have worked.
Yeah.
But even then, it still would have been a very dangerous play.
And the Tusk was so close to his Blink Dagger as well. Now it just wastes like maybe 2 or 3 minutes of that timing, and the TA is even stronger. Smoke from Runa.
Yeah, they did see the Tusk mid, but that's not the prime target they want to find. Instead, they will
Oh,
be
they
able
find
to
a
get
puck.
the grab on towards Jewel Raise. That is perfect. Egg doesn't
dodged
come
it.
out, and still Jewel Raise escapes. That should not have happened. The egg will also
What?
pop, so Flacco does it. What the
What?
hell just happened?
They get the perfect Fatal Bonds toss Avalanche, but he dodged the golem for the second time. Holy shit.
That's I hope we have replays because I need to see that again.
That's
makes
insane.
No sense. Wow.
Radiant's
That,
bottom tower
to be honest,
is
that
under
is
attack.
going to be really tilting for the sign of Runa.
And the Phoenix not dying as well. Like, what the? That's a level 1 egg.
Oh my god. I mean, Tiny's attack speed is absolute ass. Till the
Yeah.
end is awful. Night Stalkers couldn't do anything because it was daytime because of the ult. It's just.
I mean, even if it was nighttime, it was egg, right? So it would override everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, you know, we're a little bit
Are scanning.
cautious about the Night Stalker picking to the Phoenix, and at least in that fight, it did matter.
Yeah. Wow. That's. Yeah. Okay. That's probably annoyed the heck out of Runa, and I feel like Dual Rays, as well as Flacco, are probably laughing in their comms. They're like, how did we get out of that?
This shouldn't be allowed.
Middle tower is under attack.
So, yeah, Radiant's getting closer here for the Lifestealer. Needs about 500. And that's when we're probably going to see ENL grouping up as 5.
Bottom tower is under
Mhm.
attack.
Yeah, still just though, the net lead continuing to grow for Runa. Shingetsu comfortably at the top.
Dude, that's the
What,
second
3,000
tower of the game. Like, 24 kills, and that's the second tier 1 that's falling. Just because, like, everyone's just chasing, and you never really get to hit towers afterwards.
Yeah, it's quite mad. Literally 90 minutes and not a single mid-tier one's gone.
Yeah.
I'm sure that should change very soon. Like, the Tiny could probably, like, 2-hit that tower at this point.
Yeah, I think that's what he's gonna do. Oh, the intrusive thoughts. Oh,
There
we got it.
What's that? You know, down bottom, UI maybe has to be a bit careful. There's a few members of the Runa team nearby. I mean,
It's
he's
a
hugging
blink.
quite close to that tier 2.
Flying towards the Night Stalker. They show the Night Stalker no blink. They might like smoke and try to go for a play now.
Yeah, I could catch it by surprise.
Yeah, Warlock buys the smoke. A good move.
It's gonna try and like just hold the ground inside the Radiant jungle. I guess that's limiting the amount of space that UI actually has to farm, which is going to be quite handy at slowing down its progression. But he does, at long last, complete that Radiant, so he does have some way of upping his speed.
Yeah, pretty slow timing, unfortunately. And the Tormentor is up, so
Avalanche is going to miss on Fernan's. This allows him to
Yes.
walk off.
Radiant are scanning.
yeah, both pulse 4s with their blinks. So catch available for either side.
And so once again, they just head down to the south side. If they can get this jump on towards UI, he will die so damn fast. I don't think they even needed the Doom, in all honesty. I think he was dead either way, but better to be safe than sorry. How did Till the end get
That's-
that kill?
That's 4 blink daggers on Runa. Like, they really just want to overwhelm the hell out of TNL, and this could be a tower plus a Tormentor.
Is under attack. Radiant's
I mean, I know it feels bad, but oh, never mind. Jump mid, another lockdown. Can he actually get a chance to use any spells? No, he can't. Flacco 2 will fall. Yeah, it feels like Runa really using this nighttime
Radiant's
well,
bottom
just
tower
constantly looking
has
for
fallen.
action.
Yeah.
I was wondering, like, I know it feels rough, but do you think maybe it's worth the Lifestealer getting a BKB?
Everything looks awful for him. Like, it could go Sunjin Yasha, right, for the status resistance. Go Linken's, but there's like Fatal Bonds, you can break it from so far away. I think you gotta rely on this snowball save.
Yeah, but again, like we were talking earlier, it's against the AoE silence of the Night Stalker, it's not as easy as you like. Unless he goes for like a meme Aether Lens build. Just
Yeah,
to try and get
it's
that
either
extra
that
grab
or-
distance.
BKB, both very costly.
Mm. Yeah, he does still have the BKB queued up as well as the phase boot, so we'll see which one he prioritizes. But once again, net worth continuing to grow for the side of Runa, up to 7k gold now. But still, Gaben says it's a 54% win probability favoring next level.
Yeah, I mean that's curious, cause I mean I guess they do have lots of ways to kill refraction charges, but honestly, This TA like is humongous right now. Already has a brooch. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's quite mad.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gonna have a Hurricane Pike as well sooner. You could then I imagine next level will be able to imagine this could pop out so fast.
Yeah, and that brooch is gonna counter the, I mean, at least a little bit of the Crimson Guard damage, which is done, and they want to utilize smoke breaks. Blink from the beast.
Queasy, he should be dead here. The spell's committed just to guarantee he does die. But actually, on the flip side of that, UI, he gets picked off by 3 heroes instead. So again, just when it looked like next level are going to be able to get something off this map, they immediately lose their most valuable player.
Yeah, that's not good.
Radiant's top tower is under
And how
attack.
long until Runa team just go for a Roche? Because I feel like with their lineup, they could kill it so damn fast.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they could go for it right now. They still have a mid-tier 1, so can even like use buybacks in case a fight breaks out. Oh,
Okay. Awkward jump in there from Fernandes. Will they get the snowball? But look at the rest of his team. They are nowhere to be seen. They know he's dead.
yeah, this could even be the Roche right now. TA, level 18.
Yeah, it looks like they're heading down to the south side instead, where they might bump in towards Flacco. He's going to try and get out as fast as he can, but Queasy on the chase. TP, he'll barely be able to get himself out of there. Very close.
That Solar Crest saved his booty.
Yeah, 10k gold lead. It's just so like the net worth just comes flying into Runa's hands so quickly. And like you were saying, your Y is just struggling like hell to keep up.
Yeah, like he has his radius for 5 minutes, and he's still like the bottom net worth core in this game. And it's not like he's a counter to TA. Like, I wouldn't say he's a counter, to be completely honest. Are they trying to Roche? What?
Okay, they're gonna sneak this one with the Geist of the Smoke. And it doesn't look like this is going to be red at all here from Runa, so this could be a free objective. Already down to half HP here.
That's so lucky. Holy shit, that might actually save this game.
Yeah, it's quite a gamble, but seems to have paid off.
Dire's middle
Like,
tower
you
is under attack.
you gamble going Roche against a Night Stalker, Nighttime lineup, and a Warlock. I guess they don't have Golem, but still, just upheaval is insane in the Roche bit.
Yeah, it was a very risky play, but luckily for them, no one from Runa was as accidentally in the neighborhood to just scout it out, and potentially,
will
like you
smoke,
say,
though.
that's gonna be enough.
They have Dark Ascension. Golem's gonna be back up in 4.
See who they find. He might just run straight in towards Norma. It's gonna be a big kill. Can he get out?
Ooh.
No, can't. The immediate blink with the ultimate there from Queasy. No escape here for the Beastmaster. Oh, the silence ended, but he didn't use the little wide wing push up to high ground. Not that it would have mattered. He still would have been ran down by Queasy, but could have been fun.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Oh, UI's got to be careful. Queasy. That's so damn aggressive here. Basically how he's been playing this entire series, just continuously running at next level and just causing lots of havoc. It's great fun to watch.
Yeah, looks like with this... Oh, okay, Puck's gonna be fine. But they want to finish BKB on dual raise, and I think that's when they're gonna be actually comfortable fighting. Making sure that the Puck doesn't have to fear the silence anymore, only the Doom. Which is... It's not the easiest to... Oh,
Yeah, that's a dead Fernandes. Okay, the disrespect. Not even going to finish him off. Just watch him run away and drop dead like a headless chicken.
Dire's
Your one
middle
does fall,
tower has
finally.
fallen.
So UI picks that one up.
Big value at 27 minutes into the game. Finally taking that mid-tier 1 till the end. Oh! He actually cancels his own TP. And no one else is even nearby anyway, so they both just run away from each other. That looked funny.
Yeah, I think he was maybe baiting something. He's like, yeah, go kill me, I cancel TP. But the Tiny was running there, but Flacco didn't take the bait. I'm surprised at how passive Shigetsu has been this game. It's giving me Terrorblade vibes from that one game. I hope I'm not wrong, but I know he's Giga farmed. I just feel like they didn't fully utilize this TA strength so far, and I hope this doesn't bite them in the ass later.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It feels like they could have just continuously put the pedal to the metal and ran at the side of next level, but they have definitely played it calm. I suppose because of the Night Stalker, they feel like they're maybe limited to nighttime more often than his ultimate.
Yep.
Maybe that's the only thing that's really slowing them down, as they now do make another move.
Yeah, they don't want the...
Oh, they might bump into dual rays. That could be a big kill. This is the Wisdom Rune. Can he get it and get out? He will get the blink out. Yeah, good read.
Yeah, really good bait. I think he could have actually used Phase Shift to get the Wisdom Rune and get out, because you can actually jaunt before coming back to Earth, but still, make sure that he doesn't die.
Yeah. I suppose, like, for one Wisdom Rune, you're most farm core dying.
Not worth
You
it.
don't want to risk it, yeah. It's wise. But a minute and 20 seconds left of this Aegis. Next level weren't willing to like make any plays themselves, using it purely defensively. And it has given your Wise space to try and recover. And you know, he was bottom farm core for a while, but now he's only like 1,600 behind the Tiny, 2,500 behind the... Oh no, 4,500, sorry, behind the TA. A bit worse than I was thinking. But he's recovering. He's getting there. Slowly but surely.
Yeah, they will smoke, but it is pretty much at the end of the Aegis. That's because... Well, I thought the puck had BKB, but I'm not even sure which timing they finished. But they want to use the Aegis, like more than they want to finish their items. We'll see if this is going to backfire or not.
They might run into till the end. That's going to be a very quick, easy kill. Still spot. And they blast him down, commit the roar as well. Yeah, they really want him dead. But dead for 50 seconds, so, you know, by the time he respawns, roar will only be on cooldown for another 15 seconds, so that seems fine.
Yeah, and the Aegis is expiring anyway, so they don't want to take a fight. They don't care to blow up spells. And BKB, it's going to be a BKB on the Lifestealer, as you said. So now, you're pretty much just accepting Doom exists and someone's going to die, but they're not really itemizing at all against the Doom. I guess Lincoln's now on puck after BKB, but that's going to take a hell of a lot of time as dual rays again being chased.
Yeah, in danger. Oh, the silence there from Queasy will force out the BKB, but the Doom immediately afterwards hung around just a little bit too long and he will die. Big kill to find. That was the 9-second charge as well. Yeah, pretty big.
I feel like if he just BKB TP instantly there, he would have survived, but yeah. Fortunate. Tier 1 tower did fall bottom. I used all that action to some map control back.
Meanwhile, Flacco now. Maybe the one in danger is Queasy, just continuously running forwards. Good TP in the trees there from Flacco, gets out.
Nice. Norma also getting a BKB. I mean, it's going to be triple BKB timing. That's going to be huge for TNL.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's also a nullifier on Shigetsu, so the Crimson Guard is going to be dispelled. That's not going to be helping them as much anymore.
Yeah, that's a big upgrade. So all those BKBs were just completed. One also picked up for Queasy as well, so this already very confident Night Stalker is going to feel even more willing to just throw his body in there. Cause all the havoc in the world. It means he could probably, like, maybe not solo the Phoenix now, but he can do a heck of a lot of damage. Quick jump forward, good AoE stun, annihilates some rocket drops as well. Your Wise trying to make him survive, but he just can't do it. And now they're in full retreat. Fernand's the one at the back, just about gets caught by that trap and he will eventually die as well. Snowball only delaying the inevitable. Oh, will it? Actually gets the quick blink and they're just going to dive into the base. No retreat allowed. 3 heroes dead, mid-tier 2 will go down, and probably going to be seeing the first high ground of the game.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, because, like, I don't think Lifestealer and Phoenix should ever be caught together. Like, Phoenix should be behind Lifestealer, but they had that ward But they forgot that, you know, when there's a Smoke Night Stalker at nighttime, that ward means nothing. So they get... Oh, and they're looking for the puck bottom as well.
Yeah, he's just gonna try and go for some kind of solo play here, Queasy. But the creeps did all get cut, but it doesn't matter. The buildings died too quickly anyway before backdoor protection came in. And they're just gonna go straight for this top set.
Radiant's top tower.
It looks like they're finally gonna give up against the backdoor.
Yeah. At least the puck, he pushed all the way top and then TP'd bottom to push bottom. So even though they do lose that mid lane, it's not going to be any other casualties as Roche is getting close.
Dual raise. Does manage to get the Dream Call on towards till the end. 4 staff over the shards. He's just out. Even the Warlock is able to evade death quite often. And they're just going to turn around and start running back in towards the Radiant side of the map. They just do not care here for Rotor Scheme.
Gotta be careful.
Dude actually gets hit by the stun. Immediate egg drop as well. The BKB just retreat. Meanwhile,
TA?
they got brought on towards the TA. But Shigetsu still just got to pump out the right clicks. The puck gets destroyed. Shigetsu maybe in danger. Queasy's trying to help out his carries. They're just fighting up against the Beastmaster as well as the Lifestealer. Eventually, the TA does die. Alberca as well. Gets extremely low. UI wants to finish him off. Slowly and surely, even the Radiants will actually do the work as Queasy chucks himself in there. He's trying to duke around this. Nikki Cool is in. They're really trying to delay this, but good snowball picks UI on the drive-by. Continuing to push for more, but instead they're going to change their focus over towards Fernan's. Just everybody's trying to ignore the Lifestealer as much as they possibly can, going for all the teammates. As they do kill Tusk at the expense of till the end. Nikki Cool quickly kills Flacco, and now it's down to a 1 versus 3. But they're all very low, and they will take that for the victory that it is. 2 diebacks from next level, as well as just 2 other kills on top of that. It's a big victory there for Runa.
Yeah, I mean, you could see glimpses of what happens when this Lifestealer is left unchecked. But his item build is so defensive that his damage is still lacking tremendously. He has no Basher, has no Skye slow, so he's just chasing people endlessly. And they have so much kiting and displacement abilities.
Yeah, this is too difficult for him to get on top of anyone. Like you say, maybe the Abyssal Blade could be the next best item for him. But he looks like he's going to go for an AC first. No, he's actually going in for the Basher. Okay.
Yeah, Basher plus something. He does have the slot, right? You can sell the Midas eventually. But yeah, I think that's the biggest problem. He just doesn't have damage. He needs either damage or chase, and at least the Basher prevents those TPs in front of him, because you know his damage is so slow that people actually get to TP as he hits.
Never feels good. But next Roche will be spawning very, very soon. You know, I'm still quite annoyed that they haven't changed the timer, so that's not actually the real timer, right?
Yeah, it's so confusing. Like, it means that it spawns through this timing, but you don't know when, basically.
Yeah. Well, we can see by physically looking at the dial, and you've got that little pip, so we can know when it's going to spawn, but the game just doesn't want to tell us, even though we're spectating. I thought it was something they were going to change when the patch first came out, but apparently not. Meanwhile, though, fight is happening. Grab on towards Fernan, killed in 2 hits there by Shigetsu, destroys him. Norma has to go for the Infest just to run away. Meanwhile, towards the north side, Alberca has just got this free grab on towards Flacco. 2 people dead, no buybacks available.
Yeah, this is looking like the beginning of the end unless something miraculous happened here. You need to stay in the fountain. You need to make sure your support spawn, because if someone dies now, it's over. And that Lifestealer is looking... Oh, Lifestealer. Oh, no. Okay. I guess they wanted to bait some buybacks, maybe? They were baiting for buybacks, but Phoenix doesn't have one, and Tusk also doesn't.
The Lifestealer illusion actually dragged the creep wave really far away, so backdoor protection lasted for quite a while. Maybe that's going to be enough to allow the supports to respawn before they lose many more buildings.
They have another fight for sure. They definitely have another fight. Probably for top. Oh.
Trying to go for a quick grab on towards Nikki Cool, not going to work. And they will just back out, take that for the victory that it is.
Yeah, they remain the game. Gaben still giving them pretty healthy 15% despite the 27k goal lead. That TA is just massive though. Like the fact that it goes through. And it's also has an outworld staff, which I didn't really get to cast as much. What? I mean, that's good against foil. Can like it helps you reflection blink basically. Char.
That's true. Oh, big lockdown on towards the TA. Does have the H at the very least. That will be used.
Oh. Oh, Shard's actually.
Immediate jump into the back line. The second life of the Phoenix does not last long. They're taking so much AoE damage that they just get disintegrated. 3 people dead, no buybacks, make that 4, and the GG has been called, Bowie. We do see the victory coming out from Runa team.
Yeah. I mean, Runa, gotta give it to them. They had a pretty bad game 1 showing, but they definitely stepped it up. I think this Night Stalker, DNL didn't ban it, and I kind of agreed, but I don't know, man. Queasy is a freaking menace with that hero, even against like a really terrible lane that he had. You have this Phoenix Egg to prevent the nighttime. The way they can use that vision is so scary. It's like similar to a support Slark, but it is actually good.
Yeah, it's how it felt. Like, despite the fact that there was that Phoenix, which should really have just counted him out, he was still able to do way too much work. I feel like he is going to be the MVP for the entire series. Like, had so much impact just from that position 4 role. Phenomenal game coming out from him, and really just a good sort of like comeback from Runa team, because that first game was really rough for them. Like, Next Level was just shutting them down. Sure, they had a good couple of wins, but it did just kind of feel like Next Level were just that better team in general. But they proved us all wrong. They come swinging back in on the second and third game, and they were able to take the series, securing the first guaranteed 3rd place position here for the CCT. So $5,000 no matter what happens has been secured for those guys. But for the side of Team Next Level, it is not over yet. They're only knocked down to the lower bracket, so we could be seeing them again in the future. And hopefully they do, because I feel like these guys have a lot to offer us.
Yeah, and now moving forward, we're going to have a pretty interesting match here. An NA TI level team versus an European team. Which one's stronger?
It's going to be quite cool, actually. I'm looking forward to this one. So if you guys want to make sure you stick around, you watch that final series. We'll be back in about, I'd say, 10-15 minutes. I know the game was scheduled to start 14 minutes ago, but you generally have a slightly extended break just between series. So we will be back as soon as we can, guys, for the continuation of the CCT. We'll see you very soon. Welcome back to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. The last game of the day is just around the corner, and we will find out the second team to guarantee at least third place here for the CCT. I am BlueScale, joined by Bowie, and hopefully this last game really rounds up the day with a big old bang.
Oh yeah. Have Zero Tenacity versus Wildcard, and yeah, I mean, Zero Tenacity, a team that I really enjoy. You know, I'm a big LeBron fan, and they've been, you know, grinding it out for almost a year now. But unfortunately, they didn't really qualify to any, either TI or Rehab. But there's always that talk, how good of an NA team you have to be to beat the counterpart on Europe, and it's gonna be interesting because Wildcard, as we said, they did qualify to TI recently.
Yeah, so that is just like a huge, powerful thing to really be going up against at this stage in the tournament. You know, it's like you're hoping to be able to have a good time, and then all of a sudden your opponents are going to be, like you're saying, a TI NA team. So it's going to be hard no matter what. Obviously, you can see on the schedule all the other results of the day. The first game was 2-0, but that was because actually Virtus Pro actually forfeited from the tournament. So unfortunately, that was how that result came about. But Quantum won theirs with 2-0. Then the last series we just watched, Runa, really was a slugfest of a series. Ended up 2-1. Really well-deserved victory in the end. But yeah, this will be the final one to see who's going to be able to get that third place spot. Like you were saying, I feel like it's going to be a fun series, but I'm naturally favoring Wildcard, and I imagine you probably are as well.
I'm not sure, man. I am not sure. I think it's close. Honestly, I think it's close. You know, at the end of the day, you gotta give to Europe the qualifiers. You know, every team is so freaking good. But Wildcard, they've been playing pretty well. They did beat Shopify, in a BO5, which is definitely a commendable thing to do. But I think Shopify is also the team that they're always like studying for so long, and that's kind of that's where I'm trying to answer. Like, are they just really good against Shopify because that has been their nemesis for so long that they've been, finding ways to deal with them? How well can they perform against teams of a similar caliber? Which I would say, Zero Tenacity, they should be at a very reasonable level to Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, like, all these guys have been around for quite a while, bouncing between different teams here and there. But like you're saying, Zero Tenacity, these guys have been together for about a year now and have definitely been performing quite well. So if there was a team in this tournament to give Wildcard a run for their money and potentially get the win, it is going to be these guys. So it's going to be quite exciting to see what ends up happening in this series. And again, full 5 pitchers, everyone matching jerseys. It's great. That's what we love to see. And we'll find out if Wildcard have the same thing. Of course they do. Look at that. These guys are all professionals.
Yeah, they look good. Pictures look good. And another thing that I didn't really think about too much is ping, right? I'm assuming they're playing EU servers, so that could be a little bit of a nerf to Wildcard. Not as much as SA teams, but definitely around like the 90 ping mark.
Yeah, level. It's European West server, so at least it's the closest it could be. It'd be a real BM if they did European East. That'd have been funny. But yeah, hopefully that's not going to be playing a factor into this game, because there's nothing worse than losing a game because of lag. It's happened throughout everybody's experience. Being a gamer, at some point lag has gone and messed you over. Even if it hasn't, you still say it was lag. It's just a part of our lives.
I mean, it's not even lag, right? More than it is like reaction time. Like, if you don't get like a BKB off, it's not that you lagged, but you just couldn't actually see it because you're playing at that ping. So hopefully, the game that's not too much of a problem. I'm not sure if they're gonna like swap servers. Sometimes there are rules like, the first team gets the first server, second team can swap it, but I don't really know how that's gonna pan out. Regardless, it's gonna be a wild one. I love Wildcard. I think they are a very entertaining team. Speed, to me, is a player that is very versatile. He was, I guess I'm not sure meme is the right word, but a lot of people didn't really take him seriously, and you just gotta give it to the guy. Like, he's been working real hard for so long.
Yeah. It's great to see him on an actual full-on team, and like I say, going to TI as well is going to be fantastic for him. So hopefully the skies are the limit. We're going to see a lot more coming out for him. But we'll see how this draft does start up. Any sort of quirky bans are going to come through. one thing I will know about Wildcard is their most picked hero is actually the Bat Rider, and it's the hero for them with the worst win rate. But despite that, they seem to absolutely love playing Bat Rider.
Yeah, it's one of those really strong heroes that you just gotta respect, right? If the enemy team sees that your win rate is bad, they don't ban it, and then you're forced to pick it because you don't want to ban it either, because it's like another ban that you have to use.
Yeah.
But they do take away the Enigma here, so we didn't really saw any action of that hero in the last series, but it is one of the most contested heroes right now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that one does get stripped away immediately. What else are we going to see follow suit? Obviously, Undying being taken away, Death Prophet as well, taken out of the runnings here. Ember Spirit seems to be like a Zero Tenacity favorite. Potentially, they could be thinking about getting a wildcard, but I don't know. Sometimes it is a bit awkward first picking Spirit heroes, but sometimes it could still work.
What about Mr. Shaman? I think it was banned first game, and then it got ignored. Yeah, Doom's gonna be picked up here.
So far, we've had Doom every single game on this stream.
Yep.
He's everywhere.
Yeah, not strong enough to be banned, strong enough to be picked every game.
Yeah.
Terrorblade did get banned though, so we're not gonna see that one. I guess especially because they can't play offlane Terrorblade on Zero Tenacity. Oh, there you go. Okay, we get to see Shaman.
Ask and you shall receive, Belly.
Awesome. I'm a big fan of the Giga Ward. Sometimes you see the normal Serpent Watch against TA, but that here is banned, so probably going to be Giga Ward Shaman.
Always quite fun when that one comes on through. Yeah, like I say, it's only you really go for the classic if there are some sort of niche counters in that regard.
Yeah.
Got to see the normal big boy coming on through. But follow-up bans waiting here. Vengeful Spirit does get taken out by Wildcard. It's going to continue to focus on towards supports. I mean, maybe now I feel like would be a good time to ban the Ember. Or actually, do you care because you have a Doom? Like if you Doom an Ember Spirit, he is trash.
Yeah, I think you don't care, honestly. Especially because, the early you pick the Ember can also counter hitting lane. Sometimes you see your Huskers and stuff like that. So right now, Wildcard seems to be fine. Or they could even pick it themselves. Even though Shaman can control you, until he buys Blink, if he does, you can just control him with chains from afar.
Yeah, that's always the annoying thing about Hex. Built-in Hex heroes, as soon as you get that blink, they're always going to be a problem. You've got to itemize them, same as the Lion or something like that. It's super frustrating. But Lina was actually the hero of choice. And yeah, that is a hero that Zero Tenacity played a fair amount. 75% win rate on it as well, so it feels solid to just take that one out of the run-ins this game.
Yeah, pretty broken hero. Just farms no matter what, can flex lanes. Just very strong. And they do ban the Bat Rider, respecting Wildcard here. Oh,
Centaur War Runner.
so that's
is the hero
your
of choice.
Doom counter, right? Just run away from Doom.
Seems like it.
This is looking like a decent Ursa game for Wildcard. I wonder if they want to pick Ursa on 18 here.
Yeah, it'd be kind of rough on this. Your second hero picked up being the Ursa. Might be kind of awkward, but it does guarantee
right
you at
now.
least that good laning phase. Yeah. I feel like as well, apparently, Wildcard been playing a fair bit of Shen as well in this patch, and it feels like Chen is always a solid NA hero. They always love that guy.
Very good against Shaman as well. He just gets overwhelmed. Got a center stun through Shackles. There you go. Good call. They also have Doom, so they don't really have a lot of ways to counter those creeps in the first place. Okay.
Yeah, I quite like it. We'll see what's going to follow suit here. The Shadow Shaman, is that always pos 4 or sometimes you see it as the 5?
What is this draft? So potentially carry Doom or for Doom.
Yeah. That's a very early axe pickup because you don't even know what your matchup in the lane's gonna be unless they're playing this axe in a really weird role.
That's crazy.
Have Wildcard have played Axe once yesterday, and they did win with it. What? Hang on, I've got to do a quick little sleuth, see what that game was. To
Was it
maybe get
an
to the
offlane
solution.
axe?
I will find out for you. Oh, I'll try my best to.
So for Zero Tenacity, they have pretty tanky heroes here. This is not a bad Timbersaw game, which I actually saw doing well in the last series. Even though there is a Doom, you still just destroy the creeps, 2 melee strength heroes. Could also draft like a save hero to protect Timbersaw later on. Could pick like Timber Oracle here. They go Razor. Interesting. Very European hero.
Very.
With Marcy on top.
Was it? I think it said apparently it was offlane, but their end score was 13-2 and 13. So very
Okay.
very aggressive Axe going to come out and potentially in this game.
Okay, so we're assuming this is like Marcy Razor lane with Centaur Shaman, and they're gonna last pick the mid hero here.
That makes sense. Wildcard going with the puck. Feels pretty solid. Like most of the time, puck's going to have a decent time in the mid, or at least not get bullied out. It's good versus the Centaur. You deny the just stampede, run away. You could dodge a lot from the Razor. Yeah, it feels to fit this draft quite nicely. Only problem is the Hex from the Shaman.
Yeah, but even then you have Hand of God, so should be like they don't have that much burst. Like unless even if the Shaman and the Centaur have blinks, they might not have enough damage to kill them like the puck by himself. You gotta if there's Hand of God available. So it's okay. I think it's a good puck game, and they're gonna ban Bane.
Okay. Yeah, it does feel like it's going to be a support coming out the last pick here from Wildcard, unless they are going to do something like the Doom support, but that does feel quite unlikely. So it must be, Doom carry, Axe off, puck mid,
Yeah.
Shen 4/5. Who is it who plays the Shen mainly on a Wildcard? Is it Bignum?
I think it's Bignum. But yeah, Speed likes like weirdish heroes, so the Bane definitely makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
They want something that combos well with the axe, something that displaces people, maybe, or maybe just another stun, like something to deal with this shaman, make sure that he doesn't get like free shackles.
Jakiro, do you think that could be any good? Ice Pop's kind of annoying for the Razor and Centaur.
I like Jakiro, especially if Rubik expand here. So not as popular anymore. I guess Ringmaster is decentish as well.
Yeah, it does look quite good. Has Wildcard played it?
I think they played it, but then like the hero got nerfed a little bit, and it's not as popular, but still like relatively
But
good.
apparently they've not played Ringmaster themselves this patch, but Zero Tenacity have played it 3 times and won every game with it.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting. Maybe we might see
What
that come out from them in
else?
the last game, perhaps.
I guess AA is available. It's pretty good with Axe. They have Coil as well.
Yeah, AA sounds actually really good. Oh, Beastmaster.
Care support Doom.
Yeah, it must be.
Huh.
So is it 5 Doom then, or are they going to put speed with Shen? in the
I
five role?
think it's a 4 Doom with a Chen 5.
Okay.
Wait, no. Wait, what? Is this support Axe then?
It could be.
Because the carry, I guess Beastmaster carry is a thing. But I would much rather have carry Doom, to be honest. I feel like that hero is stronger as a carry than Beast, in my humble opinion.
Yeah. This is where it turns out to be a carry axe, which would be absolutely hilarious, but I doubt we're going to be seeing that one. But it is the Kunkka, the final pick there from Zero Tenacity, so it feels pretty solid against the puck in the mid.
Okay, so it's going to be a carry Doom with a support Axe. Okay.
Support axe. Okay. Very interesting.
Is so it's a one-man army facet on the Axe. Huh.
So how is this going to be played? Like, is he going to stay in the lane quite a while with Fade and try and do some, actually work it together? Or does he leave early and just go into his safe? I'm quite interested in how he plays this.
You stack for yourself and you like farm a fast blink? What is the... I'll be honest with all. I just feel like Zero Tenacity draft's easier to play. Like,
Yeah.
this Axe is a really big question mark here for me. I do like what Zero Tenacity has a lot more.
Yeah, like they've got AoE control, they've got mobility, they've got damage. They're ticking a heck of a lot of boxes. Yeah,
the Shaman.
It's all good. But yeah, like you're saying, the Axe is quite a question mark. It's either going to be phenomenal or it's going to be kind of a flop. Like I was saying, the only other time they've played it, apparently it was the core off lane. But this time it's the support. Unless because Dota Buff doesn't really know, and then it's like, no, we thought it was the core, but actually it was support because it was in the same lane as someone else. I don't know. It could be interesting.
All right, so we'll see. NA versus Europe. I always love casting those games. We did talk a little bit about ping. Hopefully that doesn't really prove to be an issue. But, Puck is one of those heroes that are notoriously bad to play when you have different ping than you're used to. Although, I mean, I'm assuming most of these players play Europe all the time. So maybe they're just used to it now.
Yeah, you sort of got it's like immersion therapy in a way. Just put yourself in awful ping and then you get used to it. So hopefully we do not see any ping issues in this game. Actually, kind of surprising. Normally we always saw like at least a couple of pauses a game like beforehand for the connection issues, but we've been pretty blessed today. Like not been any.
Yeah. Very nice day for some Dota 2, and this is only half of it. We still have potentially 3 more. I guess this one plus 2 extra games.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to as many as we can possibly get our hands on. As it looks like everyone from Zero Tenacity playing very defensive by their tier 1. Basically the same move being done by Wildcard as well. So they're both playing the same playbook here.
Yeah, RCY was just fishing for a ward or some information. Mirage still holding his ward. Finally placed it in mid lane here.
Smoke's breaking. Spots one. Oh, you might have spotted that ward get placed. So that's going to be a freaky ward.
Definitely spotted it. Anyone has a sentry? I think the Mars is going to bring it, but they want to fight for the runes first.
And the bot will just be a free little kill. Extra 20 gold. How did Pablo get the last hit? He wasn't even hitting. What? I must have been blind. I must have been looking the wrong way. I don't know. That was weird. But 3 bounties going into the hands of Zero Tenacity. Always a good start. And Pablo will get this D ward as well. Even more money. Ka-ching.
Very nice. 100 gold for the Shaman. As well as some pretty good experience here. Might get that level 2 a bit faster.
Yeah. It's like already a quarter into his level 1. It feels nice.
Support X. I mean, I want to watch bottom. I just want to see what the hell's gonna happen here. Because like you can spam Battle Hunger, but there you go. I mean, it's already insta denied by LeBron. So
and Fade is just getting bullied because what could a support axe do to help? Absolutely nothing. Okay, we'll get a courier because it just walks into him, but yeah, it's a free harassment on towards Fade. It is going to be either extremely good or extremely bad, I feel.
Yeah. Tries to go for the pull through, but I mean, did actually pull 3 creeps, so not bad.
Yeah. Just going to lose that on the range creep. I feel like top's going to be relatively passive for a while. Maybe you could see like Nefrit and Pablo go for a kill once they hit level 3. You've got the multi-stuns and burst damage. Could see speed go down perhaps, but apart from that, I feel it's going to be quite chill.
Yeah, level 3 is definitely when things start to get a bit crazy. But bottom, there's definitely a lot more action there.
Yeah. Even the ball's just getting continuously picked off, and unfortunately Biglam's just kind of run around in circles for now. But it's cooking. You don't pick a level like an axe to be really good as support in the lane. It's all about the big picture. They've got a plan for this guy later on.
Well, if you say so, I'm going to believe in you.
I huff copium daily, It's what I do.
I mean, I guess he has the infinite scaling, right? That's why they used to say that Pudge was a good support. So
yeah,
You're gonna have all of that coat of blood.
Is that why Clockwork support's good, right? It's infinite chainmails.
Yes,
The
that's
big
why
wheel.
he's good.
We're going to take quite a lot of damage there, Saras, but he's alright. Mid lane
Well,
is
this-
actually so far favoring RCY. He's ahead in terms of network of CS, and he's harassing Mirage out really nicely. So, despite any potential lag, which they are now having,
Oh, the
Wait.
European players are lagging. What are you saying? This is not. That's not lag. Wildcard's the one. Like they've been born into the lag. They were molded by the lag.
yeah, that doesn't make sense. They're gonna blame, say they're getting DDoS now. Just wait.
Mirage is like, guys, I'm laggy. This is why I'm 20% HP.
Yeah. At some point, he's gonna accidentally unplug his keyboard. What a shame.
So sorry. Well, looking at the CS here, the Beast is doing all right. He's not supposed to win this lane.
Yeah, it's a rough one for sure. Like, I feel like there's not many heroes in this game which can lane comfortably against a Marcy Razor combo. It's so brutal. All your damage gets sapped. You can't really run away. You're slowed. You get repositioned. It's just so hard to deal with.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't even get like a single point of access. I guess it's hard for him to have enough mana to cast both spells, but he did go for the Inner Beast, which I wouldn't say Axe really utilizes, but Axe is just cutting waves. Like that's his goal right now.
Yeah.
And I guess-
continues to follow him.
When you are cutting waves, there's no way that the enemy support can.
Whoa!
Okay,
Solo
Huh.
kill mid from RCY. Wow.
he's lagging. All right, don't say anything. He's lagging right now.
Oh, would have been a good time to tip him.
Well,
Down bottom, continuing
that
to
shouldn't
fight
happen.
Fate. Taking a lot of damage. Bird doing some roots, but the jump forwards. It's a kill. This time going to the hands of Zero Tenacity, so they do balance the score sheet, but your mid being solo killed as first blood as well, yeah, that's the worst case scenario, I feel.
Yeah, definitely not great. Still, I mean, especially first blood, it means this Puck's gonna have an amazing time. I think that Kunkka rarely loses any matchups, and Puck is just not one of those. So, very unfortunate.
Yeah. Maybe sometimes all the difference is somebody goes on a last hitting training server, you know? You just do that for 10 minutes before a game.
Oh, RCY actually gets the fighting room. Like, doesn't care about ping at all. Usually, like, if you're the one that knows you have worse ping, you don't even go for a play like that as they lose the axe.
Oh, yeah. Bignum goes down this time. I mean, you know, we knew they were going to have a rough time in that bottom lane, so at least it is the support that dies this time rather than the core, which is something, but it is just a completely free lane for Nande.
Mm-hmm.
And Mirage is back to mid and immediately getting harassed down to low HP again. It's just non-stop aggression. Diving the tower.
Oh, the
It's-
glyph as well.
Okay, TP coming in. Will just waiting Rift out.
I mean, that's a win already, though. You force this TP. The center is not going to be able to lane properly.
Yeah. And if he wants, he could just go up and bottle that bounty rune as well. But yeah, RCY's can head back to lane, continuing the aggression on towards Mirage, I'm sure. But Nefrit still doing nicely in terms of CS, despite the fact that it feels like Yamsun and Speed are handily in charge of this lane. Like every single time they step forwards, they're getting bullied back.
Yeah, I mean, Doom's just so good against these tanky heroes. Just do percentage-based damage. Center's never going to threaten you because you're so tanky. And the fact
and
that the Doom
Speed
can just...
solo kill. Pablo getting extremely low right now.
The
Saint is actually getting
Harpies
body blocked.
being... Yeah, both the creeps are being body blocked. They don't have night vision. Oh, now they do.
Oh, he still gets him.
Okay.
Okay. Just waste a bit of time. But now that's actually going to be a double wave. They've stacked up. This could be funny.
Mirage still not level 6. Gotta be very careful here in the mid lane, trying to fish for a rune. But it's bottom.
Yeah. Not the most important one, but a bottle refill is a bottle refill. I'll take it.
Oh,
Maybe actually going to go
deny
for him.
on the ward.
Just a question. Yeah. So it feels like the main saving grace for Tenacity right now is the fact that their safe lane has just gone so damn well, and it doesn't seem like that's going to change anytime soon. LeBron even rotates in, trying to make some difference there. Nefrit though, very low underneath the tap. Okay, random shackle from Pablo. Doesn't really do anything, and now Bignum's just going to roll on forwards, and this will be a dead Shaman for sure, though. TP's coming in. Maybe they're going to try and turn this one around. Yamton in a dangerous spot, surrounded by 4 enemy heroes. He wants to take Nefrit down with him, but the
They
nice
saved the
little
Centaur.
tank pull away there from LeBron. Keeps his core alive, so it's actually a 1-for-1. Harry for support, it's a big trade there for Tenacity, and maybe looking for +1, but the TP out, no way to cancel.
Oh, Mirage though.
Oh, getting involved. Has to run.
Okay, I mean that's a wasted bolt. I guess bolt for Koyo is pretty much an even trade.
Yeah. Cooldowns are pretty similar.
Slightly
Wisdom
higher.
Roots, was any stolen?
No.
No.
Radiant are scanning.
So yeah, I mean pretty even game. I think the difference in the mid lane is not as big as it looked, right? The only 300 gold.
Oh, this could make a difference though. Good lockdown. This is the frustrating thing about playing against a Shaman. Just endless stuns it feels coming out from him.
Yeah, now the difference is 0. Pretty much no difference here once the creep wave's cleared by Mirage.
Yeah. Really is bouncing out, and that's what we wanted to see for the last game of the day. No stomps. No easy one-sided wins continuously, just a nice even game. Still yet to see this support axe reach its true epitome, I feel. But he's going for an urn as his first item.
Interesting. I mean, they do have some pretty tanky heroes. That's gonna be fine. It does mean that his Blink Daggers though is gonna be quite late. And he also doesn't have any points of counter helix, so I'm assuming stacking or jungling isn't really like this is a completely different style of axe we've seen pretty much in the history of Dota.
Yeah.
Like support axe was never popular, I would say.
Yeah, a few people have tried it throughout history, but with limited success.
Yeah.
But okay, he has now taken counter helix level 4, so
Okay.
that's something.
Okay.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Fade does have Dominator pretty much done. Razor's going Maelstrom. And Doom just going for the normal Midas Radiance build.
So just both teams happy to just take what space they've been given. Resume farm. What kind of build is Fade going for? Okay, he's going for the Dominator. Do you think this is, again, like talk about last game, is it going to be the Overlord game or the like Ags Aura game?
I think Overlord's always good unless
Radiant's
you
middle tower is under
unless
attack.
like you're having a really bad game and or there's like a big reason for like a pipe or something.
Under attack.
I wouldn't say this is like an amazing Crimson game. You can probably just get the Overlord.
Yeah.
Just having like the extra HP creep probably matters a lot more.
Oh, Bignum.
Bignum.
Yeah, jumped on, controlled, killed. Not even a chance to react. And maybe now Fade's also in danger. He's stuck around to help out his support. Actually, gonna think about getting aggressive.
Oh, roar.
On towards LeBron. Wants to lock him down, but the Shackle's trying to make space, but doesn't matter. The creep army is actually able to get the kill. And now they're going to look for a +1 on towards the Razor. Stampede's used to try
coil
and get away.
misses.
The coil off the mark. That's going to hurt there for RCY.
Yeah, that's not great.
Although Nefrit now, like he hasn't got Stampede, guys, go for the kill, but never mind. The stomp does land. Lets him get away.
Yeah, doesn't even have Doom learned on Yamsum, so doesn't go for that play. No, I mean the Beastmaster getting a kill is good. He was being shut down pretty hard, so he gets the kill, survives. Still struggling, but that hero can always farm. Like he's just one of those heroes that never really has a really bad game.
Yeah. Do you think the 0 points into axes hurts that a little bit, or do you think he can still farm going max into the aura?
I mean, when you go all the way for Inner Beast, you probably ignore Axes until you have to. So he
Yeah.
probably even gets like the Call of the Wild talent before learning
Radiant's middle
Axes.
tower is under attack.
Two-man smoke as well. Bignum and RCY. They're going to head down towards the south side of the map, see if they can find Nunde farming, but instead they might run in towards Pablo. Once again, the support should be tanking the gank there for his core.
Level 5 Shaman, so that's a good time to get a kill. No wards available, but they are not going to be able to protect the catapult wave.
No, they back on out. Ends up wasting a little bit of time. Instead, maybe they want to make a move on towards the Am side of the top.
No.
X into the boat. Any TP coming for the rest of the team. Just the hand of God so far. Still nobody's here. Finally, the Stampede comes on out and he will fall. I mean, there was TPs available for the entire team, but I guess they were happy just to sacrifice the Doom.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Like, Speed TP'd in front of everyone, so they knew that that Doom was 100% dead. He gets his 6 as he TP's mid with the free experience, but he didn't really... wasn't enough to save the Doom.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yep, free kills the carry. Tower gone down as well. Big chunk of gold. And we do now see a solid 1k gold advantage now built up here for the side of Zero's Tenacity. Not much really for the 12-minute mark, but we'll see if they're able to carry on accelerating that lead or not.
Yeah, Arcane Rune here for RCY. This could be a big moment, although there is level 6 available for Pablo. Oh, the center stun on RCY! Oh,
My
that's...
lord. Okay, he should still die. That is funny. It even stuns Speed's own centaur to hold that back as well.
That's a paid actor.
Gaben smiles on those who he finds worthy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Unfortunately, not worthy enough to actually survive, but you know, it's an improvement.
Oh, yeah. And we finally get to see Bignum queuing up a Blink, although Vessel seems to be the item he wants to get first.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I guess the idea is to be a body you just run into people and be a distraction, I guess. I don't know. Oh, meanwhile, good stun jump on towards the park. Rorbo will be able to make some space. Can he get out there? Dreamcore drop the hex. Gets the grab before he can jump away. Pablo using his own life to buy time to retreat for his teammates. So it is a 2-for-1, but it's 2 supports for the enemy mid.
Yeah, no, not worth it. I think this Puck... Like, considering how good of a lane he had, it's pretty unfortunate. He's the lowest net worth core. He had that miscoil and now this death. Just couldn't really make use of how good of a lane he had.
Yeah, game just felt like it dropped off very quickly. I mean, it's still early days, could definitely recover, because if you think about it, there's only 1,000 gold separating top farm core and bottom farm core, which, in the grand scheme of things, isn't that bad at 14 minutes in.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah,
is under
for
attack.
sure. But, you know, things are only going to get worse, because the Shaman's already halfway towards his Blink, and that's when RCY is going to have a bad time. Like... This game definitely should be a bit easier here for SY, all things considered, but Fade is going for that Overlord. Pretty much has gold for the ultimate orb already. He's gonna be a big menace. He's recovering nicely.
Yeah, I mean, he was continuously aggressive in the lane, but they relented, gave a bit of space to him, and yeah, he's going to try and use it as best he possibly can. With the eye almost done. I mean, still just sort of walking around in a group with the spot lane, but will be the triangle getting farmed up here from Nande. Only a double stack, nothing too crazy.
Speed with the drums. Looks like he also wants to get a Solar Crest. Yeah, I like this. You know, the Chen gets the auras, so the Beastmaster can play big greedy, get the right-click-ish type of items. Curious to see what he buys after, if it's just going to be like a BKB after the Overlord or Blink for initiation.
It feels like both teams, though, just very cautious about trying to give any kind of openings to the other squad. And it's just so even. 7-7, less than 1k gold leads. Just feels like any team could really just take this one away. We're just waiting for the next big engagement, really, but obviously that requires some main items to appear. It's still a ways away.
By the way,
Although...
the Axis...
Lots of people down bottom. Mirage gets a casual grab, but the boat's already been used. Actually, still lands on towards Fade. The reinforcements have arrived here from Zeus and Tenacity. They're going to want to take the fight, charging forwards. Hex on towards the puck. Again, just non-stop control for this poor man. Oh, he's able to get the jump away, though. Somehow survives. Never mind, he does still drop. Completely ignore me as Fade now. The only person left alive. Oh, okay. He's actually able to juke his way out of this one. TP is available.
Blink on
And
center.
he cancelled it! He cancelled his own TP!
Oh no.
Oh, that is depressing.
Well, they're gonna try and get mid. No, can't get TPs, so they don't even get the mid tower.
Oh. I don't know how that happened. He immediately used his TP and then took a step and then it just cancelled.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for this puck. Like, he died again when there's no blink on Shaman. That's just that's really rough, because now Shaman is 200 gold away from the blink, and this game becomes so hard. Like, Marcy can just jump into the Shaman every time he blinks, and like with Unleash and Shackles, they should be able to kill him every single time.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that's just going to happen non-stop. I mean, unless the puck tries to go for a Lincoln's or something, but he is a long way away from even thinking about buying an item like that. It's just not quite how this game's progressed. And I felt like there was high hopes, or at least high expectations for this support axe to really pop off. But unfortunately for Bignum, he just hasn't really been able to do that much so far this game. Speaking of now, he's run into Pablo as well as Nande. Maybe he's going to lose his life here. Taunt does land, but Nefrit jumps on forwards. And Bignum just dies. Beats Creeps are also just going to lose their life.
Yeah, I don't know why he was even there, right? He actually did max counter Helix, so to me it would just be better to be farming here and try to get that blink there. Until that point, his axe feels so useless.
Yeah. Especially if he's fully committing for this Spirit Vessel first.
I hope he's not committing, because then you would probably just want to buy like stat items at least, right? Have the other component be tankier.
Yeah, that's true.
He does have a slot. It's not like he is lacking slots for the item.
Yeah, so I guess if he's meant to be their main source of initiation, I guess that could set up for a good Doom onto like the Razor or Kunkka, followed up by Aurora and all that sort of good stuff. Maybe that's going to be able to turn this game around. We'll have to wait and see. Again, it's having a way to cancel out the Shackles from the Shaman as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a way to counter Stampede, because you can't really use the Stampede velocity when you're called, but it's only a level 1 call as well, so not only he needs the blink first, but we're going to need some extra levels until it feels super impactful.
This will be a Roshan going down. No read this is happening at all from Wildcards. So Nande will have an Aegis to play with.
Alright. Very farmed Razor, BKB, Maelstrom, Mjolnir on the way. They, I guess, forced the Kunkka back bottom, but yeah.
Yeah, they're all good. Basically, the entire team from Wildcard is here. I wonder if they're thinking about going for a dive. I mean, they've seen him already use X, speed.
They're looking.
Knows himself. They're going to make the move. Raw will land. 1 TP coming in, but they actually decide to cancel it. The second.
Okay.
Cove Blood Arms. Cove Blood Charges. Words. They're there.
They're going to get Tormentor, though. Or will they?
Okay, Pablo might die.
Oh.
The guy, stop hitting it, please.
Oh.
Okay. He actually stayed to trigger the chicken fingers. Or the, what do you call it? Foul play.
Let's get
Ballsy,
the
man.
shard.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But, yeah, I mean, this tier 2 is taking some damage, but they don't really want to commit, so it will be kind of a slow siege. But they get it.
I mean, yeah. Tier 2 for a shard on the Shaman. Eh, it's not bad.
And Beastmaster are going for drums as well, so they're gonna have some extra check speeding fights. That's curious to me. Like when I look at their draft, they don't really have the best right clickers. So the fact that he's going drums is amusing. Like you also have axe, so just running away or into isn't necessarily easy if you don't have BKB. Okay, yeah, he changes his mind. I feel like BKB is much better.
Yeah. I feel like a bit too greedy going for like the drums. There's also now a Radiance online here for Mirage, so expert team fight coming out from them. Which is always handy.
Yeah, BKB close for Doom as well. So they want to play for this double BKB timing on Wildcard with potentially the Parasma being done for the puck. And yeah, there's no real need to fight into Zero Tenacity right now. They are definitely stronger. Surprisingly, though, this gold lead is much lower than I felt it should be. So, I mean, kudos to Wildcard. They are farming pretty fast.
Yeah. I mean, again, there's still only a 2,000 gold lead between top and bottom farm core at 22 minutes in. It's just, yeah, it's just so damn even throughout this entire game. One team gets a couple kills, the other team responds, gets a couple of their own. They're all making space across the map, farming as much as they can.
I mean, there is a Doom, right? So I guess it does skew that a little bit. Also, Razor and Centaur are probably two of the lowest farming cores.
Fade. Ball down to the bot lane. He's actually pretty tanky. He might be able to try and turn this one around. And actually, he's going to focus on towards Pablo instead. We'll have to use the power play, trying to run. Meanwhile, Bignum actually dies elsewhere. RCY comes on in, kills off Pablo. And Nefrit, too tanky there with the Blade Mill, so they will decide to back off. And he will finish off the Golem as well, so a bit of extra gold there for himself, but it's support for support. Means
it's
nothing.
Fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. They will probably get a tier 1 out of that, but I mean, they have Aegis, so it was kind of bound to happen anyways.
Things down at this bottom tier 1. Don't know if Nunde wants to push it or if Wildcards want to defend. RCY is here, still with the Arcane Rune activated. We'll just poke and prod.
Okay.
He really loves
get
using the
tier
curveball. He's very good at it. It's like always pulls himself back, gets himself in the right spot every time. He's quite well practiced with it.
They finally made it good, because I think like this facet was trash for so long. Oh, but they are looking for RCY, the blink with the Hex. No hand of God.
There. And they're able to give him the damage barrier, and he's still able to survive through all of it. Can they turn this one around? The engagement comes with the Doom. They do still lose the puck's life, but it's well worth it at the end of the day because they kill everybody else. The Aegis was still just barely intact. Nande with the second life, pops the BKB. Bringing different direction. Yamson drops the ult. And now it's an awkward spot left for it. Okay, they're actually just going to let the Razor disengage with this. Mirage coming on over, trap speed in an awkward spot, trying to TP out from behind the rock, actually gets away, although fades. Don't think he's going to be able to retreat. Oh, well, he pops the BKB. He is fine.
Okay.
And the Axe will TP out. Okay, that was a very messy fight. So at the end of the day, it's a 2-for-1. You get rid of the Aegis, but yeah, it's about to run it anyway, so that doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty decent fight. Unfortunately, that the puck dies, but which surprises me that this is the item build he chose. Like, I feel like if he just went for like a Kaya Sundra or anything that makes him a bit tankier, maybe that fight isn't like is even better for Wildcard. But regardless, still a decently taken fight because they're looking for LeBron and he might be gone. Oh no,
that's right. Good game sense just to leg it as fast as he could. Still, like, even after all these engagements, it's less than 1k gold advantage. Gaben as well says it's bang on 50-50, by the way, Bo. He has no idea. I can't blame him.
Yeah, I mean, love this. As close as we anticipated. Pop tower, they're trying to take it. Oh, the tomatoes. Tomato! No.
Not even going to deny the tower. It's better as a TP spot. Well, actually, look at this. Lots of people from Zero Tenacity heading up. Bignum just legs it through the twin gate, but unfortunately for speed, he lingered a little bit too long. He will be losing his life.
Alright. 704 Razor is having the time of his life.
Well, now they're going to head through the Twin Gate, and they're going to get good backstab here.
Oh, yeah,
Big
this
Gnome
looks
as well as
good.
Fade.
They do have BKB here for Fade, but I think as long as Big Gnome tanks the gank, he should be fine, and that's exactly what he's
Pablo
going to do.
again. He just non-stop grabbing people. Such a nuisance.
Okay.
Ends up being more free kills. So, I mean, with this, like, support axe builds, it kind of just feels like a poor core axe. It doesn't feel like it's any kind of, like, special build for support. It's just basically the same thing, but with no money.
Find this axe support very underwhelming. Like, I don't know if like they had different plans on how the lane was supposed to go, if like they wanted to get some stacks and farm a faster blink, but so far, I think later on, if this game goes like 50 minutes plus, this could be huge, right? Because it's a BKB disabling stun. But like, if you're having this hard of a time, maybe it would just be better to have a stronger normal support, you know? There were tons of other supports left in the pool. It's not like they banned 10 supports and X was like the best option left. I guess it was a flex in a way, so they felt like they could have still played offlane X and it wasn't as good as they wanted it to.
Yeah, it was their third pick, right, in the draft? So
Yeah.
Oh, well. You are?
Nefri
Okay.
gets found.
Quick grab. He's extremely tanky, though. Or LeBron doesn't actually get the grab, and
Holy shit, so
unfortunately,
tanky.
Nefri will still die, but yeah, takes a long time. But good chunk of gold, dead for 50 seconds. We'll see if Wildcard can actually do anything with this time. As maybe Fade's in danger. He's hit by a scan. Nande as well.
Oh, BKB though.
Oh, perfectly timed. He does get the raw on towards Nande, and they're going to stick around because teammates are coming in. Reinforcements have arrived. They will get the kill on towards Shadow Shaman. Big them, showing that the support axe is actually useful here, but he does get the grab. And now LeBron 2 will fall. They will get stunned. Oh,
I wanted
no
a
other
Cunning
kind of
Blade.
blade.
But yeah, I mean, as I said, support X is incredible. Definitely one of the low-key underrated supports of the patch, and you could see it working there.
Oh yeah. Gives me Seb vibes, you know? Good.
It's I think that was the problem that they had. Like they didn't had tanky heroes that could be this like first connector of the fight, so that the X could eventually show up. And both of those fights, the Pug finds the Centaur and the Beastmaster finds the Razor, which allows the X to show up later. And that has definitely been good for them. And it is a counter to the Centaur in that sense. It is a disable where you cannot just run away and use Stampede.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
Stampede
being
is
like
what,
the
4 seconds, right? So it pretty much counters it.
Yeah, it's only like 1 second at most that you're going to get after that. It just feels worthless. But we do see like the first actual net worth advantage in this entire game. 6,000 gold lead now. And that does give them a very respectable 5% extra here on the win rate. So 55%. That's a lot.
Still, though, that Razor is a beast. And, you know, Doom has a lot of net worth, but this hero notoriously isn't like... He doesn't utilize net worth as well as other heroes. So it is a little bit deceiving, the 6k gold lead.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what's he got? BKB, Radiance, Sanjin Yasha, Harpoon.
By the way,
in 1300?
They smoked into a creep that was hitting other creeps, so they know they're smoked.
Oh yeah, immediately they're going to go for the jump. Big them those being targeted, they don't really care outside of Wildcards. Just before the end of the day, they get the raw on towards Nefrit, move on the back lines. Fade is in deep with the help of the Puck. They're trying to hold him back while Nefrit eventually does drop. RCY survives the lockdown, and the Puck is going to be able to re-engage. Jumping up towards the south side. X going to track it back to him, but there's Nande is locked down. He cannot survive. And now they're going to go for another lockdown on towards Yang Sun, but off goes LeBron Dota's head. He will fall. So will Pablo. And Sao Wildcard are just running over everyone here on the side of Zero Tenacity. And again, Big them with the cheeky grab. It will be a full team wipe, godlike spree for Yangsung, and so close to a rampage.
I mean, Yansum won that fight by himself. He dooms the Centaur, and then Zero Tenacity cannot disengage. They take the fight and they just get destroyed. Great roar from Fade. Great calls from the Axe. Just and just this Chan, man. All of the healing from the Hand of God and Mac. They, even though they have initiation with the Shaman, they don't have burst, right? Razor does damage slowly. I guess Centaur has a little bit, but his build is mostly just defensive items.
Yeah. It really does feel like the holes in the draft there were starting to reveal themselves. Just Wildcard able to just pursue for all of it. And now RCY with the Lincolns online, so they can't even reliably catch the puck anymore. Games just keeps on getting harder.
Very true. So, yeah, Aegis on the Doom. They don't really have the same problem as other Doom drafts that we saw, where they can't go high ground because you have this Beastmaster. You have AC plus Max Inner Beast. Definitely all you need is to win a fight and the buildings will melt. Oh, call.
Oh, lockdown on towards Nande. Pops the BKB. With the help actually of Pablo, they can get the one towards Victor
so much
Gamsung.
damage.
Oh my
Holy
lord.
shit.
120 stolen damage there, but actually will get picked off there from RCY. Good use of the curveball as well to get the bonus grab on towards Pablo. And it will actually be 2 people go down. They lose the Aegis for that, of course, and the Axe, but still feel like that's a worthy trade.
Yeah, definitely not worth it. Like, the Aegis on Doom is pretty much just ceremonial. Like, it doesn't matter if he has it or not. It only matters how many heroes are alive and if Beastmaster can hit buildings, which right now they're not gonna go for. But bottom, they might find RCY.
Oh, the blink just completely evades everything. Oh, Torrent actually does land.
Lincoln's broken.
Maybe the jump falls from LeBron. There's going to be the face. Can he actually get out
Oh,
afterwards?
he didn't blink out.
Is it off cooldown?
He tried to blink backwards, but he wasn't turning the right direction. So, okay, roar.
Okay, yeah, flying through the air, still stunned. LeBron will be the casualty, but who cares? Killing RCY is super value. Well worth his life.
Doesn't change the fact that it's a 17k goal lead, though. The last couple of minutes have been so rough. The game was that even for 25 minutes plus, and just back, like, out of nowhere.
And then another grab. Bignum found Pablo mids.
Oh.
He wanted to get the ulti kill, but he made sure he could not give that one away to Bignum. So, you know, Pablo doing
It's about the mental damage.
You chopped off one of the chicken's heads, but you don't get armor for that.
True.
Actually, I mean, the ultimate didn't go on cooldown, though, which is weird.
Oh. Wait. Yeah, you're right. What the hell? But you don't get the charge.
That's odd.
That's weird. Yeah. I'm not sure if it should work this way.
I'll send an email to Icefrog, see what he says.
Yeah, let me... Yeah, hell, pause. I'll just mail Gaiman right now. Let me... Dear Gaiman, please. There's this very small bug. Could you have one of the janitors look into it, please?
He'll say it works as intended. Leave everyone guessing. That's what we'd like to see. But yeah, like you were saying, this game has just so quickly fallen off a cliff here for the side of Zero Tenacity. Within the space of 7 minutes, it has gone from a 0 to 17,000 gold advantage. Still, the win probability isn't that crazy. It's only 68 to 32, which is still very respectable. And Zero Tenacity can 100% pull this one back. It just feels like Wildcard are able to apply the pressure and find kills just a bit more frequently.
Yeah, it is definitely... I feel like this Razor can low-key still scale hard. Like, considering how good of an early start he had, not really keeping up in farm on Undead, but you know, once you get the refresher and Shard, this hero is very strong. I'm just surprised that Marcy didn't go for the other facet, just to give the Razor lifesteal. Did get the pick me up one instead. It's not like catch for the Razor is bad, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's to save like pull targets or raw targets, but obviously it doesn't help you against the Dream Coil. You just get stunned anyway.
LeBron.
Radiant's top
He will
tower
die.
is under attack.
Well, it takes a bit of time. He will eventually fall. Meanwhile, Bignum actually gets a kill on Mirage. That is going to be another Code of Blood charge right there.
Yeah, and now
Radiant's
Janssen,
tower is under attack.
he now actually right clicks for a lot of damage. Has the Pack Leader's aura, so even the Doom can actually take towers by himself now.
Oh, yeah. Hit him for like 470 a hit with the aura on him.
Has fallen.
Pretty disgusting.
Yeah. And once Fade actually joins him,
Radiant's middle
I mean, this
tower
might
is
actually be a
under
lane of barracks. They
attack.
have no buybacks on 2 heroes. I think this is a lane. You gotta give it away.
Radiant structures are
There's a
fortified.
TP come back from Pablo, who did actually manage to grab one of the Wisdom Shrines at least, so...
I think they want to cancel Nanda's TP top. Like, they see him top.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah,
has
Bignum,
fallen.
he's trying to keep as far away as he can.
Oh, Nanda.
Well, Stampede. We'll make some space for him to disengage. Bignum,
TP.
actually, he's going to be okay. Does actually force out the BKB as well from Nande.
They lost 2
That's-
lanes,
that's
though.
big. Yeah, they died
And the
so
Razor-
quickly.
He has no BKB to fight, so...
Deference jumped in though. A bit risky. Fades, gets caught. RCY though immediately gets the silence, but don't stop to that one. They're going to try and focus on towards the puck, but he's actually pretty tanky. And the right clicks just rain on towards the Razor. Gets annihilated by Yamsun. They will get the kill towards Pablo. LeBron drops as well. 3 people dead. GG called. Game 1 going towards Wildcard.
Yeah, they said NA isn't a strong region, huh? So, yeah, Wildcard. Pretty good game. Some interesting choices. I'm not sure I want to back up the support Axe as much, honestly. I know they won the game, but I wouldn't say Axe was the difference maker. To me, I think the Beastmaster really played well. He had one of the worst lanes possible, and he still played quite well. And I guess this Doom hero is just so annoying, right? Every game it shows up, and you get the farm, and as long as you don't buy Echo Saber, the hero just does a lot of damage.
Yeah, he does eventually just become that big, scary, right-clicking hero. And yeah, like you're saying, despite the fantastic start for Zero Tenacity's safe lane, it just felt like Nande could never really come truly online. There was just still so many bodies in the way to just hinder his progress. And it's quite good as well, like RCY, he was getting killed quite frequently after the laning phase ended, but it didn't really seem to matter. I felt like he was just, you know, baiting for the rest of his team, and eventually even he became unkillable at one point. And yeah, just really phenomenal teamwork coming out there from Wildcard. I am interested to see what kind of bans Zero Tenacity are going to adjust with going into this second game, though. Like, what do you think they're going to do?
I hope they don't pick the center. I feel like it's a debate to pick the center into the Doom as like a counter. I felt that center lacking quite a bit. Like, he didn't win the lane as hard. It didn't, like, yeah, sometimes you can save someone with Stampede, but to me, I guess Dawnbreaker was banned, but I feel like Dawnbreaker is just a better version of center in that sense. But anything else, really, I would like to see, as long as you don't, we either ban the Doom or you just don't respawn it with center, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree as well. Centaur, you know, some patches he feels really damn strong, and this one he just feels okay. Definitely better choices to go for. But we will see what changes get made, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. Jumping over to a short break, be about a 10-minute or so break time, and then we shall resume the series to see who can try and guarantee that second, third place spot for the CCT. We'll be back very soon. Game number 2 is here, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to find out whether Zero Tenacity have what it takes to take this second game and push it to that third one to try and secure the guaranteed third place here for the CCT, or whether Wildcards are going to have another dominant showing, come out swinging with a support axe and just get it 2-0.
Oh yeah, I mean, this would be a huge boost for Wildcard if they can actually get to the finals. I think it just kind of solidifies to themselves, right, that they are at the world stage level rather than just, oh yeah, we qualified through NA. And at the same time, I think Zero Tenacity, after a couple of rough qualifiers, would be nice for them to get the cash, get the confidence. So not really rooting for either side, but curious to see how Game 2 is going to pan out.
Yeah, we're both rooting for just good Dota 2. That's what we're here for. That's what you guys at home are here for as well. So hopefully these two teams can deliver yet again, and hopefully see some more interesting picks and interesting positions. So far, though, the start of these bans look identical to game number 1. Nothing really has changed apart from that Doom.
Yeah, so it's nice that Zero Tenacity doesn't have to ban it this time because they do have first pick. So now I'm curious to see. I mean, they also, I don't think they want to touch center at all. You could pick Undying if you want to. You could pick that Darkseer / Disruptor we saw a lot of. Now, ban-wise, though, maybe you take the Beastmaster away? I think it was a really good game from Fade.
Yeah, 100%. He did a lot of work. I feel like it would just be a safe option just to get rid of that. I don't feel there was any other heroes, barring the Doom, that was that much of a problem. Like, you dealt with the puck even. But it will be the Batrider regardless. And Zero Tenacity starting off with the Undying.
Yep. Pretty good overall. Yeah. Don't really lose the lane. You could even... We saw like the Darkseer 2 melee is just not able to do anything about him. So this hero is definitely S tier status right now in the Naga.
Okay. Wildcard snapping that one up. Is it always support, or is there any chance that it could go back to the classic core?
I mean, there's always a chance, right? But I don't think it's that good of a hero right now. And I think it's actually a very good support. I think mainly you can disengage from the Tombstone, but in case... I mean, obviously, Enigma is banned, but there are other combos that you can have, like the Static Storm into Kinetic Field stuff. Definitely a good hero.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if Zero Tenacity can try and draft against that in any way, but looking for another follow-up bans, Pangolier plus Darkseer. I mean, we saw just how crucial Darkseer was in the previous series that we cast. He was doing so much damn work, like massive vacuums. It was a big reason why he were able to get the wins, but this time round, we'll get taken out yet again.
Surprisingly, like, this Naga is actually way more about... Like, you still go Riptide even if you're playing support Naga, because the Deluge is not broken anymore. So it's still funny that you get to farm a little bit more, I guess, with support Naga, as they will remove that Darkseer, even though they have the Undying. Just respecting the hero.
Yeah, try to shut it down as much as they can, I guess. Just, why not? Make the game as easy as you possibly can. Wildcard, though, looking for their final ban of this second phase. Do you feel like there's any heroes that Zero Tenacity played in that last game which they feel they should, drop a potential respect ban towards?
Well, the support axe, that's definitely one you gotta watch out for. Wildcard, you respect it.
That's their own axe, though.
I know. They know how strong it is, and they will ban it.
Wow.
Yeah, they understand the hero fully.
Apparently they do. But Lina will be the hero choice instead.
Yeah, probably carry for Yamsun, although it can be flex mid sometimes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where it does end up.
Good combo for the lane, which is why I think it's going to be carry, right? You can just snare into LSA, a lot of disable time.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I feel like as well, if there's any chance that the Undying will be in the off lane, it does absolutely nothing against them. It's a good tombstone hitter later on.
Okay.
Back into the Centaur. Wow, 2 times in a row.
Not a big fan, I'll say.
Okay. I mean, Rubik's always good versus Lina. Every single spell you can get off of her is good. The net off of Naga Siren's nice. The ulti, if somehow you can get it, but that's always pretty damn hard. But yeah, the Centaur didn't really like it in that last game. I mean, does it make more sense this time round?
I think once you get like Blink on the Naga, you can actually stop the Stampede as well, right? You just AoE stop the Stampede. I don't know. Also, doesn't really work against his Nair. Like if you get his Nair to Stampede, you might still die. It might just be comfort for them. I'm not sure I'm feeling the Centaur though. The lane is strong. Like Centaur always does fine, but I don't know. Very early Centaur pick, as they will go for the Beastmaster that wasn't addressed.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he had a rough lane, but was able to recover so damn nicely and became a threat. So you can't really fault Wildcard from deciding to send it back 2 times in a row. That does obviously give another very, very good spell for Zero Tenacity to steal on the Rubik.
Yeah, but this Tusk lane is strong. Even if it's like Naga 4 or 5, Beastmaster's gonna have a good time. Either shards or the Snare allow you to kill the... Maybe not the Undying, but potentially the carries Zero Tenacity picks. Not a lot of tanky carries left in the pool. Doom, Bristle, already out.
Yeah.
You don't want to go like Lifestealer into Beastmaster. That's bad.
Yeah. So it'd probably just get kited too much. Would feel rough later on.
Can you drow here? Like you have Stampede to save her. You have Dying 5. I actually wouldn't mind a drow. But they go Puck.
Okay. Just trying to secure their mid. I mean, it does look like if you're saying this is going to be the Lina carry, then that should... I mean, they're looking for a mid. Zero Tenacity believe that as well by taking out the Void. See what else they go for.
So what do you take away here? Probably... I would actually ban drow. Drow plus maybe something that has gap close that could annoy the Lina. Let me think. Spectre maybe? I think Spectre would be destroyed by the Beastmaster, so maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose at the very least you'd be able to get out of the shards in the lane, but you still would struggle with CS.
Weaver is okay-ish, because you can buy Lincolns. Yeah, but they took to draw. And I guess Clinks, that's kind of a low-key, like some players love to play Clinks into Beastmaster, some players just hate Clinks. But it's very good because you can just eat the boar and move around the fight.
Yeah. I was talking about it earlier, like, I don't know how they play. Nah, never mind. I was gonna say maybe somehow they can incorporate their Ringmaster as like something they've played a lot and had good success with, but I don't know. I think they'd be able to incorporate into this one.
Yeah, probably not. But no drow. I wonder what. It's like, you know, said NP, but that hero's kind of trash. Weaver seems like a decent one. Like, he has gap close, he can play fast, you can actually like get on top of people, chase the puck, and it does okay against Beast.
Yeah. Like Monkey King could be okay.
It's alright. I think Naga is too good against Monkey King though, just because you can disengage from the Wukongs.
Yeah, that's true.
But...
solves a lot of problems, that Naga.
Yeah, definitely. Could go worse. It's not the greatest lane against Beastmaster. Can actually get shut down. It's also double melee into a Tusk.
Yeah.
Dusa is pretty trash here. I think you need burst damage. Like, you need something that can join the puck with the coil. Because right now, you don't really have a lot of bursts. Like, Centaur eventually just tempers off in damage because you just buy a lot of defensive items.
Yeah. Troll Warlord, maybe?
Troll is a bad hero, but it's a good Troll game. I'm gonna go Gyro. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I actually forgot Gyro exists, but it is the OG Beastmaster counter. He probably just gonna get Axes though and buy eggs instead.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Alright, so how Wildcard's now going to respond to this? Tons of reserve time sat behind. Be it a carry Lina, is it mid and they go a different direction?
Definitely carry Lina. I think that the puck is actually likes that lane, so maybe Storm? How bad is Storm here? They actually have, besides the puck, they don't have a lot of lockdown. And you have the save of the Naga.
Yeah. Could be quite a good one to go for. I mean, do they have enough answers for the Tombstone as well? Lena's pretty good at it, but yeah, everyone else is kind of trash. I think that's good enough on its own.
Probably good enough. If not, is Kunkka still available?
Yes.
Kunkka's fine, right? I think it makes your Lena tankier. You get some catch. Although giving away both can be hard sometimes.
A hard spot to be in. There you go.
If it ain't broken,
Good call.
it's just solid hero, you know.
Yeah, I could work last game. Beastmaster will work last game, so they're just going to send it back on. Actually, no, the Kunkka was on the other side, wasn't it? That was a Zero Tenacity hero. Never mind. Well, see how RCY is able to perform with this one. Do you think, looking at these graphs, do you think it's going to be the 2-0, or do you think Zero Tenacity have been able to put themselves in a better position this time?
I like the Nunda Gyro. I think that definitely suits his playstyle a bit better because it's both aggressive but scales a bit more than the Razor, I think. Hits the timings faster. But I just feel like the Wildcard draft is better. And in general, like, again, you less pick this Gyro, or I mean, you pick it as your last pick, and the Lena is still a better matchup against it.
Yeah, it feels like they're just ticking so many boxes as well. They got fantastic team fight. They've got AoE control. They've got damage output. They've even got a save mechanic in the Tusk Snowball if they need it. It really does feel like they're just doing everything they possibly can. Sure, there is quite a lot of really good spells that Pablo could steal this game, so maybe we could see like a solid MVP performance coming out from him, and he just performs off his damn mind and just does super amounts of work. Maybe then that could be the big clincher, but yeah, I think I agree. Wildcard's lineup this time just feels very well rounded.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's definitely a game where Pablo could potentially change the tides a little bit. I don't know. The center though, they're gonna need to play a bit better around the stampede and make sure that every stampede means something. They have okay catch with the puck, but I think this is a game where you just get like an early 4-step on the Lena, and they don't really have any way to kill Yamsun. Like, you have Song as a save, you have Snowball as a save, as you said, you have Ghost Ship to make the Lena tankier.
Yeah,
it's definitely a hard climb here for Tenacity. We'll see if they're going to be able to take it.
Yeah, it does feel like this is going to be harder than game number 1, I feel. And just see how they're able to perform up against it or not. Maybe they got some tricks in their sleeves they're going to be able to bring out. Obviously, like you're saying, the gyro carry does fit into this game quite nicely. So maybe Nunde is going to be able to just fly off this and just really take this game away. Like, he won the lane in the last game, but unfortunately could never really do much else after that. But Gyro is definitely one of those heroes where all of a sudden he's just doing ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah, if there's one game, one hero that could also pop off is Puck. They don't have a lot of catch for Mirage, right? Roar is very easy to dodge. Same for Axe. Same for Lena and Tusk spells. So in a world where Mirage goes absolutely ham, you could do it. It's just that I haven't really seen... Like, Puck is a fine pick right now, but I don't think he's that S tier hero at the moment.
No, he's fallen down in popularity.
The battle begins.
Not going to contest for that bottom River Rune, and it does end up being 3 bounties going the way of Wildcard. Once again, a little advantage starting off the game there for themselves. And I mean, we saw it in last game. RCY on the puck destroyed Mirage on the Kunkka, so we're going to see if Mirage can do the same on the flip side, but I don't know if they should, because we were very surprised to begin with.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he did say he was lagging a little bit. We'll see if things are better now. And I mean, even with that stomp in the lane, it felt for a while that RCY wasn't really going to be able to perform to the level we expected. But yeah, he just popped off real hard later on.
Yeah, had a brief little blip where he was getting shut down, but was still able to perform very nicely. Yeah, I feel like top lane's going to be pretty chill. I mean, eventually you can get the whole telekinesis into Stomp. Lots of burst damage there. Maybe Zero's Tenacity could get quite aggressive, but we'll just have to wait and see. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, I feel like Fade and Bignum could 100% look for continuous kills unless LeBron is just landing 2-man decays non-stop.
Yeah, I mean, it's that standard problem of you want to tag team hit the same target, but if you do, we're gonna get double decay. So I think Bignum might play a similar role than he had with the Axe in game 1, where he might just pull some creeps and dodge the lane a little bit. And even if the Beastmaster suffers, Beastmaster always recovers. He's not even going for axes, right? He might just go for the same build and just trust that he will eventually get to the farm he needs.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I feel like compared to Marcy Razor, Undying Gyro is not going to be as aggressive and punishing to deal with, so no matter what, he's going to have a better time.
Mm-hmm. And that is a bit more defensive, right? Like, he's aggressive in the sense that you cannot kill him, but you can't really, like, run down people as easily as you can with the Marcy Razor. How's mid going? Do we have a tie? It's pretty close. Dunka's still struggling though.
Yeah, seems like Mirage is able to put out some good harassment.
Yeah.
Actually, doing quite nice in denies as well. Well, one, but it was a flag bearer. That feels good in my books.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, from what you were saying, Bignum is basically doing the exact same thing he did last game. He is not in the lane at all. He's just all about dragging creeps, and you can see Fade is struggling. Bottom CS only 5 and 7. Hiding by his tier 1 constantly. He's always low. Feels kind of rough. Hopefully that changes soon.
By the way, I said that most of the Nagas are going for Riptide, but actually, when you're playing against Centaur, getting the Luge is low-key insane, right? Because it actually slows down the Stampede move speed. So, if you're already doubting how, good... Oh, I think the
my little Fate
might be dead.
Okay, a lot of stick charges. They're actually going to dive him into the tower for this one. A couple of zombies keeping chase with the rocket barrage. First blood has been found. Nunde getting that one for himself. A good start to the game there for the Gyro, and unfortunately Bignum was nowhere to be seen. Just, I guess he was trying to pull or something, or block creep camps, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised what he's always blocking the camp, but he's literally kind of not doing anything. He wants to give all the experience to the Beastmaster, which I like. But yeah, he's not really trying to pull the creeps. Maybe he feels like the Undying is just going to do too much damage to him. But I think splitting this lane is better, because at least it allows Fate to get some farm. He is not having a good time here.
Yeah, very rough. It's like RCY as well in the mids. Able to start punching back in terms of harassment, but it's still actually slightly behind in terms of CS. Maybe the meta's changed. Maybe Puck does just do better than Kunkka now in the mid.
Janssen also struggling. 16 and 2 when you have both the 1 and 2 of Zero Tenacity stomping the lanes, which I guess maybe is due to ping, but I don't know.
Well, it's funny because last game it was Zero Tenacity who were complaining about lagging.
True.
Rather than Wildcard. Unless the servers changed this time. I don't know. I didn't actually check before the game started.
Yeah, one thing that I noticed from the Pucks is that they're using the orb when Kunkka wants to go for the Tidebringer, and because now you actually go for Curveball instead of the other facet, you can dodge where he's gonna... Oh, what the... Wow.
Okay, that definitely caught him by surprise. I was not expecting that amount of damage.
Yeah, I think he wanted to dodge, but he clicked a little bit too slowly on the orb and just died. Yeah, like you throw the orb when you know that he wants to hit the range creep, and you kind of just change your position. But he either didn't click too fast, or he went to another position that was still under the effect of Tidebringer.
Yeah, that was a big punish either way. RCY getting a fantastic
Nefrit.
kill up top. Going for a kill. Nefrit in danger, trying to run away, but the right clicks Mianson coming in from far. LeBron has turned up as well as Nunde. They're bringing heroes on 4
what a
Tenacity. They want these kills, and they're going to be able to secure at least two
he
of them
got
here.
it.
Bignum does get the tombstone, which is a nice consolation prize. It is a double kill going the way of Nunde. Big amount of gold there for the gyro.
Yeah. First couple of TPs, technically you can still defend this tier 1 tower top, so you just gotta make sure that the catapult wave doesn't do that much damage. So not the end of the world, it's just that this gyro is having the perfect start, whereas the Lina... I mean, I guess Lina can always recover, but definitely not the greatest start for Yamsen.
Definitely not. It's quite funny as well, like in terms of farm, Fade is really far behind Nunde, but he actually has more experience than the gyro so far, so... Quite interesting, just that one step away, even getting double kill, FaZe is still able to progress at a decent pace, doing what he can.
Yeah, I mean, the Tusk barely stepped foot in the lane, right? So at least he's giving... It's a double-sided, double-edged sword. Even though you get the experience, you probably don't get a lot of farm. Wisdom rune time.
Look, there's going to be snatches. Fade's going to be able to grab their own. And Pablo grabs the one for Zero Tenacity. 3 heroes up top. It looks like they want to try and make a move on towards Nefrit as Bignum is nearby. Net into the pool. Starting things off, technically this actually drags Bignum into an awkward spot. TP's coming in from the rest of Zero Tenacity and they are dumping all the spells. Bignum is dead.
Honestly, this is not a bad play by Wildcard, because you force this TP and Coil on a support. I think Mirage maybe... I don't think that TP was necessary, is my point. Like, it didn't feel like that hero was gonna die, and you barely got reward for your TP.
But this is a good rotation. RCY head spot finds a good kill on towards Nunde. And the flip side, Zero Tenacity immediately go for a dive underneath the tier 1 tower. Speed's getting low, but he's actually able to survive it. Bignum gets the grab on towards Nefrit. He will die. Yamsun finishes off the tombstone. Good snowball forward trying to disjoint some of the damage so Yamsun can do as much DPS as possible, but will still lose his life at the cost of 3 for Zero Tenacity. Or actually, LeBron's tanky's got a lot of decays. Up in a second. Bignum. Oh! My god. Gotta pay respect for the Undying, man. That's scary.
Mirage looking for some stragglers here, but really good positioning by Speed, realizing that the puck's not showing. It also has 2 runes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, really good positioning by the spars of Wildcard. They're not really gonna be caught.
I don't want to offer any freebies away. I mean, that's second death there for Yamsun, but he does at least have 3 assists. You know, he's had, I think, at least 2 tombstone kills as well, so a bit of extra gold there. And as a result, he's not that far behind.
They did kill Nande as well, right? So definitely helps.
Yeah.
As long as you get the Maelstrom at a reasonable time on Yamsun, you will be able to farm pretty fast. They are doing a good job at defending the top tower. So overall, things are fine, especially because Fade is, I mean, finally having a good game, right? He's almost level 8. Like, Beastmaster is one of those heroes that doesn't really need that much farm to accelerate as long as you get the levels.
Yeah, that is the main thing. Experience is going to be super useful. I mean, he's got his helmet, the Dominator online. We'll see if he's going to go straight in for the same build he did in the last game of the Overlord, or maybe he might mix it up in this game.
Smoke. They will bring Nunda to the rune fight. Definitely something that the puck wants more than the Kunkka, so... Oh. Yeah, Kunkka might be dead.
Yeah, 4 people on top of him.
Oh, it's a global save!
Snowball from the high ground. We'll pull off towards the side of there's going to be the Stampede. Tries to grab the Arcane, not going to happen. They will still lose their life. But that does cost everyone from Tenacity to come over. So, yeah, they bought time, but even still, it's 2 kills and maybe even a tower.
Yeah, and as long as Fate can actually get a tower himself, that's not a bad trade necessarily. Although the Gyro is already here, so... They will separate the enemy team as LeBron.
Okay, goes for the Roar, but it just pops the Flesh Golem. Creeps are still doing a lot of damage, but the AoE from Nande clears them all up.
Stolen
There's
X.
going to be the X, pull back, nicely done. Now Fate in danger, trying to use the Tomato. Bignum can't do anything to finish off a kill, and still loses the creep.
Pablo got Roar, by the way. Huge steal.
Oof. Yeah, Pablo's doing some work. We were saying it in the draft. If he can pop off, he's going to be a real difference maker. And so far, he's on it with the ulti.
Yeah, he kills the beast because of the X stolen. Now I guess the Roar could potentially kill someone else. But the Lina, slowly but surely, grinding back here. The Lina is definitely like the strongest hero in the map. So in a universe where Wildcard actually allows Jansson to farm enough, like I would say they have the late game advantage.
Yeah, he's trying to recover as fast as he can on the Lina, but it's still over 1,000 gold behind that of this Gyrocopter, who's got his Chrysalis online, going in for the very classic Aghanims as the first major item. Only about 3,000-ish gold away from that, and he will be an extremely powerful force to be dealt with. TP though coming in, Wildcards, they want to defend this. Song of the Siren used, not able
he
to
didn't
grab
get
onto
the
Monday.
gyro. Oh.
It will just be a sacrifice on towards LeBron. Well, they're actually re-engaging. They're going to try and take this fight. The Stolen Roar used on towards RCY. Stampede forward. They are jumping everything on towards this Kunkka. He's extremely tanky there, but
Stolen
the Stolen
Bolt now.
Bolt, Pablo doing work with this item, or this ability. Doomcore will still land on towards RCY. He can't escape. He will fall to double going the way of Nande, and they're going to clean up more of Fade's creeps. Actually, maybe they're even going to find him. He jumps into the waiting arms of Mirage. Gets annihilated. Was not expecting that amount of DPS.
This Beastmaster, man, you gotta respect it. Lowest net worth hero still just destroys the puck. Lowest net worth core.
This ends up being, what, a 2-for-2 mid laner for a support. But according to the graph, it's a gold favoring for wildcards, but an XP favor for Zero Tenacity. So
Yeah, they lost the
very
tower,
even
unfortunately. But I think the biggest problem is also the song being used. It's such a long cooldown. Like, this Naga, not really that useful for the next 90 seconds.
Yeah, I'd say Pablo just is so good at stealing these ults as well. Like, he is just watching heroes like a hawk, and he's getting it every single time.
Has Ghost still, doesn't want to get another steal. Could be a huge turnaround spell in the next fight.
Coming RCY. Just showing himself with the bot, but he's got the X, so he's fine. Playing very cautiously. And it's, you know, net worth lead now here for the side of Tenacity. 2,000 gold, 70% win probability as well.
He does get the mid tower, though. Pretty huge sneak play by him.
Yeah. The extra gold going their way. He'll take it. How far away is he from this Overlords? About 700 gold, and he'll have that online. We are Bignum in danger. Leech controlled, killed. Stolen Walrus Punch now here from Pablo. So BKB piercing disable is now online as well. Feels good.
What a god. Wow. With that said, Jansson still free farming for the last couple of minutes, so he's keeping up in farm with this extremely fat gyrocopter.
Yeah, not a million miles behind. He's going for the bots first, which he'll have online in 140 gold, so be able to join his team elsewhere, or at least just increase his farm as people are getting around the map. See which one he decides to prioritize more often.
Yeah, pretty good when you have a beast, right? You're gonna be able to TP his creeps, so that's nice. You can like roar into Lina TP, make sure you kill pretty much any hero.
Fade. Oh, Stampede. Used. They will find him. He roars, and it does get stolen away.
Oh no.
That's not good. Another big ultimate gain. Fade takes a while to die, but he will go. Okay. Upgrades from one BKB piercing stun to another.
That is one of the best Rubik games, Rubik performances I've seen in terms of like just getting spells. I feel like sometimes Rubik gets out of the meta for a while, and players just forget that you need to like cast your spells in a specific order when you're against Rubik.
Yeah, maybe we can chalk it up to the ping. You know, let's say that.
Okay.
he pressed the button and it was an extra 0.5 seconds. Who knows? But yeah, it does just feel like Zero Tenacity coming out with this aggression non-stop now. You know, it's not exactly like furthering their lead to like insane proportions, but they are still just keeping control of this game. Youngson though, with the bots now online, hopefully we'll start to see his farmer speed increase a bit more. Maybe you're able to catch up with Gyro, but still over 2,500 gold between the two of them.
Mm-hmm. Overlord getting pretty close for the Beastmaster.
Oh. And Bignum and RCY just saying hello. Not really good to go for any kills. Actually, they see that the TPs get cancelled. Maybe they're going to stick around and see if they can go for this kill, realizing there's not going to be any reinforcements here for Nefrit.
Oh, Fade, he is under a ward. They really want to get this bad boy down. But he knows.
Yeah. Creeps come just in time to get the vision as well. He will make it out. I mean, Nando's still chasing. Nah, he knows he can't reach him now. Too close to that tier 2. There goes.
You got a tier 1 tower though.
Yeah. Bit of extra space, bit of extra money. I mean, they'll take whatever they can get here, wildcards.
Speed's cutting some waves. He's also getting close to his Blink Dagger. So this is when I think Wildcard is going to feel the strongest. They have this Blink Dagger approaching for the Naga, Radiance approaching for the Kunkka, and probably the BKB on the Lina. But even with just these Boots of Travels now, I could see the Lina TPing for play if they have the right heroes nearby.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try something. 2-man smoke. Just picking up an RCY, so with Fade not being involved, they don't really have like an easy bots target to just rejoin the fight with. Okay, now they will get Fade involved. And see who they can actually find. Going to try and invade the Radiant jungle, but basically everyone from Zero Tenacity are leaving now, so I'm not going to find anything really. Oh, maybe Pablo actually. He shows himself on the creep wave and immediately snowball forwards. Four Star trying to make space. Raw to run away.
Tag team.
Throughout this entire game, that's the worst spell he's gotten. But, you know, it's excusable. He was in a panic.
Yeah, that's true. Blink Dagger approaching for the center, so probably why Zero Tenacity also doesn't get to fight as much as they would like.
Rush. Just force some wildcards outside of their own triangle. Stealing space as much as they possibly can. But it is still just, again, it's more time for Yamsun, who's just doing whatever the hell he wants. BKB completed in about 1,200 gold as well for the Lina, which will make it very hard to actually lock it down. No BKB piercing disables are online for Zero Tenacity, unless, of course, we do see one stolen from Pablo, which he's done several times before.
Where Dragon gets killed. Bailey's doing a really good job. Like, he's just sitting bottom, and every time they try to go on him... Oh, wait a second here. This is a fight.
There you go.
Stolen Torrent.
Into the boat. Not the best spell to get. Raw will also land. Nande in so much danger. The Gouda Blade. Every single ultimate in the world used. There will be the usage of the Song of the Siren. Just trying to buy some time. Could set up for the 2-man LSA, but they're just going to decide to back on out. They're not interested. Bignum will be the sacrifice. Will anybody else lose their life? Very likely if RCY gets caught in danger. Do they want to re-engage though? Yamsun's thinking about it.
Good LSA.
LSA lands. Stolen immediately. Locks him down with the Stampede. Gets on top of him. Attempting to TP out. RCY not going to escape. And it's a double kill there for Mirage. It's a trade of carries as well. Obviously the Gyro being the big first person to fall. But Zero Tenacity, big victory from that engagement.
I mean, really, Wildcard played that fight so well. Like the instant TP from Lina, they killed the Gyro instantly. They saved the Lina with the Song. They killed the Tombstone, but that the re-engaging aspect of this puck is pretty annoying. Like right now, they don't have easy control for the puck, and it's kind of like we talked about. Both the puck and the Rubik are really lifting the weights of Zero Tenacity this game.
Yeah, they're doing so much work. It feels like I feels like a Cypher Vice is going to be a crucial item for Fade at some point. Like,
Yeah.
just having that extra way to just lock down the puck is going to be so detrimental. I mean,
Even
got-
RCY could buy one, I think.
yeah, you probably
Like
could actually.
maybe two. Like you just gotta make sure that this puck cannot find your Lina in the back lines, and that stolen LSA from the Rubik was insane. Just like instant stolen. Yes, the LSA they kill Pablo, but as long as you get the Lina down, you're happy.
Yeah, Pablo's just really been on it this game. This is what I like to see. Whenever I see like a Rubik get picked up, this is the kind of play styles I like. There's nothing worse than seeing a Rubik who only ever steals rot. Feels bad.
Yeah. Stolen flat cannon.
Yeah, super value. But yeah, even after that, still only about a 3k gold lead here. 21 minutes into the game. Maybe let's see, fight up towards top. Quite a few people from Zero Tenacity are nearby. Oh no, go for the Tormentor. See who gets the free eggs.
Yeah, that's sad because Speed would love the shard this game. Just having that healing on top of the reset of the fight would be good. Ooh, and it's LeBron that picks the shard.
Pretty good. Versus, the Raw against the double engagement, torrents, all that stuff. Fantastic save mechanic.
Yeah. Well, scan. The Radiant knows. Fate has been spotless, like with his positioning. He's always posturing bottom, and he didn't die a single time. He's always just like forcing Zero Tenacity here, and the reason I think the gold lead isn't as big as it could be is that they're wasting a lot of time trying to kill Fade, and they're not succeeding.
Yeah. It feels like they've probably killed his creeps quite a few times, but
Yeah.
that's a sacrifice he'll make to make sure he gets out himself. But 5-man smoke as well from Wildcard. Might see them clash. Now they'll jump forwards up there for it. Goes to the engagement. Immediate jump forwards though. There's
Stolen Laguna.
Blade let again. Bigland's in danger, gets blasted down by it. He will be the first casualty. And just a straight up BKB TP from the Lina. Not interested in sticking around.
Dire's top tower.
Not a bad play necessarily. Like you force everything from zero, you survive with the Lina, but yeah, like they were aware of the tombstone save, but the fact that they threw everything at the center, that's definitely not the target you want, and this will give a free Roche for Zero Tenacity.
I actually thought the Stolen Laguna got used, but it was just a Fade Bolt, In the hands of Rubik, they look the same.
Yeah, he just used it on the Roche right now. He just
There you go. Aegis now into the hands of Nande. And have even more confidence here for this Gyro, who obviously has the Ags, everything else completed. BKB, I believe, is also done. Yep, that's going to be coming out in the Courage just now. And then working in towards the Daedalus next.
Curious to see what Speed's gonna buy. He, does have the Glimmer and the Blink Dagger. Not sure what the path is at the moment. If it's like Ags or Shard or something else. Oh, gets found with the Roar.
Ooh. That's a big kill.
Very nice.
Yeah, big chunk of money. I mean, he was getting very close to having a... Is it Bloodstone? No. What's he building?
Octarine?
Octarine, that's the one.
Yeah.
Had a mind blank there.
Yeah, probably we'll need a Lincoln Sphere later down the line on the puck.
Yeah, it does feel quite good. Several single target abilities which you'd be happy to get rid of in this game.
Fade getting
Well,
close to his BKB.
You feel like wild cards now, they just want to wait out this Aegis timing, or might they try and still make a move or two?
Unless you find, unless you use Roar with Lina Travels, I don't think they go for anything else.
For my chest.
That's probably the only scenario, and you have to make sure that they're separated. Ideally, though, don't go in the center. He has 3,000 HP, 4-man's shield, and a Crimson Guard.
Yeah, he's not going to die very easily at all.
Big boy.
BKB though now up for Fade, so he's going to feel even more confident thrown his into the front lines.
Amplify
Good upgrade.
damage here on Nande, so I wonder if they want to try and force this tier 2 tower.
Well, it's the RCY. Stolen X, can they get the vision of him? No. We'd have loved to have got an immediate X counter.
Is under attack.
But instead, yeah, there's going to start building towards this tier 2.
Oh, initiation.
Somehow gets the engagement there. Maximum range. Oswald tries to go up the high ground. X pulling him back, but he's still able to retreat. Cooldown as well. Not going to connect on towards anybody.
Is under attack.
Maybe an opportunity for Wildcard to make a play. That's several ultimates used. Tombstone as well being gone. Maybe an
Yeah, still
opportunity to make a
wages
play.
though. You gotta be careful. I like what they're doing. Like the Naga's just cutting waves. Like Speed has been cutting waves 24/7.
Has fallen.
You have Fade doing the same thing on the sideline. So they're like all of the time they spend together. That was a 6k goal lead a couple of minutes ago, and they had Aegis for Zero Tenacity the whole time, and we're pretty much back to that even.
Yeah,
Radiant are scanning.
just splitting the map perfectly seems to work out much better. Fade
Fade
though.
is
he-
can probably be KBTP unless he makes a big mistake. Oh, oh
Okay.
no!
Under attack.
We'll do that.
Ooh, what a
BKB
Chad.
kill. Will lose his creep army, of course. But he gets out alive. I mean, that might have even tipped them off that they have that high ground ward to the fact that he got jumped on through the fog.
Yeah, he was definitely ready.
He's tried so hard to juke this Frost Troll out there. Not going to get out there. It was a cute attempt.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like you have Naga on one lane, Beastmaster in the other lane, and then this Kunkka just keeps using Axe to cut the wave. All he needs is one Tidebringer shot and the Radiance, and you're probably going to clear the whole wave. And this makes it really hard for Zero Tenacity to commit to towers. They finally get a tier 2, but you know, after all of that advantage with the Aegis, I think that's the only tower they acquired through the Aegis.
Yeah. Definitely not what they would like to do. Just wild cards, man. They just really are playing the map to perfection. Like, they know they're behind, and they are playing exactly the way to recover as fast as they can.
They need a new scepter. Like they need a play to stop this X shenanigans here from RCY, I think. It's already so late into the game though that Scepter feels bad to buy.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom
That's
tower
like
is under
2.8k, which would put just a single X counter, which isn't even guaranteed to go off every time. I
Yeah.
feel like a rough investment, but smoke are breaking. Both teams running into each other. Speed, though.
Oh, he's in
hiding
the perfect
trees.
position.
Under attack.
Actually goes for the retreat. He's left Nefrit on his own. Obviously, he's tanky as hell. Might be able to swipe
So
through this
patient
one.
with the
There is
song.
going to be the Stampede. Dragging them in deep. Telekinesis. Just grab one towards Big and Song is going to be there. Only holding on towards the Gyro and Undying so far. But the call is just to retreat here for wildcards. Nefrit, not going to get a grab. Jump in though from this puck. Mirage desperate to get a catch here. But
They
doesn't
still have
look like
Roar,
anybody's gonna
so-
go down.
You gotta respect. You can't just crazily jump here. Buck can die if he gets roared.
But look at that, and after all that split, RCY went and stole the Wisdom Rune on top of everything else. Fade turns around there, avoids the stolen LSA there with the Roar.
Oh,
but
the
Tombstone
Tombstone.
locked it in. Keeps it going, he TP's out though. Does keep himself alive, so good play there to make sure they don't lose too much.
A lot of mind games in those fights. Like you just want to kill the Rubik so he doesn't steal your roar, but you gotta watch out for the Tombstone. Super even game. I mean, this game has been this year's has been a delight to watch.
Yeah, it's been very clinical, it feels. Wisdom Rune down the south side. Fade. It's been actually contested here by Mirage, but he forces the puck out of the area, gets the grab. I don't know who wins the 1v1, and actually looks like Mirage is just going to run away. Meanwhile, up top, potential fight going to happen by this tier 2. Few members of Wildcard posturing nearby. Ooh, good Toothman Torrent. Just focus on towards Defra though, not the best target for Yamsun.
Dire's top tower
Looks
is
like the
under
tower will
attack.
just go down.
Yeah,
Dire's
they.
top tower has
Down on Fade. Actually nearly gets killed there by Mirage. Quick jump in for Bignum with the Roar. Mirage bitten off more than he can chew there, and he will lose his life. Good bait there from Fade.
Yeah, you gotta respect this Beastmaster so much. Puck not having a Lincoln Sphere is starting to become a real problem, and he had, yeah, he had Parasma queued up, but I really feel like he needs Lincolns as RCY.
He's so tanky, man. Even though he has 2.5k HP, there's so many barriers and armor. He's a tough cookie. Nefrit's constantly got his body in front. They actually used the tombstone on him already, but Yamsun just annihilates it in a second. The dragon will die. The centaur doesn't seem to care. There was Song Blink Tag available. Actually, going to
Oh, the leader though!
In dangerous speed. Does have the ultimate. He's holding on to it. Nerves of steel on this man, not wanting to pop it willy-nilly. But it looks like Wildcard are just going to disengage.
Yeah, this Lina can definitely be bursted. 3k HP, but still not looking super strong. He's been keeping up in farm with Nande overall, but just Lina's just fragile by nature.
Yeah, it just goes back to farming. Still is like that 2k goal behind Nande. Just can never really seem to close that gap, apparently. Always just slightly behind.
Yeah, the Judges has 4 kills, I think, and the Lina... She's been trying to go for plays a bit more often, I think, so not really fully utilizing the map, which is fine, you know. I think farm is just one part of the equation here. Speed going for Octarine now. Pretty greedy item build.
It's quite greedy. It's kind of like the support Naga mentality. Like, you get farm a lot more than you do playing any other hero as support, so you feel like, hey, I can afford the big items.
Yeah, I mean, if they can reset fights constantly, it's always going to be good. I expected maybe the Shard before the Octarine, but if they can sneak the next Tormentor, which I don't think they will, because Tenacity is already kind of in position.
Yeah. Just going to hold the general area. Actually, no, they already got it. Nefrit.
Oh, yeah.
Shard.
True. He has a heart, by the way. He's extremely tanky, and I think that's really like the problem. The Lina has been some of these fights like right-clicking the Centaur, and I think that's a mistake. Not only you don't have lifesteal on the Lina, but like I think you just got to ignore the Centaur. He's way too big for how much of a menace he is, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Like, we saw in that last fight, Yamsun was attacking him for ages, and his HP bar just wasn't moving. It's just,
yeah,
it just feels like a waste of time. Got to kill everybody else around him first.
You know, like he has double damage block. It's just impossible to kill him. With the way the Lina DPS works, it's just like a lot of small damage instances.
Yeah. Well, Daedalus online there for Nande, so huge damage output. Satanic, BKB also on board. He's definitely ready to be that scary frontliner, just chucking out pure damage. Big Yamsung as well has just got his own Daedalus completed, but still a ways away from having his Satanic.
Yeah, that's gonna take a while. Jar's pretty much 6-slotted besides the Falcon Blade, but he's gonna have to backpack that for the Aegis. I wonder if they're actually gonna care about this Roche. Apparently they don't. They just want to keep cutting waves.
Yeah, I mean, there's creeps hitting the top tier 2s. They probably know that there is free, but he just into the hands of Nande with the Roche banner as well. Ready to siege.
Yeah, even has Rapier queued up here. Just wants to go for the Jugular. I don't think he can finish the Rapier before his Aegis expires, though. So for now, it's just a dream of a Rapier. Oh!
Oh, okay. Speed. Getting caught out there by Mirage. Does allow space there for the Kunkka to TP out, and Zero Tenacity are already in the base there.
Yeah, they want to split push, so Beastmaster is going to stay top, try to force someone back. Which is probably the right option if you don't want to buy back this Naga.
Stolen Torrent. He's buildings though. Quite a lot from Nande.
Oh, Lina to force that forward!
Yamsung. Good Torrent there to make some space. At the very least, he's dying so quickly. Yamsung has to get out there, but he can't.
No.
He's dead. 80 seconds, no buyback.
It's over. It's
They're
over.
just going to go straight for the tier 4s. What a huge mistake. And Fade hasn't even decided to come back to base. He's just taking barracks. But they're losing tier 4s.
Okay, they have one glyph. Double. Oh my lord. No Lina for 60.
It feels like there's still 2 lives as well on Nande on top of everything else. Just insult.
Just gotta go.
Feels. Go for the boat. Maybe wants to focus on towards the gyro, but look at he
Golden
used the
bolt.
ult, but nobody follows through. Tombstone's already down. Makes this even harder to fight into. And Aegis getting chipped into, down to 75%. Good use of the Song. Will this be enough to set up for much of a kill? They can get rid of the Tombstone. But that's it. They've already used all their
Torrent
AoE
misses.
abilities here, Bowie. They're going to jump immediately on towards Undying. They will be able to take him out of the equation, so that's something. Speed, though, is getting very low. Will lose his life momentarily. As the Roar was used. Try and lock down to various people, but Bignum will die. Eventually, Speed's going to fall, and they're just going to continue to hit on towards the Ancient.
They're
Past half
cutting the
HP.
wave. I think they want to cut the wave. They're going to be out of backdoor protection soon.
Oh, this could be good. Someone needs to go grab the wave of the bot
do they
lane.
have enough time? Oh my god, it's so close.
It is getting
I don't think
extremely
they do.
close.
Lina TP?
That's it.
It's over.
It's done. They end up tying it up. Zero Tenacity push back hard in game number 2. And Wildcards. Maybe just a little bit of a mistake there from the Alina getting caught out of position, and that was it.
Huh. Yeah. What a weird mistake. But you know, Rubik really throws you off sometimes. Like the cast range, you don't expect it to be 1,000 cast range on a 4-staff. And he just got caught off guard. It's one of those things. I think like this really shows that Rubik, when he's out of the meta, he's actually stronger than when he's actually strong, if that makes any sense. Like there were a lot of mistakes that I think happened there because people just forget how Rubik works sometimes. And Pablo, you know, made great use of it. Amazing game from him. Mirage played really well. I think Jar is just a stable carry none they can thrive on. So kudos to Zero.
Yeah, it's a really great performance coming up for those guys. And yeah, like you're saying about Pablo, just every single time we were seeing him in fights, he was stealing ultimate after ultimate, using them in the best situations. Like, does clearly show why this guy's Grandmaster tier on his Rubik. He is very well experienced at this, and they just use it to perfection, get the win, push this to a full 3-game series here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be going down to a best of 1 to see who can secure the second spot to get 3rd place guaranteed, which will be $5,000. We'll be back after a short break, so we'll see you guys very, very soon. Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now down to a best of one between Wildcard and Zero Tenacity to find out who can get themselves into the guaranteed third position for an increase of $5,000 in the prize pool. We are going to find out. First game was all Wildcard. Second game, Zero Tenacity came out swinging and just shut them down. So third game, what are we going to see? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, so far the bans are incredibly similar to game 1 and 2. I think the one change we had was that Doom, that Wildcard ban, but this time they have first pick. So if they want Doom, they can probably have it. Zero Tenacity did not address it.
Yeah. Just kind
And
of
I
left
think
it in.
that's what they're gonna get.
There
Man,
it is. Well, called that one quite easily.
do you Rubik here? Like, are you that confident to just pick Rubik? I hope not. But
I feel like they can probably wait, and if Wildcard decide to use up one of their bans for a Rubik, then Pablo probably feel like he's done his job already, you know? So
Yeah.
he'd be happy either way. We'll see what Zosnasi can decide to pick up instead.
yeah, what I think you just want to pick like an OP hero here, or something that's just overall good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shaman picked up. I mean, we saw one Shaman earlier on, and I think it lost actually. It's the
I
only one
think it
we've
was
seen today.
Tenacity, right? I think Tenacity did it. It was literally how they opened the other draft. I think it was
Was it?
Game to Shaman. Yeah,
Oh.
I think it was game 1 of the series. Wildcard had a puck.
Ah,
Yeah,
you're
pretty
correct.
sure that was it. Yeah.
You are correct. Well, we'll see how it ends up going this time round. You know, doesn't first win, they'll try again, see if they can get some better results, and we'll just have to wait and see how it works. They also went for like the standard wards rather than the big chonker. So, do you feel
Yeah.
like maybe they might go for that instead this time around?
I prefer the Chongos, honestly. I think it's better. I was kind of... Initially, I thought they went for the Serpent Wars because of the axe, but that I don't know. Honestly, I'm not sure. They actually banned puck with Shaman, which is pretty interesting. I thought it was a way to just cover for the puck that they didn't want to ban in game 1.
Yeah. Okay. Batrider though has actually been able to slip through the opening bans, and Zero Tenacity will grab that one. Okay. We'll see how they perform. Do they even play Bat that much? I don't think they do. No, this is their first game in this patch actually playing Batrider.
Okay. Very bold pick, as they get the chance, so they're going to have some dispels for the napalm stacks, and they get the Bane as well. Pretty decent counter, Shabbat. If you're fast, you can nightmare whoever gets lassoed, and you
Yep.
can just save people from shackles as well.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Like, kind of looking strong like we saw in game number 1 from Wildcard. And I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. We'll see what Tenacity they're going to be able to respond with now. Their third and fourth hero themselves. Will have to be their off and well, maybe mid. They do have the overall last pick at the very least here at Tenacity.
Yeah, you either want something with a silence, but unfortunately they banned puck themselves, so that is not an option. Oh.
Slada.
Okay. The off lane is either Slaughter Shaman or Slaughter Batrider. Is there a chance they play mid bat? I guess there is.
Definitely good. I mean, Slada Shaman is an obnoxious amount of stun. Like,
Yeah.
bash, crush, hex, shackles, that's just stupid on every level.
And I mean, when you
Slada's
have
welcome to-
Chunga's ward with Corrosive Haze, right? That's gonna do so much damage.
Yeah, that's scary. And then, yeah, Sven on top of that. Like, every single one of these heroes so far in Zero Tenacity has a disable. Obviously, Batrider's is an ultimate, but it's still super strong. Like, it feels like crowd control was the name of the game here for Z10.
Can you Timber here? You have 2 melee strength heroes. You have some saves, so the Timber might not feel scared.
Back in
There
for
we
the
go.
beasts. Alright. Vade's going to play it 3 times in a row. Feels like... well, he did a fantastic job game number 1. Even in the second game, he was still doing a lot of work. I kind of just felt like the Lena fell flat a little bit. But yeah, I feel like his performance on the Beastmaster is definitely worthy of sending it in again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he was very consistent in both games. Honestly, I think he was probably my MVP of game 2, even though they lost. He was doing so much with very little.
Yeah.
Now you need to ban for mid/support here for 0. And you need to find yourself a carry. I guess Doom could be the carry though, so then you would get a mid hero for yourself.
I mean, that is exactly what they did game number 1, wasn't it? They had the Doom carry,
Beastmaster off. Yeah, the only change is that they have Bane instead of what was the hero that Bignum played? Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Oh no, they're like in that key aspect of Game 1 draft.
God. It'd be hilarious if they bring. I feel like Axe in this game is awful. So,
yeah, it's really bad. Yeah, you need to ban a mid hero. Like Bat could be mid, but honestly, there's a way higher chance that Batrider's a support. So probably, I mean, all spirits are going to be banned. Honestly, I think you ban like Storm Ember, Void, and I guess Air Spirit you don't ban anymore. But
yeah, just get rid of the Void Spirit so far. So it's Tenacity. I mean, they probably know that he's carry Doom offlane beast, so they're probably looking towards the mids themselves. I
don't think you want to give Ember away here, so you probably have to ban it as 0.
We've not actually seen. Like, I guess he's been banned once, maybe twice, but we've not actually had an Ember Spirit pick so far today. So, be eager to finally get one.
There's like, yeah, I wonder if Wildcard is afraid of any of these flexes being mid, and so they would just go for something ranged that wouldn't struggle as much. In that sense, then Zero Tenacity would ban Storm instead of Ember, because Ember would definitely struggle more if Batrider and Orslaughter flexes to mid.
Yeah.
So you ban Storm so that they have the worst option.
That makes sense. We'll see if they decide to go for that plan, but still thinking of this last one. Both teams actually have a fair amount of reserve time as well, so they can really think about this as long as they like. Make sure they don't fall into any traps.
Is OD any good this game?
Could be good. So save whoever gets roared or doomed or nightmared by the Bane.
Usually wins most lanes anyways.
Yeah. No, I quite like it. I like the AD pick actually. That sounds quite nice. Obviously, they do also still again have the overall last pick, so just an added little bonus for themselves. But so far, that does sound quite good.
Yeah, I think OD is probably better for Wildcard, but as you said, they don't have 24, so can still maybe find a matchup where the OD struggles. But that hero usually doesn't struggle. They're banning Vulcar. That's kind of a wild ban.
Yeah, I suppose you've got multiple Sunstrike setups.
Yeah, true.
Which is something.
That hero's not very good right now, so.
Yeah, he's definitely low in priority for a lot of teams, so maybe they just weren't too sure about what to ban, so they just kind of took a guess, but there is going to be that Storm Spirit pickup. Now Zero Tenacity. I mean, even against the Storm, OD still good, right? Like,
yeah. You could go for it, definitely. But I do think it was better for Wildcard, so maybe Zero Tenacity would play something else, like, I could shut down the Storm. Maybe Monkey King? Is Monkey King good here?
Not too great if he gets doomed, though, right? But
yeah, you do have a lot of minus armor though, so it is like more physical.
Yeah. But what about Underlord? Chuck in mid.
Ooh, that's a cool one. Yeah, I like Underlord with Batrider, Flamebreak. Just pushing people back into it. That's
Good
nice.
Percentage damage later against the Doom and Beastmaster as well.
Yeah. Thank you, boy. Oh.
Yeah, that's a completely
So it
different
is
route.
a core Slaughter or Batrider. Yeah.
Yeah, mid-bat against the Storm. So Mirage should be having a pretty good time here.
Mhm.
I'm liking it. Okay. It feels... I don't know, I quite like the lineup of both of these sides, to be honest. I'm not really sure who I'm going to be favourite going into this one here, Bowie. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's close. It's definitely close. I do like this curveball of the Enchantress because now you can shut down Fade even harder, right? We saw him usually getting away with hard lanes, but this might be the hardest he faced. And RCY is also going to be in a pretty big pickle against Batrider. It's not an easy lane. So overall, I would say the lanes favor Zero Tenacity, and later on, like late game probably is Wildcard, but I would say Zero Tenacity, if they play their lanes well, should have the advantage.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the early lanes are going to be pivotal for both teams. Like, I could quite easily see whoever gets a solid advantage to start, they could quite easily hold on to that and run away with this. It's just... It feels very skirmishy so far. I don't know. Yeah, I'm quite happy just to stay completely neutral for this one. Like, obviously, both teams had great performances in the games that they were able to win. I like the lineups on both. They tick a lot of boxes. I'm just going to stay on the fence. I'm going to cop out. I'm not going to give an answer.
Well, I'm giving one. I think it's going to be Zero Tenacity. Not because I favor them, just like their heroes a little bit more. And this time around, we have chicken fingers, so I'm not happy. Pablo is probably Aeon's better player than I am, but I just like the big chungus.
Yeah, what's the chance to turn people into chickens? Oh, it's guaranteed for seconds, yeah.
Yeah, it's the right click. It's just this is the weirdest part about this facet, honestly. Like, why do you have a right? Like, why would you want to right click as a Shadow Shaman?
Yeah, it's quite strange.
But I do like foul play.
Use.
It's a cool one.
Yeah, I've seen, like, when it was like first introduced, I felt like it was way too overpowered. Like, it lasted too long, the chickens dispersed too far, and it was like so many times you see Shadow Shamans just live in situations they no way should. But we do see both teams smoked up, and a long wraparound here from Tenacity. It was Smoke's breaking Bignum out of range there of Pablo, so he's going to be okay. He's actually still holding a very aggressive spot here, Bignum, and actually the rest of the team's coming in. They're going to have a fight for this bounty rune. There is an observer though here. Oh, Bignum in an awkward spot, and the rest of his team are abandoning him. He is going to die. Does actually allow Yangsun to grab the bounty rune from behind everybody, but regardless, it is first blood going the way of Pablo. Oh, but actually all the bounties are going to go into the hands of Wildcard.
Damn. Okay. I love this because to me, like, I'm always curious, like, whether 4 bounties is better than First Blood. But I would say First Blood is usually better.
Yeah, I think it depends on who gets the First Blood, and I feel like Shadow Shaman probably one of the worst ones to get it.
Yeah, true. Oh, RCY.
Yeah,
Struggling here. Doesn't have a wand, so has to be very careful.
Yeah, let's push back quite far. We'll see who ends up getting a kill in this lane. I feel like I could see the potential, but it's going to be hard for RCY.
Yeah, they do have a mana burn creep.
Yeah, he's just left it here. Just going to spam on Mirage as much as possible to help out RCY. I absolutely love this play.
Yeah. Definitely one way to deal with the Batrider early on. So it's going to stop some of that harass. And finally, Fade actually starting with the Wild Axes level 1. So I guess Enchantress, that one he can't really do anything about.
Yeah, no point like playing into the hero and just making it shut you down entirely. So we'll just let that one go. I mean, even with like the Bane, the potential for like quick burst damage, like the Brain Sap as well, is quite a lot. So you could find kills in sneaky ways.
I mean, this mana burn creep really saved Wildcard. They are like the Batrider's out of mana, and the Storm is actually doing all right.
Yeah. Where is it? Is it? Okay, he's brought it back up top. He's like, you've done your job. Go back to actually helping your own hero. Pretty impactful right now. I mean, so far you do see the Storm top of the CS. Shortly followed by everyone else who's in a similar situation right now. And I feel like Fade, game number 1, he was shut down at the start, but he was able to recover. Game number 2, he was shut down at the start, was able to recover. This time, he's actually going to have a good lane. Does that mean he's going to have a terrible after laning phase, you know? He doesn't know what to do with himself.
Yeah. I don't know. This actually could even be a game where he goes for a completely different build. Like, he hasn't really... I'm not sure if this is going to be just a Violet point, Wild Access. Well, never mind. He has the second point. So this could even be an Axe game and just a completely different playstyle.
Yeah, it would be fun to see. It definitely makes sense, you know, just us having to change the skills because of this Enchantress, just change how the entire heroes play for the rest of the game.
Yeah, just get
That's
some
always
of that
fun.
life steal. I love the bongos. I think they used to be too strong, but right now they're in a decent spot. Oh, they destroy the
Yeah, it is. Just it's such an insane amount of burst damage. You got the pure coming in from the brain sap, and then the point blank axes level 2. There's way too much to deal with.
Yeah, they had stacked one charge already, so just no real way for LeBron to respond.
Oof. Even Pablo, foul play, keeping him alive. Just the constant zaps, like his mana's being drained. He's getting lightning in the face. It's an awful situation.
Yeah, we were kind of scared for the lanes of Wildcard, but they are doing really well. Like, the Batrider is the lowest CS at the moment.
Yeah, he's actually having to make the walk of shame all the way back to his lane.
No boots.
He doesn't even have
holy.
enough to buy boots. Yes, a slow journey, but at least he can TP back.
Yeah, oof. That's definitely not worth it. This Batrider was supposed to be doing much better. I hope they make stacks for him, because this is not going to be like a lane dominating bat. He just needs to stack and get like his Witchblade or something, which usually is the build you go for with Arsonist.
Yeah. But I mean,
Either
do you
that
feel
or
like
travels.
do you feel like the Satyr is like the only reason it's gone to well? Actually, up top though. Pablo getting
Yeah, I
low,
think
trying to
it's-
trade with Yam's son. A few more right clicks, all speed needs. He gets the kill now. Nefrit's also in an awkward spot. Chain Lightning. He's trying to look for the angle, but Nefrit's able to get away. Oh, LeBron actually also comes through the gate. They don't take the bait there.
Oh. Looking for the Chan.
Okay, just blows up one creep. Tomato comes through, kills the other.
But yeah, about mid, I definitely feel like the mana creep was the reason why it ended up being this bad. But you would expect the Chen to do that, right? If you're a Batrider. So definitely maybe a little bit of they underestimated how well Fade would be able to play with the X's, while at the same time they're not gaining that much by having the Batrider mid.
Yeah, he's just kind of trying to claw what he can. 42 and 10 against the 27 and 5, so it is a fair old chunk behind. And in terms of actual net worth, it's 800 gold. Basically 6 minutes in, it's a fair chunk.
Yeah, I mean, what Batrider is very good at with this facet is taking towers, so... Oh, RCY.
Fade gets the kill towards Nande at the bot lane. Long range axes secure the kill. Yeah, this is a million times better than the other 2 games here for this Beastmaster. He's loving it.
Yeah. All he needed was just to learn axes. You know, he was just... He just didn't know how good he could be. And we still don't know which build he's going for, but I'm assuming it's going to be Ags, honestly. With Treads being bought, this is like a completely different build he played in the other games. UK goal lead already.
Yeah. Oh, now rotation for Bignum up top. Nefrit.
Ooh.
Paul talk about spot, but actually it's Pablo who catches speed in a really terrible position. which gives the space for the Slardar to back on out.
Do they want to
I
die
think-
for
whoa.
the wisdom here?
They were thinking about it. I mean, this is a catapult wave as well, so they're going to be able to do some good damage to the tower. Meanwhile, Mirage gets a solo kill mid against RCY
Oh,
that makes up for that horrible start. Very nicely done.
Dire's middle
yeah,
tower
that's
is
huge.
under attack.
Top lane as well. Catapult is still alive.
It looks like
Yeah.
they're finally going to give up on it, but
Yeah.
puts the tower down to half HP. Did its job.
Cool. Fade finally queues up the Aghanim Scepter. And as I said, this Mirage Bat Rider. Oh, initiation? No, just.
See why. Yeah, not really doing that much damage at all there towards Mirage. And he just turns around, just doing so much more DPS back. I believe it was there. Just distracting the other two supports as well. Yeah, I was kind of surprised how easily Mirage has been able to recover after that very solid start from the Storm.
My thrift reward.
Yeah, that one kill seemed to have mattered a lot. And now it's time for the runes. Both sides won it. Bat Rider's very low HP though.
And here's amplified damage up top. Can LeBron get hit? Well, he's trying to stand his ground, do some good damage. Bignum with 5 stacks of napalm.
Oh, he
Cocktail
missed
only
the
actually
flame
pushed on
break.
towards RCY. And Bignum might be able to survive Brain Rot, doing some work, but 10 stacks. Is able to find the kill. Takes out a couple of speeds creeps as well.
Yeah. Very nicely done by LeBron, actually fighting for that rune. He denies it from the storm and even get a kill on top of it.
Dire are scanning.
Good value. And still, it's like the 3 cores on the side of Wildcards, just slightly ahead of the other cores. Only really, actually, Nefrit who's behind anybody else. All the rest are extremely...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that is true. They find Bignum.
Yeah. Ducking inside the triangle area. Even just commit the lasso, guarantee the kill. There's responses coming in for the rest of the squad. Fade is here with the ultimate available.
Oh, RCY's low.
Drops it, gets the grab. Yeah, it's going to be the shackles. Hold him at bay. Mirage wants to try and turn around, see if he can get that kill, but not going to be able to find it. Instead, Pablo trying to do what he can. Barely going to
So
be
close.
enough, but no, he will die. RCY barely able to get himself out of dodge.
Tower is under attack.
Damn. All right. Pretty cocky play, but actually gets it done. Very nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's just good rotation as well for Wildcards, realizing they can capitalize on their
Dire's top tower
plus
is
5
under
getting picked
attack.
up, plus 4. Yeah, shut down the bat is very strong.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Does open up space for the Sven. The Slaughter, though, is still kind of a question mark. He does have 1,000 gold, so I'm assuming he's going straight up Blink Dagger. To me, this is the type of game where you just want to overwhelm Wildcard, and if you just go for like a farming item, the Slaughter, I feel like this Bat Rider is not going to be enough to create space.
Yeah, I mean, like, initiation is fantastic on their squad.
Oh,
Okay. Not going to get
Why?
punished there.
playing with fire.
But how quickly do you think, or even if Mirage is going to go for a Blink, or is he just going to leave that to the Slardar and just go for like a more DPS utility build?
Yeah, I think he's going to go for a DPS build. From what I've seen, it's always like Dragonlance into Witchblade into like Travels or BKB.
And slowly pushing this tower as well. Enough people there for Wildcards, going to be able to defend it. Force them back. Actually, several people going up towards the top lane here on the side of Tenacity. They're going to make a move on towards Yamsun. God Strength used, and just look how quickly that Doom dies.
Radiant's bottom
Good lord.
Yeah.
is under attack.
Corrosive Haze. Doom, very low armor. As they are looking for speed as well.
Oh, you're going to find him. Hex just in range. Body blocking up Mirage a little bit there. But regardless, they're going to be able to find the kill.
Radiant's
Will eventually
top
die.
towers are fortified.
Does buy time though for RCY to finish up the, I think that was a Penta stack on the creep, so at least they're able to get that amount of money.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
and Fade also free farming all this time. He is pretty much one component away from the Ags. It's going to be a really fast one. Overall, things still looking good for Wildcard.
Yeah, they're in a comfortable spot. We'll see a little quick reconnect there from Yamsung if you're just trying to fix some lag issues. But yeah, again, I forgot to check to see if they moved the location of the server or not.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
Is there a console command whilst you're in game to get the service
Yes,
info? I
there
can't
is
remember what it
one. I don't remember. I wish there was like a all command type thing, you know, like something I would type and it would like show everything you can do.
Yeah. I used to know a lot of the commands in the config, but that's a long time ago.
We're old.
Yeah.
We forgot everything. You might as well be 100 years old for Dota terms.
Yeah. Past the prime, eh?
Yeah.
So... Too many. Oh well.
There we go.
Oh, he's back on in. Go when ready, and the game shall commence again. But yeah, considering this like much better start here for Fade, and he is going in for that Ag's first item. Only about 1,300 gold away, and he'll have that online,
Top tower is under attack.
which will be
Yeah.
a huge upgrade. And then he'll just dominate this bottom lane. It's going to be very, very hard for Nande to stick around.
Bignum getting close to his Fiend's Grip. Definitely going to be of use against the Batrider. They could even go for a smoke. They're showing him here, trying to bait someone.
And quite a few people consider Tenacity. 12-minute rune, and it is actually going to be regen balled up there by Mirage.
Okay. Pretty big stacks for Mirage as well, so finishes the Dragon Lance and already working towards something else.
Nature attend us.
That feels pretty good. And see that net worth lead get cut down bit by bit, despite the fact that Wildcards are the one with the Doom, of course. Midas already online.
But they're going for a
Smoke up
smoke
as
now.
well. Yeah, let's see what they find.
Is 6.
They're going to bring speed into it. Actually, no, they're going to leave him out. Let's say we don't want you to share the XP with you. We're going to find a kill.
It is a Blink Dagger Slaughter though, so they don't have the best catch for him.
He literally leaves the area just in time to evade that gank as well. So close.
Yeah, it feels pretty bad.
They are going to regroup up them.
Dire's middle
I'm going
tower
to try and go for something else as Yamsun gets involved, but the smoke is going to time out soon. But it doesn't matter, the jump on forward, on towards speed, going to try and lock it down. The Hand of God keeps a nice
the center stun.
nightmare there. Nefris taking a lot of damage, but he's still pretty tanky. He's trying to run. Roar as well, lock it down on towards Mirage. The Doom, not even sure where it got chucked onto, but it's 2 big kills, both of them going over towards RCY. Pablo eventually will be ran down. 3 kills there. Wildcard's not losing anybody, and they're going to be able to take down this mid-tier 1.
Huge. Yeah, I mean, just great positioning. Obviously, this man can't really be a part of that fight yet. He doesn't have his Echo nor his Blink. So, a little bit overeager from Zero Tenacity, feeling like they could have won that fight.
Yeah. I mean, if the entire wildcard lineup wasn't just sat on the high ground smoked up, it probably would have been okay. Unfortunately for them, it was just wrong place, wrong time.
They really wanted to use that Fiend's Grip, so definitely good for Bignum to be following someone, and thankfully they get all of those kills for themselves. And Fade also got his Aghanim Scepter as all that was happening.
Yeah, big upgrade. Ooh, LeBron jumped on. Doesn't look like RCY is really going to fully commit for that one. Sees the bat and gets a bit scared. Got to be careful. There's a few other members of Zero Tenacity coming on over. Illusion Rune. RCY, man, playing with fire in that situation. All it would have taken is Mirage to get a random lasso. That could have been an easy kill. Instead, we'll settle for a quick grab on towards Bignum. Deleted in 2 hits. Good lord.
Still, they're going to occupy the triangle, but there's no creeps because they already farmed it. They might not even get this tower bottom. So overall,
Dire's bottom tower is
it
under
doesn't really do that much that they go for that play.
is under attack.
The gold lead actually increases for Wildcard.
Yeah. How close is Yamsun to his Radiance? About 1,500 gold,
Bottom tower has fallen.
which
Right,
he
it's
will,
done.
yep, sell up the Midas, and there it is.
What a hero.
It's quite mad. I can't even remember what his other facet is. Like, it's always Devil's Bargain.
Yeah, I think it like you get another Devour charge, right? I think it's something like that.
Yeah. Sounds
like
vaguely
a-
familiar.
Yeah, let me.
Oh, they're going to sneak a Roshan here, Wildcards. Just Fade and Speed doing it themselves. Eventually,
Yeah,
RCY
so-
will get involved.
One gives you 2 charges, and you upgrade the stolen spells by 1 level.
Oh.
And he has that impending Doom one that like Doom lasts for longer or something.
Yeah, not really super valuable, is it? Just
Yeah.
the Devil's Bargain.
They get the mid tower, but in exchange of an Aegis, not ideal. But they are in the vicinity here.
Nice Wild Ring pull back on towards the creep. Traps him in the wards. But yeah, Aegis now into the hands of RCY, so it feels like Wildcards could make another move soon if they wish. We do have another pause. I mean, they're waiting for any more items. Fade. About 1,400 gold. He'll have a blink online. RCY is still a mile away from his BKB. So is Yamsung. On the side is Tenacity. Nefri actually has a Aghanim Shard queued up. He just wants that Crush upgrade as fast as possible.
They're going Ags on the Enchantress. So I think that's a way to counter the Beastmaster in a way.
Yeah, I suppose Shen as well. Like, you got 2 Zoo
Yeah.
heroes. It feels quite good, actually. You very rarely see Little Friends used, and
I don't
I'm always
remember
there
the
for it.
cast range though. I have no idea how big it is.
it's probably absolute trash. We got LeBron. It just
Ooh.
takes so long to die, and Nando just goes and kills him in response. This is why I hate Enchantress, man. You just can't right-click this thing.
Yep. They have Blink Dagger now for the Sven. So Nande, once again, top net worth, just proving to be very efficient with his time.
That he is. Not too far away from his own BKB if he's going to disassemble the Echo Saber as well. He could be ready for a fight when it does eventually come his way.
Mirage did finish Hurricane Pike.
Big zip from RCY, but Pablo actually is able to dodge it, and then he gets the counter Hex.
They have
Reinforcements coming on through. He needs some help. Hand of God trying to keep him alive.
Lasso.
Flame Lasso comes on now, but there is going to be the Aegis. First life used. Most of the Zables are already gone. And it looks like the cause is to try and retreat. Actually going to focus on towards Nefrit, but gets blocked in by the wards. Still got enough mines to zip on out, and finally Nefrit does die. They're going to continue to push for more. There is actually going to be the friendly Nightmare trying to bring Fade into a safe spot, but it's just not enough. The endless slows and stuns and hexes. He will fall. So it's offlaner for offlaner and Aegis. Zero Tenacity going to be happy with this.
Yeah, Doom not really a part of that fight, so it ends up being a 5 versus 4. Arcane Rune here for RCY. I do like his build this time though. Like against the Shaman in that Puck game, I think he didn't really build any HP items. Now he has Kaya Sanj and Essence Ring. So definitely a bit harder to be bursted.
Yeah, like with power treads on strength, he's sitting at 1900 HP, which is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Especially when you've got the Hand of God behind that as well, and eventually a mech. Actually, is he even going to go for mech? Speed doesn't have one queued at all. He's going for a Solar Crest.
Yeah, the physical block's pretty good against the Slaughter. And he also has the Essence Ring HP, so that's like 2100 plus. Yeah, if he gets to pop it, right? They
That's true.
pretty much chained all of the spells perfectly in that fight.
9 for 9 in the score, only a 1k gold lead. Feels, yet again, like a very even game. We've seen this like every time so far in this series, as both teams just holding the line for a long old time until someone eventually manages to break away.
They do see Mirage, but they are smoking behind him.
Pablo's ready to use his freshly purchased Blink.
Yeah, at least they're gonna control the rune, it looks like.
I've been wanting this.
Radiant are
Let's
scanning.
see where it goes. And it's down.
Wait,
On the
what?
north side. Amplified damage is there. Quick jump forwards. Oh my lord,
Oh.
Fade just disappears. Now gonna try and hunt for one more. Bignum trying to escape back to the safety of the tower. Blink Dagger still 5 seconds away from Nefrit, so Bignum should be alright. But my man, it's like... even though the Beastmaster feels relatively tanky, he's 2k HP, 8 armor, it doesn't matter. With the Corrosive Haze, he just dies in a second.
He needs some armor items. I'm not sure what exactly he can buy here. With that build though, we don't buy a lot of armor items. I think that is really the problem, right? Because in all the other games, like you get Overlord, that's like plus 13 armor or whatever. Like it's a lot, but yeah, he doesn't really get to be tanky if he has 0 armor.
Yeah, it's brutal.
He killed
Something to be
BKB.
addressed. Free Ag Shard as well now for LeBron, who is only 100 gold away from having his Ags on top of that.
Huge.
And what's the Samsung actually going for? They were trying to work in towards the BKB actually. 500 gold still left to go. And it looks like Manta's going to be the next item of choice, but feels like his farmer speed slowed down a bit. There's so much aggression coming out from Nande, it's just hard to kind of deal with that all the time. He's very close to his own 18, but they're going to go for a smoke play before he gets that little upgrade to his ulti.
You're pretty
they
much
might just
going for
restrain
like
speed.
a 3 BKB timing here. Storm, Doom, and Beastmaster are going for the same. Hopefully it's the Chen. I mean, thankfully it's the Chen that dies, so the BKBs might still get ready fast enough.
Yeah, buys them an extra like 20 seconds, it feels, at the end of the day. But maybe that's all they need. I mean, even still, like if you don't get a chance to even press the button, they're going to be useless because all the blinks and initiation for Zero Tenacity is going to be hard to react, and then you've still got the overwhelming amount of physical damage coming out from Nande. It just
You
feels
need
like
the Bane, right? He's the only boss. I get or Hand of God as.
Oh, speaking of, got locked down on towards Mirage. They drop the Roar, but it doesn't matter. He's just not dying. Instead, going to focus on towards Fade and the Beastmaster. He's trying to get the kill before he dies, but he can't quite get there. Now Bignum is going to be the next one in danger. Too much control, too much chase, and another 2 kills going the way of Zero Tenacity, bumping up the lead now to 2,000 gold. Meanwhile, Nande trying to solo up onto one. He gets the kill. The root comes on through. And now Speed desperately trying to run as fast as he can, ring around the rosies. But he runs straight in towards the Enchantress and he dies too. 4 people dead across the map. This is looking horrible now for Wildcards.
Yeah, and I think we didn't really talk about it. Like, despite the fact that there were no creeps there, just this 2-second root against this Storm that doesn't have BKB is crippling. And, like, do you actually want a BKB against little friends, right? And he just dies because of that spell. They're gonna lose so much map control now.
Yeah, it's looking real rough. They might try and make a move on towards the Sven, but quick blink out does avoid danger there. And we'll see how quick Roshan number 2 is gonna be in just 8 seconds time. You can see Wildcard though, they are desperate to make some kind of play. Smoke it up, moving outside the base. They need to find someone. And Roshan, I think that's a maximum respawn time as well. We're not seeing that for a while.
I think they need to do something here, or this game is actually gonna get out of control. They have been so passive for too long.
He breaks the smoke, but they want to go for the Sven instead. He
gets
the
the
BKB off though. The quick
Where's the
reaction
Doom?
from Nande, maybe wait a bit too long. The Doom, he gets found and killed. Shaman as well, going to drop pretty soon after. Nande gets found in the trees. Oh my lord, the 2 people on the side of Wildcards who are meant to be tanky are just wet paper in the hands of Zero Tenacity.
He had to doom the Sven. Like, you have to expect a reaction, and if you allow him to OT, everyone's just gonna die, and Speed's next.
3 people gone, no buybacks to be seen. At least they're quite far away from the base, so might not take too much damage here. Actually, it doesn't even look like Zero Tenacity are going to do any pressure to a tower at all.
Yeah, they're doing a good job at dealing with the waves, but at the same time, they are back into a corner here.
Yeah, very awkward spot indeed.
Dire's
Maybe
middle
you can
tower is
chalk
under
it up to some kind of delay that, you know, they pressed the buttons, but the server didn't react. I don't know.
Well,
Like, man, more copium.
nah, I'm pretty sure they could have doomed this Sven there. They were greedy. They're like, we're gonna
Yeah.
kill this Sven, and we're gonna get something else. But I guess the roar. You could maybe say that the roar was late because of ping, right? Because it was right after he roared, the BKB got used. So a little bit of a mistake there. I'm not sure if the Radiance woke up the Sven through the Nightmare or what really happened there. But regardless, the fact that now they gets to pop his OT just ends that fight.
Yeah, now, as a result, we see the largest net worth lead we've seen in the entire game. 8,000 gold for Tenacity,
Radiant are scaling.
71% win probability as well. And they're going to go again for another desperate play, it feels, here for Wildcards, all smoking up. Let's see who they can find.
Are scanning.
Well, they actually scan on the pit, which only lands on towards LeBron. There's still no Aegis for about 10 more seconds.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait for it. LeBron gets seen there from the creep. That's not the target they really want to jump on at all.
Yeah, you want the Bat or the Shaman. Those are definitely the two big ones.
He's playing so cautiously right now. Even like Zero Tenacity are just staying super far away, trying to bait out their Ench as much as they can. But no one's going to take it. And Roshan has now respawned. Will Zero Tenacity even care?
I don't think they can stop Zero if they go in. Yeah, just gotta give it away. They wasted 2 smokes going for plays. I mean, okay, this is their last one. It's just not fast enough, unfortunately. And the Doom's not even there.
Just does way too fast.
Maybe you get a
Aegis on the
straggler, like if they split after the Roche dies.
They even give the Aegis over towards Mirage. I mean, Sven being a transform hero always feels a little bit lackluster if you die after ulti. They
Jump in.
Raw on towards the Sven. They're going to try and bring him down if they can. Doom as well will also land. Faith getting low. Will actually die for this one. Flame and Lasso as well. Locks down on towards RCY, but he's able to get himself out. And they do actually kill Nande. So far, so good here for Wildcards. Although Yamson's getting low. Ran down from Mirage. And they will hemorrhage him too. So it is actually a 3-for-1 exchange. Sure, they killed the Sven, but it doesn't matter. This Bat Rider's pumping out so much damage.
Yeah, it's a tough fight. They even got like a very long duration Fiend's Grip, but they don't have damage. The Beastmaster is not doing a lot of damage. Like, he is by far the lowest net worth hero in core in this game. And the Doom still, like, he even has a Manta. It's a very different build. I guess they just want to split push now because they realize that taking a head-on fight is impossible. I guess also the Dispel is good against the Little Friends as well as Corrosive Haze.
It's pretty nasty. And we said it as well in the lane, you know, game number 1 and 2, Fade had a rough lane but was able to perform quite well afterwards. He had a good lane this time and it's been rough. Some weird curse going on there for this guy.
Yeah, I think in general, like after so many nerfs to the eggs on Beastmaster, Helm of the Overlord's just better. So even though he got a fast Eggs timing, it's not like it matters as much as he used to. I feel like in the past, like, Eggs was better 90% of the time. Not really the case, especially when he just gets bursted so quickly against the minus armor of the Slaughter.
Yeah.
Dire's middle
See this little soft push on towards the tier 3. Actually even dropped
Banner
down
drop.
the Roshan banner. But everyone else is still spread at different parts of the map. At the top lane, they found Fade. He will go down to both Pablo as well as Nefrit. Able to get a free kill, just the two of them.
Oh
Flame
no.
and Lassa as well, on towards Yamsun. They don't have much further lockdown though. Happy Little Friends up in a second, pull back, but there will be the use of the Manta. He gets out.
Fortunes change.
Pretty clutch play, right? They drop the banner mid as a bait, so the Beastmaster thinks they're all mid, and then they kill him.
Oh,
Sven?
quick shot. Oh my lord, crits for like 1600 damage. Just big speed, do a disappearing act.
And now they can potentially poke here. Age is still up for 2 minutes.
I'm gonna try and use this as best they can. Nande gonna start knocking on the door of this tier 3. Glyph used. Snakes dropped. They will continue pushing. 20 seconds without the Chen. Does have buyback, of course, but you can see RCY on the Storm is just pushing bot lanes. They're not interested in defending this at all. They will let it fall.
Where are you going?
I'm paying a lot of respect to Zero Tenacity. Just letting like
Yeah.
the creeps and the wards do their work.
Ven OT is down, so you do gotta
Dire's middle barracks.
remember this hero doesn't have that much DPS, but the Serpent Ward should be enough. Okay,
Deny.
alright.
I mean, that says they still get money, even though he denied it. Do they still get money?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's just power play.
Oh, okay. The memes.
Slaughter actually going for a... Not going for eggs. Interesting build with the Sanj.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Tormentor.
Aggressive white. I mean, who actually still needs a shot? I think it's just Pablo, right? I think everyone else has one. Actually, the Sven doesn't.
Sven's
And the
fine.
bat.
Pretty good.
I thought like the shard on this like core style bat ride would be really good. Actually, quick grab on towards Nefrit. If they can get the kill, they will. Big target taken down. Trying to go as well on towards Pablo. Foul play being a nuisance. Not gonna last long with the
look at this
shackling.
Vandal.
Band-Aid just destroys RCY. They're able to get the Doom, but it actually reflects on towards the Amazon, so he's gonna have to try and run away.
Roar's
Do a lot of
available.
damage there for the Sven, but eventually this guy will drop down. The Doom, I think, will tick out to his own ulti. Insult to injury. But it's a 3-for-3 exchange so far. No idea who really comes out on top.
Definitely Wildcard. You trade even. 2 cores for 2 cores, and they got the Slaughter kill first, so yeah. 3k gold exchange for them, as well as a lot of experience going their way. 9,000.
That's going to be very, very helpful. Yeah, and the Doom as well as the Beastmaster getting the lion's share of the XP as well is always good.
Really unfortunate that Doom ends up reflecting his own spell, because I think if that doesn't happen, they probably win that fight handily.
A few more items getting
Who has
picked up
the
over to
Lotus,
Tenacity.
actually? Or it's the Enchantress that has it.
It's a real
I
pain in the
thought
ass.
that if
Ooh,
you have
Mirage.
eggs...
He's found Fades. Flaming Ladder lockdown with Nefrit. Big kill, 70 seconds, no buyback as well, but they are still missing their Sven. Don't know if they're going to be able to do much with this.
Poor Fade. They figured out a way to counter this Beastmaster. Like, this game just has not been very kind to him.
No, not at all. Just being endlessly bullied left, right, and center. We've all had games like this.
Yeah. Happens with the best of us.
Nande. Just going to go straight for the buildings. Snakes dropped as well. And still 30 seconds without this Beastmaster. This will be a full set of barracks. At the very least, there is the tier 2 still top, so it's not like they can force down Megas, but there's just no way to defend this. It's just 3 objectives.
Yeah. They still have a top tier 2 tower at least, so this is not the end. I think the best bet right now is trying to force a fight with this God Strength now. The problem is that the waves are so pushed that until they fix the waves, it's probably going to be too late.
Yeah, you can see RCY was pushing top as best he can, trying to go for a Lincoln Sphere, but he's still a ways away from having that completed. Got 2,000 gold.
Yeah, that's pretty far away, fortunately. But I think they're gonna go for a smoke. Yeah, to me, honestly, that's the only move you have. You need to somehow bind a pick-off into another pick-off, try to control the map into Roche spawns, steal that away.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, unfortunately, they've chosen the route where there is literally nobody around. I guess
Yeah.
they wanted to fight on the side where Roshan could have been, but will now obviously spawn.
They're gonna
On the
maybe
north
steal a
side.
Wisdom Rune, maybe get a tier 1 tower top, but that's probably the best they can do.
Yeah. Silver Linings, I suppose. Take what you can get.
Yeah, Fade gets the Wisdom Rune.
Oh, we'll see if they're going to be lucky and it's like an instant Roche spawn or not. Any second now, and
Oh, might be.
about a minute, roughly.
Wait, is it?
Always hard to gauge. Oh, quick jump in. Lockdown
Oh,
on
no.
towards the right. Oh, he actually drags the Beastmaster away from his melee hero. It's a bit of a mistake there for Mirage. And now they're able to get off the Raw, lock it down on towards Nande, and he will die as a result. Huge
Beast Grip.
mistake is made.
Long
Beast Grip as
duration.
Well, Mirage is stuck and dead. Finally,
Oh,
you
no.
do see the Slardar get re-engaged on towards Faye, but still the Beastmaster is able to walk himself out of that one. Nefrit trying to run, Harpoon drags him back and he will fall.
They're gonna lose everyone.
Somehow, Wildcard's coming out with a huge victory in this fight. LeBron trying to retreat, will be able to get out. Can't say the same though for Pablo. Attempting to TP, the foul play triggers, cancels it, and he will die. Ultra kill for RCY. And that is
Wait.
exactly what they need.
Eight?
Is under attack.
Almost dies to the Serpent Wars there.
Radiant's
Oh
top
my
tower
lord.
has fallen.
What a mad
Aye,
fight.
That's a huge fight. I'm not even sure how it's possible. Like they get all of their spells on this Sven, and you know that is a problem Sven has. Later on, this hero falls off real hard, and if we look at Tenacity, I wouldn't say their heroes are the best scaling heroes, right? Corvette Rider, it's kind of uncharted territory. This hero as a core is not that popular, so kind of hard for me to answer how good of it is late game, but I'm sure Storm is amazing late game.
Yeah. It just all comes from Mirage dragging the Beastmaster away from his teammates. So
Yeah.
he lived, got the roar off, nothing then they could do then. It's just... Oh,
Did they
it's
get a
very lucky
maturation
mistake.
Fiend's Grip on the Bat Rider? Like,
Yeah. Well-
this is a Bane that has...
Eh? What the...
What?
Oh my god, he's dead! 80 seconds, no buyback! Okay, his buyback's just
Did
come
he?
off, thankfully.
Did he AFK? What? Are they gonna lose Roche because of... What the hell?
Dies to a croaker. That is Roche.
That's...
It was the lag. 100% it was the lag. Oh
I
my god.
cannot believe... Oh my... Yeah. I mean, they're still going to the lower bracket, right? Let's not... Like, let's remember, even if they lose the series, they're still in the tournament, but... Yeah.
Yeah, mistakes were made.
They were definitely made.
But hey, that's there too. It's why it's funny to watch sometimes.
True.
But yeah, there will be the Beastmaster up in 35 seconds. Looks like Nande's going to try and take up this last tier 2. Meanwhile, Arcane Rune. Oh, Mirage actually jumps in aggressively to snatch it. Forced to use his BKB, however.
Tower is under attack.
But even still, he's able to get that little rune buff whilst buying time for the Sven to take down that last tier 2.
Dire's
And high
top
ground
tower
could be a
has
coming.
fallen.
He's got everything available.
Yeah, they have Serpent Wards as well. You gotta be very careful. You might be one fight away from losing this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
They're playing very cautiously here at Tenacity. You can see they're just falling back. Looks like they might try and go for a twin gate play
Top tower is under
and potentially catch like RCY or someone by surprise.
is under attack.
RCY is getting close to his eggs, by the way. This could be like a huge
Radiant are scanning.
electric vortex into Kroger stun, into center stomp.
If all the stars align and that does come about, we could see it.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
is
it's
under
done.
attack.
They have it done. No center stun on the Doom, but you know that's just because the Alpha Wolf is way too powerful.
Yeah. 30% extra damage plus a crit. Can't go wrong. Hex, though, online for the Enchantress, man. LeBron Dota is just... He's building like a core. I mean, he has the same net worth, basically, as the Slardar
Radiant's
and
bottom
Beastmaster.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's I mean, that first blood, you know, ever since that first blood, LeBron has been cruising.
And still 2 minutes 40 left on this Aegis.
Is under attack.
Everything's up, everything's ready. And it feels like Zero Tenacity are looking to make a play, invading in towards the dire side of the map as a 5-man unit.
Speedhay is going E-Blade, by the way. Just trying to kite whoever this Sven goes on.
Could be a cute play. Can he get there fast enough, though? That's the question. Actually, he's got a lot of money. 4.3k in his pocket. He could buy that out, but he won't have enough for buyback.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, very scary to just commit for the item. You definitely gotta save buyback.
And creeps are coming. And here we go. Nundin first.
Oh,
Jumps
Vi's
up,
on the
caught
Doom.
by the Hex. There's going to be the attempt of the Nightmare. We'll pull him actually to safety. BKB
Okay.
used, of course.
Double Serpent
Snakes
Wards.
drops, and there's going to be the Flame and Lasso dragging him out. Gets absolutely destroyed. A couple of misses, but it doesn't matter. He will still die. Buyback immediately used. RC Waller
Oh,
jumping
no.
left and right. Good grab actually keeps picking him alive. Plus the Roar. As well as the Nightmare. They're looking down on towards Nande. They're going to have to kill the Sven. He is dead. First life used. Does have the Aegis. to
Shaman's
support.
dead.
Pablo will lose his life in the back lines. Second life with Nande's He doesn't have his ultimate, but he's trying to run away with the BKB. Doom on top of him, though Mirage goes into the back lines. Wants to try and find some of these supports, and Bigums doesn't stand a chance. He will lose his life. Youngson's got to be careful. Good two-man Vortex. Do a lot of damage. They might be able to get this kill on towards LeBron as well as Mirage loses his life. They're holding on. Aggressive buybacks being expended here for Zero Tenacity, but they are still hemorrhaging kills. And they do hold for wildcards.
Huh.
Dire's middle tower.
That was a weird fight because they went high ground with Sven not having OT because they just got the Aegis. So he comes back, has BKB but doesn't have OT. It's kind of just a weird. He could have just waited, I think.
Yeah, it didn't work out quite the way they wanted. I mean, as well, the Sven has 7.4k in his pocket. We'll see what he's even going to bother buying. Like, he has a Lincoln's and a Refresher queued.
Yeah, he can buy like either a Moonshard or sell treads for Lincolns.
Yeah. I just feel like maybe, like, just going straight up for like an Ag's Blessing could be good.
Hmm.
It's like extra bit of mobility.
It's pretty good actually, but he is going Shadow Blade instead.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, just a
Imagine
second. There's someone at the door.
Tower
Give me a
is
second
under
here.
attack.
Oh, go for it. Well, looks like they're going to go for another Tormentor, and this should be the Sven's. Yeah. Free shot upgrade, bonus armor.
Dire
6 armor
are
at like
scanning.
43 minutes into the game. Not going to have the largest impact on the world, but hey, it's a good little bonus. They'll take it. I feel like now Zero Tenacity, after actually being shaken in that last fight, they're going to play it as cautiously as they possibly can. And everyone just immediately starts TPing back here from wildcards. They've got to get back to defense. As like, Nande could easily kill those buildings in a second.
Green Heart from Bignum.
I think he's been using them quite a lot. Spamming the green hearts.
25 on the Storm, so he gets the Overlord bounce with the Shard as well as
Radiant
having the
are
Vortex
scanning.
Duration talent. That Storm is officially online, and for how hard of a game this was, like, he's 9-3, so RCY pretty consistent.
He's recovered well. Whether it's well enough remains to be seen.
40 gold for the Lincoln
Oh.
Sphere and Yansum, and they're smoking, like...
Look at the top side of the map though. Pablo is waiting to just go for a shot, ward play. As they do find LeBron.
They do.
Die.
There's backdoor protection, though, so the Shaman can't really go for it.
Yeah, he needs some creeps. And unfortunately, Speed's creeps are pushing out the top lane. They're addressing with the ones at the bot. It's just not going to happen.
Sven
I feel like
is
you make this
smoked up.
play when you have like an orb as well, refresher or something.
Yeah, maybe you can backdoor with refresher for sure.
Could be seeing a fight.
Oh.
God strength popped.
They're going for this, but there's no
Quick shot from
Enchantress.
Darcy wide. They get the Flame and Lasso locked down. He can't get anything off. He will lose his
Oh,
life.
wow.
Fade as well gets dropped. There will be the Nightmare. Aggressive buybacks have to be used. It's an all-in play from Wildcards. This
Doom?
could very well be the last fight from them, but they get the Doom connection on towards Nande. And he's running so low, he's just going to die. Dead for 100 seconds right now. RCY trying to find some +1 in the backlines.
Oh.
He will see Pablo, but guesses the wrong direction. The Shadow Shaman will live. So it's a 2 for 2, but multiple buybacks have to be expended from cores.
Yeah, Roche not up as well, so doesn't feel like they're gonna be able to get too much out of this.
Yeah, they have to hope for like an instant Roche spawn and be there to scout it, and it's about a minute and a half, 2 minutes away. Oof,
Yeah.
not gonna be any good.
Sheesh. What a hard game. And I mean, that was Zero Tenacity fighting without a hero, by the way. So that's a fight where they have to commit countless buybacks on Wildcard, and it was a 4 versus 7, I guess, as they find an amplify damage rune.
Yeah. I mean, there's just so many win conditions. The only person who has a buyback left on Wildcards is Speed. And that is it.
Yeah,
Anybody
not
else
the
dies, they are gone.
not the best buybacking hero, though. You know, Hand of God is useful.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if the Sven's critting for like 1800, that's like, what's that? That's a quarter of a Hand of God.
Yeah.
Like the Hand of God's a quarter of that. So, I don't know.
I mean, if they can get to 25, right? That's when Chen really shines, if that's strong dispel. But that's still so many levels away.
Yeah. 7 levels, and I don't think Tenacity are going to give him that kind of time.
Like, that strong dispel could literally change some of these fights against Corrosive Haze and Lasso, but still
Speaking of, could be
long,
two
long
of
ways
them.
away. Yeah.
Mirage just completed a refresher orb now, so it's just going to be that much easier to continue the aggression. Oh, they do find Pablo. He was still hiding in this little tree. Trying to be sneaky, but he gets punished. Wait, he's actually dead for 90 seconds. No buyback.
Ooh. Okay,
Punch.
and Roche now closer to spawning. And
Yeah, it's about to
this
be up.
Beastmaster has a refresher and didn't really use Roar, so they could potentially take a really good fight here.
Yeah, Roche gets scouted out by the Enchantress creep. And Speed, he doesn't send any of his in the pit, so they're not getting that information.
Radiant
Oh,
are
no.
scanning.
They
Oh,
do
now
have
he
a-
will. Okay, they know.
Yeah. 50 seconds here, no Pablo. You gotta go for it. You gotta force
Come
some. Oh,
forwards.
BKB.
Oh, the reflected roar though, he does have refresher. He's gonna hold on to it now, not gonna pop it. Now he gets jumped. There's gonna be that use of the E.
Oh, the Fiend's Grip.
Keeps him alive. They're gonna lock him down. Fiend's Grip, Doom, everything jumps on towards Nande's head. They will be able to
Storm,
get the kill. He has to
Nightmare.
go for a buyback. Then locking down on towards RCY. He's able to survive and get out. Yaksung putting his body in deep. RCY re-jumps in, but he has to back out. There is too much DPS. The Doom gets left behind and he will fall. Dead for 2 minutes, no buyback. Cancels Bignum's TP as well. So it's going to be a 3 versus 5 very soon with an Aegis. It's going to be extremely difficult for Wildcards to keep themselves in the game.
That looked so good. They got like max range Fiend's Grip on that Sven from Fog, but they needed to split up the backlines, and the Storm just couldn't really do much. They're lacking damage, feels like, at this stage.
Yeah, it takes them a long time to get any of these kills, and it's just more time than Zero Tenacity just pump out more DPS. Here we go.
No buyback
Mega
here on the
creeps.
Bane. 80 seconds for the Doom.
Okay, his buyback's just come off cooldown though, so that's something.
Dire's top
Yeah.
Yeah, 19 seconds with the buyback on the Bane, but yeah, the Mega Creeps are guaranteed. They just got to hold on to the tier 4s and the Ancients.
are fortified.
Oh, they did use the They used the glyph here.
Okay, that's greedy. Okay, buyback.
They're still gonna lose the barracks
Disengage.
though.
Yeah, the wards, there's no way to stop them.
Dire's top barracks
That is not great.
now have mega
You lose both the buyback and the glyph.
Yeah, Bane They're going to see if they can, at the very least, hold on to his one. It'll be a very minor consolation prize, but their Tenacity are paying respects. They back off, despite the fact that they have Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard, Megas. They're just chilling.
Yeah. Aeon Disc's going to be bought here in Fade, and I think that's really the right choice. No slot for Nullifier on the Sven. And you can even refresh your Aeon Disc, so could be huge.
Dire are scanning.
Now that's going to chill. Are they waiting for a next item on somebody for Zero Tenacity?
I think they're just waiting for the wards, honestly.
Yeah, 45 seconds.
Maybe you give the Shaman the Refresher Shard on the Sven, and you just go for the... They don't have Glyph, right? You could potentially just brute force everything.
That's true. Yeah, just like get to the base. Maybe, yeah, wait for the wards, double ward drop. Whilst the fight's happening, there'll just be no way for Wildcards to deal with all those things at the same time.
I would imagine so. Especially if you get the 20 on Shaman as well. This is kind of close to it.
Or the ward health.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if they can hold. Obviously, you can see Zero Tenacity are just sort of grabbing as much farm as they can still. Maybe they can get one more item before they have to make the push, but the wards are back. Everything's ready. Actually, the only one who's not there is Nefrit, who must be farming up something.
RCY sold an item. He was close to his refresher and he sold something. He sold treads? I think so.
Courier?
Yeah, he got the refresher item, so...
Okay.
Yeah, he will get it.
Thing is, though, the more they dilly-dally, the closer Wildcard are to getting their buybacks off cooldown. Only a minute now for Fade as well as RCY. Okay, now they're going to make the smoke. Wildcards, can they hold on to this one?
They find Doom is over, by the way. Doom has no buy and he's alone. Are they baiting this guy?
Oh, they found him. They don't make the jump, though.
Oh.
Ooh, maybe they was a little bit too nervous about maybe it was baiting it out.
Oh.
Lincoln's breaks, but he's able to back out. 30 seconds, buybacks will be available again.
Do 1 minute and 45 for the glyph, though. That is the big one.
And the make creeps are
They're
in.
going for it.
Tier 4's in danger. Wards yet to be dropped. Jump force from Nande. Just onto builders with God Strength already used.
Oh, they gotta go.
Saying hit onto a good vortex. Lands all sorts of doom right now.
Pressure.
As well. Oh, ground on towards Barrage. There's tons of AoE damage. Batrider's dead. Nande as well is getting extremely low. His first life is gone. They go for an aggressive buyback. Now Nefrit's the one actually getting aggressed. At the same time, second life of Nande is here. Can they make it pan out? Fade will buy back. This is coming off cooldown. Yangsunde will die. He is gone for 2 minutes. They get the pullback on towards speed. There's too many creeps. There's too many heroes. They're dumping everything, but it just makes no difference. Bowie. And they take it. Zero Tenacity win this series 2-1.
Damn. Twice in a row, huh? The team that gets the first win, not really able to take the whole thing. Wildcard played really well game 1. Honestly, they played really well the entire series. We kind of expected the series to be very close. And yeah, I mean, just goes to show that European Dota it's so good, right? I think Wildcard, they could have easily won this series, maybe even 2-0, but the tenacity of Zero Tenacity proving to be very high, and I think they deserved it.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, they played a phenomenal game. Obviously, game number 1 was quite rough for them, but in the second and third, they rounded themselves back together and they just came out swinging. And that's got to be a really big confidence boost going forward as well. Taking out a TI qualified team on top of everything else, you know, he's going to feel that much better playing against everybody else. But of course, that is also Zero Tenacity guaranteeing third place at a minimum. So that is going to be $5,000, which is always a nice little bonus bit of money for themselves. So they've got to feel happy about that. But as for wildcards, they are not out of this tournament yet, ladies and gentlemen. They are only knocked down to the lower brackets, where I believe they will be playing up against One Move tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, I think I'll be casting the first series, so probably that one. Yeah.
Nice. Well,
Yeah.
it's been an exciting day. I mean, any other rounding out words coming out from you, Bowie?
I don't think so. We still have a lot of Dota to come. Hopefully, all of the teams that did lose today are still playing the tournament. So, still a lot of exciting Dota. If you like any of these teams, don't worry. There's still a lot of Dota to come. And tomorrow, as you said, one move versus the. Yeah, we're gonna have all the teams that played today as well as one move into.
Yeah. It's going to be another exciting one. So make sure, everybody, you all come back on in and carry on with some more of the CCT magic. Well, thank you all for watching. You hope you've enjoyed the stream, and we will see you all in the future. Bye-bye.